Thomas sees Katherine shut her eyes, as if the mere mention of Cornford Castle depresses or bores her. But when Fournier hears that Sir John enjoys a connection to the highest in the land, his eyes brighten. "However will you get to see him?" he asks. "Through the Duke's son, the Earl of March," Sir John says. "He is in our debt. Come, Kit, help me up. Richard, my boy, take Walter and Thomas and summon the men. See if there are any newcomers who might swell our ranks. Goodwife Popham, we need more of the red cloth for our jacks. I do not want to turn up in London with this lot in rags." "What's he like, the Duke of York?" Thomas asks Richard as they saddle up. "I don't know," Richard sighs, "but I've heard things. Men say he's gone mad since he's been in Ireland." "Mad? How so?" "He's supposed to be the premier lord of the land after King Henry, and has been regent while the king was insane. But now, instead of taking his counsel, the Queen favours self-interested graspers such as the Dukes of Buckingham and Somerset. It has gone hard for him, but in Ireland, with no one to tell him otherwise, they say he's been acting as if he is King of England in King Henry's place, as if King Henry does not exist." Thomas is first sent to Brampton to find Brampton John. Brampton John lives with his mother and 3 goats in a windowless cot under a thatched roof where 2 paths cross. Brampton John is pleased to be recalled to Sir John's service, having had enough of the farming life for the summer, and they celebrate with a pot of his mother's ale. "Why don't you put some windows in here?" Thomas asks, coughing from the smoky interior of Brampton John's cot. "Windows? What for?" "So you can see." "Windows won't help. Even if I was ever in here when there's daylight, which I'm not, the last thing I want to see is that bloody field. Spent all my time there digging, sowing, cutting." The next morning they go north to find little John Willingham. "You'll not guess who I saw the other day," Little John says as they begin walking back towards Marton, bows over their shoulders. "Edmund Riven, the boy with the eye." He gestures to his right eyeball. "Son of that bastard that stole the castle from Sir John. And well, it wasn't me who saw him, it was my ma. Said he was there with 10 of his men, riding north they were. They stopped and bought ale and asked if she knew anyone in the 100, and when she says she did by sight, they asks if she'd seen any strangers hereabouts, particularly a girl. She says no, and then they asks who owns the land. She told them to clear off, as they should know perfectly well who owned it, seeing as how they'd been living on it for the last year or so. And they rode north, up towards Gainsborough, with a baggage wagon. Only reason she didn't shut the door in their faces is she wanted to sell them her rotten old ale. Disgusting stuff." Thomas means to remind Little John to tell Richard or Sir John what his mother has seen, but when they reach Marton Hall, a cart and 2 oxen stand in the yard, and Geoffrey and Richard and Brampton John are carrying Sir John down the stairs on his mattress. Thomas and Katherine hurry to help them lay the old man in the bed of the cart, while Fournier watches, a cup of wine in his hand, and Goodwife Popham fusses. "How long will you be?" she asks. Richard shrugs. No one has any idea. Goodbyes are said, and the carter cracks his switch, and the beasts take the strain. "Thank God for that," Walter says, hauling himself up in his saddle. "Spent far too long here, hanging about, doing nothing, getting fat." Thomas shares Walter's feelings, Katherine knows. "Is it wise to leave Fournier there, though?" she asks. "He'll drink every last drop of wine and all the ale." She is sitting up next to Geoffrey in the cart. The others follow behind, Walter on the pony. Thomas and Richard are on their horses, the reins slack in their fingers. They pass through Lincoln, where the stationer has moved his stall, and then down the hill past the Pardoner's old house. Thomas looks up and fancies he sees a movement at the window and imagines the widow standing there in silence, watching. As they travel south, they collect more news of Richard of York's progress through England. They hear that his wife, the Duchess of York, has travelled from London to meet him in a litter hung with blue velvet drapes and drawn by 4 pairs of white horses. The next day it is 5 pairs and curtains of cloth of gold. Whatever the slight variation in detail, it looks as if the stationer heard correctly. Richard, Duke of York, is coming south in royal dignity. Sir John is troubled. "It changes everything," he says. "Up until now we've been fighting to rid ourselves of the blood-sucking leeches that hang around the court, the sort of men who let us down in France. Men like Buckingham and Somerset, men like goddamn Giles Riven, thieves, murderers, swindlers and the like. We were trying to restore good governance and the rule of law, weren't we? So that a man might walk the roads without fear of being robbed, or that he might go to law without the fear of being manhandled by his opponents, or that he might leave his own household to go over the sea to fight for his bloody country and come back to find it still his." "And we were right to do so," Richard says. "Everyone can see the country was in a parlous state and that the wars in France have ended in defeat and shame." Yes, Sir John agrees, flapping his hand. "But that's all changed now, don't you see? If what we hear about York is right, it will seem that we have been fighting to get rid of the king, to depose him and replace him with the Duke of York. I did not answer Fauconberg's call to do that, and I do not imagine that many others did either." He shakes his head. "Worst of it is that it has come as a rallying cry to the lords in the north. We've had a peaceful summer of it, haven't we? Fixed the roof, got the harvest in, got a few girls pregnant too, I dare say. But that's only because young Warwick knows he hasn't the power to interfere with what goes on up north, so he hasn't tried. He's been in Calais for the love of all that's holy, and that suited all those northern bastards, begging your pardon, Thomas. They don't mind one way or another what Warwick does in Kent and London, so long as he doesn't bother them. But now York arrives and he wants to be king, they'll be up in arms." Richard looks thoughtful. They travel on. "Do you suppose," he says at length, "that Riven has heard the news?" "About York, of course. I wonder what he will make of it." It is Sir John's turn to look thoughtful. "He will weigh up where his advantage lies," he eventually says, "and jump accordingly." Richard nods. "As should we, surely." Sir John looks at his son for a long moment, then shoos a fly from his face and turns away. The road is crowded with carts banked with produce for the London markets, and the word of the Duke of York's coming passes up and down between travellers, and with each telling it is given a new twist, so that by the time they enter London through Bishopsgate just before curfew on the evening of their 4th day on the road, they don't know whether they'll find the city in flames or with celebratory wine flowing in her fountains. In the event, the city seems to be in the same quandary. It is tensed for something, but no one seems to know what. They pass through all the tenter frames and the washing pots on the greens by the roadside, and they find space for the cart and horses in the yard of the Bull Inn, where the ostler, a fat man with a stained leather apron, tells them the Duke of York is in Abingdon, 2 days' march from Westminster, and that he has trumpeters to sound fanfares wherever he goes. When Thomas relates this to Sir John, he groans. "To think of all the trouble taken after Northampton," he says. "How we let everyone know the king is still the king, how we bent our necks and renewed our oaths of allegiance, and now this." It is to get worse. After a night tormented by the inn's sour beer and then fleas in the straw, the next day they hear from a cookshop owner who'd heard it from a boatman who'd just come from Westminster that all the talk there is of the Duke of York marching with 800 men under the banner of the Royal Arms of England, undifferenced by the strap of white that had marked his own banner from that of the king. "That's it," the cookshop owner says. "When they find out he wants to be king, we'll have those northern bastards rampaging down here again before St. Martin's, pissed as voles, nicking everything they can get their bloody hands on." They return to the inn. "Our journey has been wasted before it has reached its point," Sir John admits. "The Duke won't spare the time to see us now, let alone hear our case." They order beer and drink it at the table by the fire. "Still," he goes on, "we've come this far. let us take a barge to the Palace of Westminster and see what there is to be seen. If nothing else, we will have something to talk about on the way home. Geoffrey, make sure the boys are cleaned up, will you? New livery coats and as much plate as we possess, shared out so that we look the part, eh? After the Battle of Northampton, when the Earl of March had awarded Thomas the Earl of Shrewsbury's armour, Thomas had sold it to Richard, and the price had included Richard's old cuisses, greaves, and sabatons, and these he now straps on, covering his legs from toe to thigh. Thomas cannot help smiling at the sight of his legs encased in steel, the neat rows of bands that taper across each foot to form a point over his toes. They are almost tolerable to walk in. After hearing Mass in St. Botolph's, next to the priory opposite, Geoffrey hires a litter to carry Sir John down to the bridge, 5 archers ahead, 5 behind. Katherine runs alongside, her cap pulled low to hide her ear. They find a barge willing to take them up to Westminster and climb aboard and spread themselves out on the broad planks that span the boat, and they prop their weapons on the gunwale. The oarsmen, half naked and too old for this sort of thing, take up their oars, and the master hauls up his patched ochre sail and sets the craft out into the middle of the river. There is a light breeze. The sun comes out. The water is green. Thomas and Katherine sit together on the last thwart in the stern and stare back through the arches under the bridge where the water roars to where the tower's battlements are softened by coal smoke. The oarsmen row against the current up past the wharves, each one backed by a church or a priory or a friary, and Thomas cannot help but recall the pardoner's words. The church is indeed rich. They row past the square bulk of Baynard's castle, dour and uninviting, its watergate firmly boarded, and then on past the city walls, following the river as it meanders past Charing, until before them stands the King's Palace and St. Stephen's Chapel at Westminster. Busy day, the barge's pilot grunts. The oarsmen lean on their oars and take them upriver while they wait for space on the jetty. A barge pulls away, then another, both heading downstream to London. Thomas thinks he recognises the white-haired old man in the first one, grandly turned out, with a small retinue in red livery. Is it the Earl of Salisbury, Warwick's father? Eventually ropes are tossed out and they make fast. Richard speaks to the guards and assures them of their bona fides, while Thomas and Geoffrey help Sir John up over the side of the barge and then set him on the shore with tears of pain in his eyes. That bastard Fournier, he murmurs. A fee of 2 marks, and he's only made it worse. May the saints be my witness. And I feel as weak as a kitten. Here, help me, Thomas, will you? Thomas takes one arm over his shoulder, Geoffrey the other. Not very dignified, but by Christ. Richard leads them hobbling through the gate and into a courtyard. The palace is an intricate maze of buildings and precincts dominated by a bluff stone chapel, and at every gate are more of York's men, road-stained and bristling with spears and axes and swords, as if on the field of battle rather than in a royal palace. They regard the red liveries of Sir John's men with suspicion, but there are only 10 of them, and at length they are let through to the new palace yard, where another mob mills around the doorway to the hall. On the steps there is some confusion among the royal heralds in their quartered livery coats, and there is trouble in the offing. As they approach, William Hastings emerges from the throng. His face is pale with fatigue, and there is a long stain on the sleeve of his blue-vented jacket, but he is pleased to see them. "Day to you, sir," Sir John calls. "I'd shake your hand, but I am encumbered, as you see. Perhaps you will shake the hand of my man here, Thomas." "I'd be glad to shake such a hand," Hastings says, removing his hat and taking Thomas's hand, then the others in turn. "I'm sorry to see you in pain, Sir John, but it pleases me to see you here. We are in need of cool heads." "When did the Duke arrive?" "A short while back. And look, there are his heralds now. Did you ever see such a thing?" Hastings laughs. The heralds are pushing and shoving one another, one side belonging to King Henry, the other to Richard of York. They are indistinguishable except that the Duke of York's herald's coats are the brighter for being the newer. It strikes Thomas that these men reflect what is happening across the country, and that if somehow the strife could be confined to these fellows, then much blood might yet go unspilled. He puts the thought aside. "So is it true?" Sir John says. "We heard rumours, but hoped them baseless." "It is true, sad to say. My lord the Duke of York arrived with these fools sounding their clarions as if to wake the dead. Then he marched into the hall with his sword held upright before him, his men wearing the royal coat of arms, and he clapped his hand on the throne as if it were his. He turned to the lords expecting a cheer, but, how could they? They renewed their vows to King Henry only months ago. And anyway, besides..." Hastings wrinkles his nose. "Dear God," Sir John says. "He has been in Ireland too long. He has caught some native malaise. That is the only answer." Hastings laughs. "At any rate, he has gone to find King Henry. I should love to hear what they have to say to one another." "And what of the Earl of Warwick?" Sir John asks. "What has he to say on the matter?" Hastings' eyebrows shoot up. "Nothing yet," he says. "He is expected this evening." It is now late afternoon, and men are leaving the courtyard in clusters, wrapping their cloaks about them and hurrying down to their barges to be taken back to the city, or out through the gates to the road that leads back through Newgate. The Duke of York's men are left in the fading light looking ill at ease and out of place. It is impossible to know what they've been told to expect, but surely, Thomas thinks, it cannot have been this curious anti-climax. "We should go and find him," Richard says. "Appeal for his jurisdiction against Riven." "Find who?" Sir John asks. "The Duke of York." Sir John turns on him. "Have you lost your wits, my boy?" he asks. "Not at all," Richard says. "If we appeal to him now, he will think we do so because we believe he is the king. He will be flattered. He'll look favourably on us." Sir John is taken aback. There is a pause. Then Hastings nods. "It makes sense." "Well, I suppose we can but try," Sir John admits. "Quite," Hastings adds. "What's the worst he can say? And I'll come with you if I may. We share a great-grandmother, the Duke and I." They look at him afresh. "Philippa of Clarence," he says, as if it is amusing. "Daughter of Lionel, son to King Edward III. From there we part company, though. This way." They leave the others in the courtyard and pass through a gateway into the palace courtyard, where the concentration of the Duke of York's troops becomes only denser, and here they see that Richard is not the only man to have had the idea of seeking an interview with their commander. The stairs leading up to his apartments are choked with men waiting for the self-same thing. "It'll be a long wait," Hastings supposes. They stand on the twisting stone steps for more than an hour, unable to proceed upwards, and soon unable to reverse, thanks to the press of those who've come after them. Sir John begins to flag. Thomas passes him a wineskin. Candles are lit. They can smell the kitchen fires. At last they arrive on a landing. Here are the tapestries depicting Judgment Day and some scenes from the life of Solomon and Nebuchadnezzar. Beyond a barrier of 5 more guards, across the doorway, is a clear corridor, and beyond that, a solar, in which Thomas can see more men in the light of a fire. Stewards in plain cloth pass by, bearing trays of fragrant pies and ewers of wine. Thomas's mouth waters. None of them have eaten since the morning, and to think of pigeon pie and a jug of ale is to think of heaven. He is regretting wearing the plate on his legs. But then there is a disturbance behind them. There is a surge. Men are shouting on the stairs. A punch is thrown. They are shunted against the 5 guards. Thomas is nose to nose with a bearded captain of foot in a breastplate and helmet. "For the love of God, step back," he says. "Can't you see he's wounded?" The guard looks at Sir John. "All right, let him through. You're not to go into the solar, though. Stand to one side." The guards let them through. They carry Sir John down the short, gloomy corridor and into the hall. It is crowded with men, but instantly Thomas's eye is drawn to Edward of March, who stands staring into the fire with a cup of wine in one hand, gently scratching his cheek with the long fingers of his other. He is apparently listening to a man dressed in blue, but his attention is elsewhere, and just then a disturbance reaches the landing behind them, and March looks up at the noise and catches sight of Hastings. "William," he calls, summoning him over. Come in, come in. I commend myself to you, but for the love of all that's holy, how do you find yourself here? They kiss one another. March is taller than Hastings, but not by much, and Thomas wonders if he can see the common ancestor in their faces. No, March is wearing a flamboyant green velvet jacket with vast shoulders tapering to his waist, cut short to expose his buttocks and the messy bulge of his cock and balls. The toes of his leather boots are extravagantly pointed. I'm here to beg the indulgence of a word with your good father, Hastings tells March. March's eye settles on Sir John and then flicks to Thomas. By God, you again! Thomas something, a saviour of Newnham and slayer of my lord the Earl of Shrewsbury. Thomas bows his head. My lord, he says, our paths seem entwined, and every time you are near me, something beneficial comes my way. I hope to God you bring good luck tonight, for I believe we'll need it. Is that my cousin I hear coming? They turn and see that the disturbance on the steps was the arrival of the Earl of Warwick. Oh, saints above, March murmurs. Did you ever see a man so enraged? All talk falters, and the room seems to draw breath as Warwick stalks into the solar. He pauses, his face pinched. He is looking for someone, and everyone knows whom. A path seems to open up between him and the Duke of York, who is leaning against a sideboard with a cup of wine in his hand. He is pretending he has not noticed Warwick and is talking too animatedly to a youth with long blonde hair spilling from under a dark cap. The Duke of York is a head shorter than his son, the Earl of March, and older than Thomas had supposed, about 50 perhaps, with a thin grey beard and a slight and shrunken body. No one is deceived by his show of nonchalance, especially not Warwick, who now strides towards him as if he means to strike him. By what right do you choose now to claim the crown of England? Warwick demands. He raises his voice, broadcasting his fury. The Duke of York turns and affects to notice him. My Lord of Warwick, he says, as if pleased to see him. His lips are very red and wet, and he licks them, but he does not have the stomach to lean forward and kiss Warwick as he might have in other circumstances. I demand an answer, Warwick continues. By what right do you now claim the throne of England? The Duke of York hesitates, glances at the blonde boy, and then finds his voice. I am Richard, Duke of York, he says. I am son to Anne, who was daughter of Roger Mortimer, Earl of March, who was son and heir to Philippa, who in turn was daughter and heir to Lionel, the third but second surviving son of King Edward III. It is a rehearsed speech that becomes steadily more fluent. Through this line I claim the right, title, royal dignity and estate of the crowns of the realms of England and France and the lordship of Ireland by right, law and custom, before any issue of John of Gaunt, the fourth son of the same King Edward. Warwick stares at him. This I know, he says. This we all know. What I do not understand is why you make the claim now. It is my right, York replies. I have set it aside till now, but it has not died. It has not rotted away. Can you not see that we all love our King Henry? Warwick goes on, raising his voice again for all to hear, and that none of the lords or the people of this country wish him any harm. The Duke's eyes bulge and glisten like polished glass. The blonde boy steps forward and addresses Warwick with a misplaced wave of his hand. Fair cousin, he says, don't be angry. You know that it is our right to have the crown. It belongs to my father here, and he will have it, whatever anyone may say. Warwick stares at the boy. Thomas thinks he might even kill him. Oh, Lord, my brother Rutland, March breathes. He hurries forward, his large feet making the fresh reeds squeak, and steps between Warwick and Rutland. He puts his hand on his brother's shoulder. Brother, he says, don't say another word. Rutland starts, looks up at March and flushes. He is so young, too young to know what he is doing. March turns and puts an arm across Warwick's shoulder and guides him away and towards the door. Warwick is stiff-backed with anger, his face blotched, and March soothes him in a low voice, urging some future plan, perhaps, as he guides him back through the throng and out onto the corridor. The Duke of York turns back to Rutland and continues talking as if nothing has happened, but even Thomas can see his hands are trembling, and his brittle smile reveals 2 crooked front teeth. After a moment, the Duke and Rutland leave the room, and as they go, the murmur of conversation flares behind them. "Well," Hastings says after a moment, "that went as well as anyone could hope." He taps his front teeth with his forefinger, and it is hard to know if he is joking or not. They spend that first week in London at the Bull Inn on Bishopsgate, and every morning they hear Mass at a different chapel before taking a barge to Westminster to attempt an audience with the Duke of York. Every evening they return unsuccessful. By the 3rd day, Thomas stops bothering with his leg armour, and by the 5th they are all bored. Sir John and Richard may discuss the events of state as they unfold, but Thomas knows they have no power to influence them, and so they too are condemned to sit idle. Nor does he see William Hastings again, though other lords come and go and meet for long hours in Westminster Hall, each bringing with them their retinues of liveried men who play dice, practice their drills, and drink ale to while away the time. "It all hinges on whether the right to the crown can pass through a woman," Sir John is saying. "If it can, then the Duke of York's claim is superior to the King's, even though the King's father and his father's father sat on the throne before him." "Of course it shouldn't pass through a bloody woman," Walter offers. "But why not?" Sir John counters in the spirit of discussion. "Why not? Because women are women." "But look at the Earl of Warwick. How did he become the Earl of Warwick? He married Anne Beauchamp, Countess of Warwick, so he got the title and the estates through his wife. Why shouldn't the crown pass so?" "Because it's the crown," Walter says. "Well, there you have it," Sir John says. "I don't suppose the lords are arguing it any more clearly in there." He gestures to the hall. "But it is a shame," he goes on, "because on this question men will lose their lives. Lost 'em before, will lose 'em still." Sir John sighs. "Thank you, Walter. Of course that's true, but this will divide families, brother against brother, father against son, that sort of thing. I hope it does not, of course, but whether or not a man has the right to call himself King of England raises dangerous passions that can only lead to more blood being shed." The discussion rumbles on all morning until Katherine can stand it no longer. "I think I'll take a walk," she says. Thomas joins her. The others stay in the square where Sir John labours his point again and again. "Sir John seems better," Thomas says. "Only because he is out of range of Fournier," she snorts. Beyond the abbey walls, they find a stationer selling a poor selection of books, some of them unbound. These are of little interest to Thomas, but Katherine likes them. "It is as if their author will return at any moment to take up his reed and continue the conversation," she says. Not all the books are religious tracts. "What is that one there?" she asks, pointing. It is a series of folded sheets, roughly hacked at the edges, bound with strips of cloth the colour of shoe soles. Thomas unties the cord and opens it, watched by the stationer. It smells of must. "Saints," Katherine says. On the very first spread of pages is a startling picture of a man in robes with his finger inserted in another man's anus. "It's a treatise on fistulae," Thomas reads aloud, "by a man named John Ardern. He is a barber surgeon of London, it says." They study the picture. There are more besides, each as peculiar and gruesome as the first. Thomas flushes. "So a fistula can be cured?" she asks. "I think so," Thomas says, reading on a little, "though I should not like to see it done." Katherine takes the parchment from him. Over her shoulder, he sees there are many illustrations, including one of an owl. A shadow of doubt crosses his mind. Whoever has drawn the bird has obviously never seen one in real life and has drawn a duck with claws and a pointed beak. Elsewhere are pictures of plants that might be used in cures, and a picture of a zodiac man, suggesting propitious times to cut into particular parts of the body, and a wounded man too, showing the sorts of injuries that might occur in war. "I wonder if Fournier has seen this," Katherine asks. "When was it written?" "It says in the year of our Lord 1376. Nearly 100 years ago. Even Fournier must have had time to hear of it then. We should buy it. How much is it? The stationer names his price, and without demur, Thomas reaches for his purse. Katherine beats the man down to half. As Thomas pays the stationer, the old man hands her the parcel. You bargain like a Jew, he says with a smile. Or a woman. She says nothing, but takes the parcel and turns. Thank you, Thomas, she says, as they walk through the Abbey yard. Thomas is struck with an idea. Perhaps, though, we might use it to start your lessons in reading, he asks. Lessons in reading? Yes. Why not? It would help pass the time, I suppose. So they sit against a wall, shoulder to shoulder, and he begins to coach her in the art of letters. A treatise extracte of Maestre John Arden of Fistula in anno, he reads aloud, his finger following the line, and of fistula in other places of the body, and of apostemes making fistulas, and of hemorrhoids and tenasmon, and of clysters, of certain ointments, poudres, and oils. They look at one another. A difficult text to start with, he admits, but it is what we have, so... By the end of the second week, Katherine is beginning to read, with her finger under each letter of each word, but in the process she has acquired an intellectual grasp not only of the process of John Arden's operation for the removal or cure of fistulae, but also his various salves and ointments that make use of hedgerow plants such as hemlock and henbane, and his various theories about cleanliness in the surgery. For all that time, Sir John waits patiently, unsuccessfully, for an audience with the Duke, but it is as Katherine is finishing reading Arden's pages for the second time, beginning to enjoy his lively turn of phrase and his light-hearted boasting, that the Lords finally reach their decision in the matter of the Duke of York and his claim to the throne of England, France, and Ireland. Over the weeks, the question has been passed to and fro between the justices, the sergeants at law, and the royal attorneys. They are serious men in black fur-lined coats, and each has taken his turn to wash his hands of the problem. It is for the Lords to determine, they say, and so in the absence of a clear answer, the Lords opt for a compromise that serves all in part and none in whole. The King will remain the King, they say, but the Duke of York now becomes his heir. But the Duke is 10 years older than the King, Sir John says. He is sure to die first. Why ever would he agree? And why would the King agree to disinherit his own son? Richard asks. If indeed he is his own son, Sir John counters. A rumour has been circulating in the palace yard that the Queen's son is not the King's son, and that the boy was begotten while the King was indisposed. The rumour, swapped once, twice, 3 times, hardens into fact. The Queen's son is not the King's son. Some even say the Duke of Somerset is the real father. Only Katherine asks how the Queen might react to hear of her son disinherited and called a bastard. She will not be best pleased, Sir John admits. So this settlement has solved nothing? Katherine says. There is a long pause. No. So the Queen will come south with her army again? She continues. Again there is a pause. Finally, probably. Chapter 22. Thomas and Katherine follow Sir John and Richard out through Bishopsgate the next morning, and they are not alone on the road. The news of the settlement has spread fast, and it seems the whole country is taking stock and getting ready for what might come. Armoured men ride in packs, returning to their estates, while friars and messengers hurry in both directions. Sir John, who has been enlivened by their time in London, now suffers a reverse. He can no longer sit on his trunk, but lies slumped in the hay in the back of the cart as they follow the road up towards Stamford. Near Ancaster there is a turning on the road that leads towards Cornford Castle, and as they pass, all look down its hedge-crowded length. I wonder what he's up to, Richard says. I half expected to see him in Westminster. Little John Willingham pipes up with the story of his mother selling Edmund Riven ale, of his questions about a girl, and how he'd been heading north with 10 spears. Sir John is asleep at last, but Richard listens. "Could mean anything," he says at length, "or nothing." When they get to Marton Hall, Fournier is still there, still at the table, though his boy and his guard have apparently taken his horses and deserted him. Goodwife Popham says he has been drunk by 11 every morning and asleep in his dinner by midday. Sir John pales when he sees him. "Why, Master Fournier, good day to you." "And good day to you, Sir John. You do not look to have flourished since our last meeting. It is as well that I delayed my departure so that we may cut you once more tomorrow and restore the balance of your humours." Richard and Geoffrey help Sir John up to his room, leaving Thomas and Katherine and the others to their supper. "Master Fournier," Katherine calls down the length of the table, "are you familiar with the name John Ardern?" The physician, who has picked up his cup, pauses. "John Ardern? Why, yes, a surgeon of the last century. A great talent with the knife, but the possessor of dangerous and ungodly theories concerning the production of the laudable pus. Was he not an expert at curing fistulae?" Katherine goes on. Fournier takes a long drink and stares at her over his cup. He puts it down and dries his lips. "He had some small success," he allows, "but the intervention, well, it is highly dangerous. I would not advise it. And do you know that Ardern ignored the need for cautery or purgatives? He recommended a clean sponge pressed against a wound to stop the flow of blood, and thereafter nothing but bandages, changed only when dirty, and the wound kept dry. Madness." "You know of his cure for fistulae, then?" "Of course. Whatever do you take me for?" "I had you as a barber, a cutter of hair." She does not add a drunk. All talk has silenced at the table. "You doubt my skill to carry out such an operation?" Katherine chooses her words carefully. "I do not doubt your skill, only your courage." Fournier puts down his cup. He is thinking hard. "It is not so serious a fistula," he says, as if to himself, "and there is only one of them. I have the tools required for the operation in my pack." For a moment it seems to Katherine that Fournier will conduct the operation. "But no," he says, "I have none of the notes I need, nor sufficient recall of the details of the procedure." He returns to his drink with relief. "We have his instructions here," Katherine says. She nods to Thomas, who fishes the manuscript out of the pardoner's pack. He is about to pass them along the table, then sees the greasy thumbs that might mark the pages, and so he gets up and delivers them to the physician himself. Fournier looks at them, casually at first, but then a frown gathers. "Now you have no excuse," Katherine says. Fournier does not look up. He turns a page, folding it carefully. After a long moment, he closes it. His gaze flicks around the hall, as if anxious not to settle on one thing too long, before settling on the door. "It is a pity," he says. "I should have done the operation first thing in the morning, save that the moon is in Libra, and astrologers agree no operation ought to be undertaken while the moon is in the sign governing the part of the body to be operated upon. The stars are powerful forces in our fates." "Yet you said you would bleed him tomorrow," Katherine interrupts. Fournier's dark eyes deepen in his head. "Very well," he concedes. "I shall conduct the operation tomorrow, first thing in the morning." He drains his cup and bangs it down for a refill. The next morning, he is gone. "At least he didn't charge for the bloodletting," Geoffrey says, before they discover he has taken a silver cup in lieu. "I had a dream in the night," Katherine tells Thomas later. "I dreamed that it was me who cut Sir John. I cut out his fistula, and as a reward he gave me his cushion. For some reason I was pleased with it." Thomas narrows his eyes. You don't mean to do it yourself. Fournier said it is a dangerous operation. She shakes her head. It is no more dangerous than any other, no more so than cutting the arrow out of Richard. And I would if I had the instruments. I feel I know it off by heart now. Thomas sighs. We should find you something else to read, he says. Katherine laughs and is about to go when Goodwife Popham comes down the stairs from Sir John's chamber. She is carrying a leather bag. Surgeon's gone and left his instruments, she says. Thomas turns to Katherine. He is staring at her, alarmed. It is God's will, then, he says, very quietly, and she can see he wishes it were not. Goodwife Popham hands Katherine the bag as if it is hers by right, and as she takes it, Katherine feels her chest flutter. Her whole body is trembling. Perhaps it really is God's will. There is a chance Sir John will not let me do it, she says. Do you really want to do it? Thomas asks. I want him to be well again. I want to see him walk. But to cut him, Thomas exhales. When I took the arrow from Richard, it was as if I had a power, she tells him. As if I knew what to do. I feel the same now. Thomas nods, accepting her word, and together they climb the stairs and peer in through the curtains around Sir John's big bed. Richard is awake. His father sleeps. The dogs are muddy-pawed. He hasn't stirred all night, Richard says, and now I hear Fournier has skipped off. Katherine nods. Richard, she says, do you trust me? What do you mean? She holds out the manuscript. Richard takes it and flinches. Dear God, he breathes. You can't mean to cut it out. Katherine nods. Richard turns to his father. Just then the old man twitches as if in pain, and a grimace tightens his face. Richard passes back the manuscript. Are you certain you can do it? He asks. It is more than removing an arrow, you know, more than binding a wound like Thomas's. I feel certain. I don't know why. Richard strokes the hair from his father's forehead. Leave me to think on it, he says. I will give you an answer soon. Katherine nods and leaves then. After breakfast, she follows the others to the butts behind the church, bringing the manuscript with her. They loose their arrows, sending the shafts thumping into the earth banks at the far end of the clearing. They knock and loose, an hour, 2 hours. By the end of it, Thomas is rubbing his shoulder, and they are all grimy with sweat. Let's do it again, Brampton John says. What's got into you? Just the thought of 20,000 northern bastards coming this way. I've got a wife now, you know. Have you? I thought it was your ma, Daffyd says, and for once a fight doesn't break out. Later, Richard comes down to the butts. He calls them away and into the church. They leave their bows at the door and assemble in the nave. I've paid the priest to say mass. To what end? Walter asks. Kit is going to cut open my father's fistula. Daffyd opens his mouth to swear, but realises he is in the house of God. In the dappled light from the glass window, their faces are discoloured, and Katherine feels a distance yawn between herself and the others, as if she is becoming something different, something to be feared. The curious thing is that they look to Thomas for their lead. It is as if because he is Kit's friend, he has some special insight. He can do it, Thomas says with a shrug. Mass is swiftly delivered by a priest impatient to be elsewhere, but the prayers the men send up are heartfelt. Afterwards, they troop silently back through the village to the hall. The atmosphere seems to have thickened, and every movement, every gesture is charged with added significance, as before a punishment. Thomas, she says, will you pluck some hair from the tail of your horse, about 20 strands, perhaps, as long as you can find them, good and strong and not likely to break. She asks Goodwife Popham for some hot wine. We'll need plenty of it in a copper dish, as well as linen and candles and a flask of oil of roses, and the whites of 5 of your freshest eggs. Up in the bedchamber, Sir John is awake, but only just. His eyes are slots and his tongue is thick. With the treatise by her side, Katherine begins going through Fournier's instruments, picking out those she will need. She finds the Spongia somnifera soaked in the anaesthetic Fournier uses to stupefy his patients. There is an inch or so left in the flask, but is that a lot or not very much? She will have to wait to see how powerful it is. After a moment, Goodwife Popham brings a large copper dish of steaming red wine. Thomas shuffles in behind her with the horsehair. Behind him come Daffyd and Owen, then Black John, then all the others. Only Walter remains downstairs. "You can put the dish on the floor," Katherine tells Goodwife Popham, "and can you bring some blood-warm water in a ewer? And a dish of salt, and as many candles as you have, and, Geoffrey, will you get those damned dogs out of here?" While Geoffrey shoes the dogs, she curls the horsehair into the wine and places the instruments on them to hold them down. Then she dips the sponge into the flask. She has no idea what is in it, but the scent is heady, almost overpowering the sweet reek that rises from the sheets whenever Sir John moves. She places the sponge under his nose. He looks at her over it, his eyes like a pug's. "Courage," he whispers, placing a damp hand on her wrist. "Have courage, Kit. It is God's will, and he will be at your shoulder, guiding your hand." She nods. Sir John's pupils swell as the fumes take effect. Then the lids come down. His breathing eases. He begins to snore. Everyone relaxes. "Help me roll him, will you?" Richard and Geoffrey gently rock the old man around so that he lies face down on the side of the bed, his legs hanging over the edge with his knees among the rushes on the boards of the floor. His bulk is impressive. "Get a cushion, will you?" Katherine says. "One that is not too valuable. And some rags and warm water." Daffyd goes off in search and comes back with them and the ewer of blood-warm water. They slide the cushion under Sir John's knees and then swaddle them with rags. Katherine nods at Richard and he eases the blood-stained brays down past his father's thighs to reveal a pair of pink buttocks covered in a white furs. Just then he farts, a soft wheeze that ends in a rapid blurt. A splash of dark blood stains his pale calf. "You'll have to spread his legs," Katherine says. Geoffrey has finished lighting candles in lamps. He looks at Richard, who swallows. "All right," he says. Each bends to take one of Sir John's heavy thighs and they haul them apart. She can hear the gasps of the men behind her. Between Sir John's legs, just above the flopping sack of his testicles, is a dark wound the size of a thumbnail, weeping a pink-tinged, foul-smelling discharge. Buried under the powdery skin of his buttock, she can see a ribbed, slightly nubbled filament of scar tissue. That must be the fistula. Sir John moans. "Thomas," Katherine says, "be ready with the sponge, should he stir." Thomas climbs onto the bed from the other side, relieved not to have to watch. "Ardern recommends a clyster first," she says, talking mostly to herself. She takes the copper funnel from the dish of wine and holds it up. Under it hangs a dog-legged tube as thick as a thumb, the end of which is punctured with numerous small holes. She fills it, lets the wine run out into the dish, and then lets a thin line of the rose oil run over the funnel's end before, taking it gently in both hands, she coaxes it into Sir John's rectum. He stiffens. Thomas dips the sponge into the flask. "Wait," she says. "Not too much, not yet. It can't be good for him." Thomas nods. "Daffyd, pour the water in, will you? Steady, now." Daffyd steps forward and pours some from the ewer into the funnel. It gurgles down the tube. "Good," she says. "More." He pours more, and the water streams out onto the rushes below. She watches the dark head of the fistula bulge as if a worm were trying to escape the skin, and then the wound begins to weep a pale liquid. Small lumps of matter follow, and then uneven rivulets of bloody water dribble down his legs. When the flow slows, she removes the copper and more water rushes from his anus. Then she takes the probe. It is about 8 inches long, beaded at both ends, made of a fine, malleable silver. She shakes the wine from it and then mutters a paternoster before she slowly screws one blunt end into the mouth of the fistula. Again Sir John flinches, and Katherine nods at Thomas. He wafts the sponge under Sir John's nose. Katherine guides the probe along the canal of the fistula, forcing the corrupt flesh before it, feeling the soft give of rotten tissue until it meets a different sort of resistance, spongy and unyielding. The probe has travelled perhaps 3 inches, and she guesses it is now in Sir John's rectum. This is the thing she has been most anxious about, the actual slipping of the fingers into the anus. She dips her hand in the wine and then asks Richard to pour a few drops of oil of roses on her fingers. Then she guides them between the cleft of his spread buttocks and into the swirl of hair that marks his anus. It is startlingly hot, almost burning hot. She nearly pulls them out. She presses on, though. She slides her 2 fingers up to the second knuckle until she can feel the probe pressing through a hard puckering in the rectum wall. This must be the start of the fistula. Blood that is almost black oozes down between her fingers and snakes down her wrist. She puts her fingertips on the end of the probe and pushes from the other side until something gives, and she can feel the probe's nub against her fingertips. She breathes out. Then she takes hold of the probe and levers it down, bending it, running it against her fingers so that it pushes its way out of Sir John's anus with a gobbet of thickened blood and other corrupt matter. Sir John mews in his sleep. Thomas twitches the sponge towards him. Katherine shakes her head. She sits back and looks at what she has done. She shudders, wishes she could give up, wishes herself elsewhere, but now she has started. She twists a few strands of the horse's hair into a loop and wraps it around the bead at the end of the probe that remains sticking out of the fistula. Then she pinches the anus end of the probe and gently tugs it all the way through so that it takes with it the horse's tail hair, just as if she were making a stitch in the cheek of his buttock. She hears the men behind her leave the room one by one. The blood has drained from Richard's face, and Geoffrey is green. "No man should have to see his father like this," Richard says. Katherine, on her knees behind Sir John, has a far worse view. "No man should have to see anyone like this," she says. The smell of disease and corruption is powerful, and Katherine cannot stop herself softly gagging. She uses a rag to wipe the blood from around the old man's buttocks. His testicles are heavy, bald. The sack is like a pear, the skin walled. "What next, Thomas?" Despite having read Ardern's work 3 or 4 times, she cannot remember everything. "Knot the 2 ends of the ligature, then tighten them using the tendiculum so that you obtain a straight line between the fistula's opening and the anus." He coughs as he finishes. Katherine fiddles the horsehair over the brass screw on the tendiculum and attaches it to the other end. Then she winds it tight over its polished rosewood point. The hair bites into the inflamed, encrusted flesh around the puckered mouth of the fistula. She asks Geoffrey to come around and hold it still, while she finds the snouted needle about 1 foot long, with a groove running its length. She slips this into the hole, following the line of the horsehair. Blood and something else leak out and run onto her shoes. "Right," she says, "this is it. Thomas, be ready. Richard, can you bring that sponge? And Geoffrey, hold the candle steady." All 3 nod, Richard clutching a sponge stained red with wine, thickened by rose oil and egg albumen. "When I have made the cut," she says, "we must first mop the blood. We will need to clean the channel as far as possible. Then we must sit him up so that he presses down on the wound, and we must wake him and feed him meat and wine." Sir John is still snoring. Drool stains the sheet under his mouth. She feels in the dish of wine for the scalpel. It is bone-handled, beautifully made, the sharpest thing she has ever seen. She touches it to the needle and then slides its blunt edge into the groove. She gives Thomas a nod and then begins. Thomas reminds her to insert the cochlea. She stops, the cochlea, of course. She finds the little ivory spoon in the wine and inserts it carefully into Sir John's anus. She turns it and then takes the snouted needle and taps it against what she hopes is the cup of the spoon. This will stop her cutting too far, cutting into the rectum. She returns to the scalpel and nudges it towards the flesh. After a moment's hesitation, the skin splits. Blood wells into the cut. She slides the scalpel down, parting the skin and the layer of pale, waxy fat below. Blood fills the cup of her hand. She can see no detail of what she is cutting. The sponge, clean the blood away. Richard wipes it away and the wound is clear for a moment. She finishes the cut, feels the tap of the scalpel against the cochlea. The tendiculum comes free in her hand. The sponge. Richard applies the sponge, smearing the blood. Katherine drops the needle and the scalpel back in the wine. "Give me that," she says, and takes the sponge. She holds it against the wound, wiping away shreds of black, corrupted flesh, cleaning the scar of the fistula. She discards the old sponge and finds a fresh one to press against him. Sir John is twisting on the bed. "Quick," she says, "sit him up." She holds the sponge in place as the three men roll Sir John over and sit him up. His head lolls as if he is drunk. Thomas holds him. Sir John's face is very pale and she can feel his breath on her blood-damp hand. He is wheezing, but is still alive. For the moment, at any length. "Get his trunk," she says. "Put him on the bed and sit him against it." Richard and William lift the old chest onto the bed and set it behind Sir John. "How did it go, do you think?" Geoffrey asks. "The cutting was easy. Now is the hard part, to stop the bleeding and hope for no putrefaction. It is why I put all the instruments in hot wine." Geoffrey nods. "And what does that do?" "It is a good question." "I don't know," she answers. Geoffrey grunts. They wrap a blanket around Sir John and put his hat on his head so that he does not catch a chill. His eyelids are blue, his pouchy cheeks chalky, each bristle catching the candlelight. "Poor old bugger," Geoffrey says. Time passes. The shadows deepen. The dogs come back and are chased away. Sir John's breathing flutters. Katherine bites her lip. She can feel his heart beating and a surge of fear comes with every irregularity. "All right," she says. "Roll him back." They carefully let him down onto his back and then turn him. She dares not peel away the sponge, though she wants to. She stares at it. Though it glistens, nothing moves. She thinks the blood has stopped coming. "All right," she says. "Let's get him comfortable." When he is lying on his front, with his head canted to one side, the sheets pulled up to his ears and 2 blankets across his back and legs, she wipes her hands on a strip of linen. Goodwife Popham arrives with more candles, some wine and a cut of beef, and leaves them on a sideboard while Geoffrey gathers together the blood-soaked rushes. Neither can look at Katherine. "We'll have to watch him," she says. "Someone will have to be with him all the time now, and keep that sponge handy. The pain will be bad." "He can stand the pain," Richard says. He is staring down at his father with the linen bandages piled in his hands. "He's a tough old bird." Katherine nods. "Thank you for what you've done, kid," he says. "You are a natural leech. You should be out making your fortune instead of wasting your time here looking after us." "We'll see," she says. "If he can get through the next few days without putrefaction, then, well, we'll see." "You need a wash," Richard says, and nods at her legs. Her hose are sodden, baggy at the knee, heavy with the enema water and blood. She peels the wool from her thigh. Then she lets it go and tries to stifle her cry. "What's wrong?" Richard demands. "Nothing," she says, "nothing." She feels her face flame. The blood is not all Sir John's. Some of it is Katherine's. Her time has come to flower.
CD 9.
Chapter 23. The days pass slowly. To begin with, they take turns to sit with Sir John, wafting the soporific under his nose whenever he begins to twitch in his sleep, taking turns to lift his sheets and smell for the signs of putrefaction. On the fourth day, the soporific runs out, or he becomes immune to its effects and he begins to surface. He babbles and murmurs and flinches in his sleep like someone in the grip of a nightmare. Goodwife Popham brings a dwale of poppy seed, hemlock and henbane, lettuce heart and the root of a mandrake plant, bound together with the bile of the pig and sweetened with wine to mask its bitterness. It is an old recipe of her mother's, she tells them, and her mother's mother before her. To get Sir John to drink it, they use the same funnel with which Katherine gave him the enema, and afterwards he sleeps like a dead man. Katherine is there all the time, sleeping and eating on the bed next to him, only leaving to seek the privacy of the privy. Each time she leaves, Richard panics and tells her she should use the pot in the room. Each time she tells him that she has eaten or drunk something that has poisoned her guts, and she makes a joke of it. A week later, they can smell winter in the air. Martinmas has been and gone, the winter wheat is planted, the pigs slaughtered and singed. And now cold winds strip the last leaves from the trees. There are flurries of snow in the sky and skeins of geese wing south. Every face Thomas meets in the village is pinched and fearful. The winter dread is on them all. But a month passes, and it is almost Christmas before they receive the bad news from a travelling friar. King Henry's wife, whom the pardoner once called a she-wolf from France, is raising an army in Scotland, just as that cook-shop owner in London had foreseen, and the Duke of Somerset, her most powerful ally, is back in England, having been ejected from his castle at Guisnes. After Northampton, he had promised the Earl of Warwick he would never take up arms again, and yet now he is gathering his forces just across the river in Hull. The friar, a Dominican with a powerful thirst, has heard it said the Earls of Devon and Northumberland have joined him there, along with Lords Clifford and Dacre, with enough men to march on London. "They'll come down on you like locusts on fields of Egypt," the friar says, drinking deep. "They'll take everything they can, spoil what they cannot. I should be gone, were I you." His gaze rests on Goodwife Popham and on Liz until Geoffrey bundles him on his way. Afterwards, Thomas and the rest of the men spend their days in the butts, enduring rain and hail and sleet, sometimes snow, sending flights of arrows whipping into the leaden skies. "We'll never be able to stop 'em, you know," little John Willingham says. "There'll be too many of 'em. Our only hope is they pass us by." "They won't do that," Richard says. "We're 5 miles off the road from Hull to London. Our only hope is that Warwick sends an army up north." "Whatever happens, it won't be till spring anyway," Geoffrey reassures them. "No one puts an army into the field in the winter. Hardly enough food as it is, let alone to feed 10,000 archers." They walk back to the hall just as the sleet starts in again. "Never known worse weather," one says. "It's as if God means to flood us out." On the road they meet a messenger on a skinny, sway-backed horse coming the other way. He has been to the hall, he tells them, with a message from Lord Fauconberg. Sir John has been ordered to take 15 archers and 10 billmen and to proceed to Sandal Castle outside Wakefield. There he will find the Duke of York and the Earl of Salisbury, and he is to join with them to go north in answer to the threat posed by the army of the Queen and her magnates. "But it's Christmas in a week," Daffyd says. "No one fights during Christmas tide, not even the bloody Scots." When they reach the hall, Thomas drinks a mug of ale and goes up to see Katherine. Sir John is awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, his wasted legs hanging to the floor, loose skin hanging in swags from his old bones. Katherine looks exhausted, but happy, pleased with herself, even. "Thomas!" Sir John cries, "just in time to help an old man take his first steps in many a day." With Katherine taking his other arm, they support Sir John as he walks up and down his chamber 4 or 5 times. The old man tires quickly, but for the first time in years he walks with no pain. After a few moments' rest on the bed, he asks them to help him dress and take him downstairs. "Sick of this chamber," he says. "Sick of the bed, sick of the view, sick of those bloody dogs, to tell you the truth. Put me in front of the fire with some hot wine and a mutton pie, and God will reward you even if I do not." They take him down to the hall and help him to the table in front of the fire. "I feel a new man," he says. "I feel I can accomplish everything and anything. Within a week I shall be back in the saddle, I tell you. We shall ride to Sandal together." "So," Richard says, placing his cup on the table and swinging his long leg over the bench, "we have been summoned. Fauconberg wants us. Now we have to decide what we are going to do." Sir John looks pained, as if this is not the way he'd hoped to celebrate his return to the hall. "Do?" he asks. "Do while Riven remains in Warwick's favour," Richard answers. "I don't understand you, my boy." "It is only that while Riven is in Warwick's affinity and while we are too, there's no chance of asserting our right to Cornford, is there?" Sir John shakes his head sadly. "It certainly looks that way," he agrees. He glances at Thomas and Katherine standing there, and for a moment Thomas thinks he ought to excuse himself, but both have spent so long with Sir John and Richard in the solar upstairs, while the old man has been recovering, that there doesn't seem much point. Sir John gestures for him to pour themselves a drink and sit. "So we have 2 options," Richard says. "The first is to try to create a schism between Riven and the Earl of Warwick." Sir John nods. "How might we do that?" "It is difficult. We do not know enough about Riven's interests, where they might rub up against Warwick's. I do not think they have any neighbouring properties." Sir John tries to think of something. His brow creases. Eventually he shakes his head. "I cannot think of any way at all. Warwick has shown that he will forgive anyone anything if it suits his needs. The other option, then, is to take an arrow from Riven's bag." Sir John frowns. "What do you mean? Simply go in there and steal the castle, with 15 of us and a boy with half an ear?" "No," Richard says. "We change our allegiance. We do not march to Sandal, but instead we find the Duke of Somerset to join his affinity." There is silence at the table for a moment. The thought of joining Somerset is startling. Sir John is the most astonished. "And fight for him against Warwick and the Duke of York and old Fauconberg?" "Yes," Richard says. "So long as we support Warwick in power, we support Riven's occupation of Cornford." Now Sir John is pink with anger. "But I am indentured to serve my Lord Fauconberg," he tells them, "and through him the Earl of Warwick, or the Duke of York, or whomsoever Fauconberg pleases. God damn it, Richard! You can hardly have me change my allegiance." "Plenty of others have," Richard replies, raising his voice. "Rithin, for one, and Riven himself. He stood for Buckingham in the morning. By midday he was Warwick's man." Sir John bangs a fist on the table. A month ago the cups might have jumped, but now it's no more than a dusty pat. His fury is real, however. "Do not compare me to Riven," he barks. "Do not say I am like that." Richard sits back. "I am only suggesting options, Father," he says. "I was not accusing you of being a turncoat." "Good," Sir John says. "That avenue is closed to us, do you hear? Let there be more options that do not involve the sullying of the Fakenham name." There is a long silence. A log collapses, sending up sparks. "What of the daughter?" Katherine asks. They turn to her. She has proven her worth so often in the past that her counsel is taken as equal. "Which daughter?" Richard asks. "Lord Cornford's." "She is betrothed to that bastard son of Riven's, the one with the gammy eye." "How I pity her," Richard says. "Fournier says the wound will not stop weeping pus, and the smell of putrefaction is strong enough to curdle sheep's milk." Thomas cannot help but smile. Katherine avoids catching his eye. No one says anything for a moment. "But they are not yet married?" Katherine asks. "No," Sir John says, looking around for confirmation, his eyes narrowing. "We would have heard, surely." "But then," Richard says, "why hasn't he?" Sir John frowns. "I confess I have tried not to think about it since the summer," he says. "But it is a good question." "Can it be that he does not have her?" Richard asks. "He must do, surely. He is her guardian." "But he only came to that post after we came from Northampton, only 5 months ago. She might have slipped away in the meantime." Sir John nods. "And do you remember that story John Willingham was telling us?" Thomas ventures. "About his mother seeing the boy on his way north. He was looking for someone. I think it might even have been a girl." None can recall that detail of the story. "I thought you were telling me that Riven was moving north," Richard says. "But can it be that they were looking for Margaret?" No, it is too far-fetched." "But, all the same," Sir John says. "How old is she?" Katherine asks. There is another silence. Richard looks at his father. Sir John is hunched forward, his elbows on the table. He cups his beard in the palm of his hand. "I recall she was born on the Epiphany," he says. "I remember sending old Cornford a barrel of wine in commiseration she wasn't a boy, and then I heard the mother never recovered from the birth, and it didn't seem so funny." "When was that?" Richard asks. Sir John waves a hand. "It was the same year your mother died," he says. "Year of our Lord 46. A long silence follows. The darkness has deepened. The yellow light of the candle makes Sir John look biblical. One of the dogs starts in its sleep. "But that means she'll be 15 at her next birthday," Richard says, "in less than a month. She's Riven's ward until then, but he's cutting it fine, don't you think, if he's going to marry them against her will?" "It might not be against her will," Sir John points out. "She might have fallen for the boy. But how can she if Riven doesn't even know where she is?" "We can't be sure he doesn't. It is the only explanation." There is another of the long pauses. They can hear Liz Popham laughing through the window in the yard where John Willingham is juggling apples for her entertainment. She's been sewing patches on Geoffrey's coat, red with green thread. "But then if Riven doesn't know where she is," Katherine begins, "who does?" Sir John and Richard look at one another, as if realising something. "I don't know," Sir John says at last. "She was at Cornford's place in Wales before he was killed, but after that—" He shrugs. "But I was betrothed to her," Richard goes on. "Surely you should know where she was." "You were betrothed to her, Richard," Sir John says, patches of colour appearing on his cheeks. "And while you were betrothed to her, I knew where she was. Once I had been attainted and made a traitor, once I had been driven from my own house, my own estates, my own goddamn country, I had other matters on my mind, such as your welfare and the welfare of my men, the welfare of my people. Do you understand me?" Richard lifts a hand. It is not clear if it is an apology, but it calms Sir John. "Would Riven know of Cornforth's place in Wales?" Katherine asks. "Perhaps. The land came to Cornford through his wife, nothing but rough hill pasture to hear him talk of it, and full of violent Welshmen stealing each other's sheep and wives and confusing the two." Sir John laughs gently at his own joke. "Why did she stay down there, then?" Katherine goes on. "Why did he not bring her to live at Cornford?" "She was a sickly creature," Sir John says. "Something wrong with her chest, and Cornford was supposed to be too cold for her. It is draughty, that castle, and the east wind comes straight off the sea." Richard tuts, disapproving of someone so soft, but Sir John goes on. "Cornford never got over the death of his wife," he says. "Used to dote on the girl. He was like that. It was why I liked him. He was the only one who understood why I didn't send you off either, my boy. So before you start criticising, think on that." Richard raises his eyebrows but drops his gaze to his hands on the table. "I only met her once," Sir John goes on, When she was about 5 or 6, I suppose. The strangest accent you ever heard, like Daffyd and the other boy, Owen, is it? Probably had it beaten out of her by now, of course. Goodwife Popham comes in with an armful of logs. She drops them on the hearth and leaves the room again. So she might still be in Wales? Katherine asks. Thomas admires the way she can stick to a matter, to follow it to its heart. I suppose she might, Sir John agrees, which would explain why Riven hasn't found her. And she is Ravensward only until the Epiphany? Richard asks. After that she may do as she wishes. Sir John nods. A gleam appears in his eye. If my grasp of the law is correct, he says. So do we pray he doesn't find her before then, Katherine says, or is there a way we make sure he doesn't? Sir John scratches his cheek. Richard is looking at her intently. Ordinarily I would place my trust in God, Sir John starts, and hope for the best, but with men like Riven perhaps it is as well to look into the matter ourselves. But how do we find her? Richard asks. An idea strikes Thomas. Daffyd, he says. Daffyd used to serve Lord Cornford, didn't he? He told me he was at Ludford Bridge when Riven killed Cornford, and for want of anything else to do, he fell in with the next company in the line, which happened to be yours. There is a moment of silence. That's right, Richard says, half smiling at the memory. I remember. Couldn't understand a word he said at first, him or his brother. Still can't really, but they can both use a bow, so... So get him in here, will you, Thomas? Thomas finds Daffyd in the barn playing dice with Owen and 2 of the Johns. He comes reluctantly, having been enjoying a winning streak, but is happy to be reminded of home. Lovely place it is, he says, when he's given a drink and sits with them at the board. Always warm, as if the sea water's heated or something. Sir John looks at him sceptically. Did you serve Lord Cornford in his household? Daffyd scratches his head. Not likely, he says. Certainly, in his sleeveless jerkin and shaggy hair, he looks too wild to be invited inside. Do you remember Lord Cornford's daughter? Margaret. Never saw her. Heard all about her, though. Always ill, wasn't she? Gwen worked in the castle. Used to have to boil her water and so on. Gwen. My sister. Cornford had a castle in Wales, Richard asks. No, Daffyd says, as if Richard is a simpleton. Cornford had a hall up in the hills, didn't he? Well, it's his wife's, as a matter of fact. But whenever Cornford was away, he moved his household into the castle in Kidwelly, for safety's sake, like. Gwen worked for the Duns. Sir John is at a loss. What are the Duns? He asks. The Duns? You don't know the Duns? The Duns live in Penalt. Well, that's their house. Old John Dunn is constable of the castle. Proper castle, that one, Kidwelly. Towers and a drawbridge and everything. And that's where Margaret Cornford would be. Well, I don't know about that. She was when I left, at any rate. They all stare at him. Thomas almost laughs. So simple is the solution to their problem of Margaret Cornford's whereabouts. What? He asks. Sir John offers him another drink. So how far is this place, Kidwelly, from here? Richard asks after a moment. Daffyd looks into his drink for a moment, then looks up. I don't know, he says. Well, where is it? On the sea, near Carmarthen. Everyone looks blank. None of them have heard of Carmarthen. Where's that? Daffyd opens his mouth to say something. He thinks, then closes it again. He looks stricken. Dear God, he says to himself. I don't know. I don't know where it is. I don't even know how to get home. It's all right, Daffyd, Richard says. Someone will know. Someone in an inn, a friar, perhaps. Daffyd nods dumbly and gets to his feet. I'll just go and find Owen, he says, and he stumbles out, leaving the hall door open. Thomas closes it and comes to sit down again. We can't just send those two to look for her, can we? Sir John asks. Can we? Richard actually laughs. Those two, they'd never find her, and if they did, they wouldn't make it back here to tell us they had. We can send Thomas and Kit with him, Sir John suggests, and Walter, and maybe one or two of the others. But what of the summons to Sandal? Richard asks, still needing to be convinced. There will be no fighting until next year now, Sir John assures them. Eastertide at the earliest, so there's no point going to Sandal until then. All we'll do is sit around in that wretched keep, freezing to death if we don't starve, waiting for the spring to come. And in the company of Salisbury and York, Richard admits. Sir John shudders and turns to Katherine. Would you go to this Kidwelly? He asks. She is alarmed. If you think it would help, of course, she says. But what should we do if we find her? It is a good question. It is all a matter of judgment, Sir John says. If she is safe with these infamous duns of Daffids, then leave her be. But if you think there is a danger of, well, I'm not sure what, of Riven's men finding her, I suppose. If that should be the case, or she would take our help, then bring her back here. 5 of you should be enough. And if you leave after Childermass, you'll be back by Candlemas. Neat symmetry, that. And so it is agreed. They spend the next few days preparing for the journey, and on Adam and Eve Day, while Richard and Walter buy more horses from a dealer, Thomas and Katherine and the others make the journey into Lincoln to buy clothes from the tailor and fripperer, another bag of arrows, some new shoe leather. While repairs are being made to their boots, little John Willingham takes the others to an inn to celebrate the start of Christmas-tide. You'll never see him again, Thomas says as they part. I only hope they do not wag their mouths off, Katherine says. Imagine if Riven discovered what we are about and where we are going. He would not, surely. Katherine frowns and they walk on. A paradise play is being performed outside the cathedral, and they stop to watch and to ask around. How to get to Carmarthen? No one has heard of Carmarthen. Where is it near? Neither knows. Wales? Wales everyone knows, that way, to the west. Eventually they find a wool merchant who knows the country around Gloucester, where he says the best wool is to be found, and which lies that way. He knows of Wales, or at least the south of the country. The most direct route is along the Fosse Way, he tells them, in return for a jug of ale. From there you might press on down the road to Cirencester until you find the drover's route. That'll take you across the country to Gloucester. Or some leagues south of High Cross, and the road fords a river. Avon it is. Might hire a boat to take you to the port at Bristol. Thomas thanks the man, and by the time they have found Daffyd and the others, it is near dark, and the walk back to Marton involves numerous delays, as one after the other stops to relieve himself. Little John Willingham passes out, and there is only Thomas sober enough to carry him. When they reach the hall, they find a horse waiting to be unsaddled, and within, Fournier, returned, he says, to collect the instruments he'd carelessly left when called away so suddenly on his last visit. And his fee, of course, Katherine mutters. Fournier is surprised to hear they are setting out on a journey at this time of year, but is glad to catch them before they leave. Because I find myself witness to something of a minor miracle, he says from his usual place at the head of the table, a new boy behind his shoulder, a cup of hot wine in his hand. I find that Sir John is cured. He is talking loudly for show, and Thomas can see Katherine stiffen on the far side of the hall where she sits in the shadows. It is no miracle, she says, leaning forward into the light. No, an untrained boy with no experience conducting a complex and usually fatal procedure such as that? Come now, something must have guided your hand. What was it, the Holy Spirit? Fournier is sitting very still, and his boy is staring very hard at the back of his master's head. There is silence in the hall now, and every man leans in, each aware that something has been said. Richard throws a piece of bread on the table. "What talk is this, Master Fournier?" he says.
"I only say," Fournier replies, "that it is not possible for a mere boy to do what this one has done without some intervention. The only question that remains is whether the intervention is divine or diabolic."
Part 5. To Kidwelly Castle, Wales, January 1461.
Chapter 24. They leave at dawn on the day after Childermas. The sky above is a perfect scrim of pale cloud that promises snow, and under their horses' hooves the earth rings hollow. Sir John watches them go. "We shall miss you," he calls, and "we shall expect you back by Candlemas." By the time they are through the trees and have raised the spire of Lincoln, Katherine has lost all feeling in her fingers and toes. Dafydd rides alongside, smothered in his travelling cloak, with a baggy cat fur hat on his head. The only way of telling he is a living thing is the smudge of his breath. "East it's not snowing," he says, just as the first fat, wet flakes begin to swirl around them. They ride on, passing up through the grey stone city just as the cathedral bells ring out for sext. Walter leads the way on Richard's horse, Thomas behind on his palfrey, the other three on their ponies with their rough winter coats newly grown. Each man carries his pack and his bow. Walter has a sword, Thomas his poleaxe, Dafydd and Owen a 15-foot spear each. Katherine has a short sword in a leather scabbard, which she likes wearing. Sir John offered her a crossbow with a goat's foot winding mechanism, but she has rejected it. "You might need it more than me," she said, and he took it back and put it by the front door. "Just in case," he'd said with a laugh. They do not talk much, not even when they find the turning onto the Foss Way and set off down its length. Snow dusts the ridges far off to the north and west, but otherwise the road runs straight and level until they reach Newark, just as the gates are closing for the night. The captain of the watch lets them through and directs them to the Castle Inn, where there is a rabbit pie and ale around the fire. "Not much else I can serve you," the innkeeper tells them. "Duke of York's men took it all and paid me bugger all for the pleasure, a turd in his teeth." "Have they come through already?" Walter is surprised. "About 5,000 of them, heading north. Not all of them stayed here, but before that we had the Earl of Devon and his men, didn't we? It isn't Christian to be in the field this time of year." The next morning there is black pudding for breakfast and the unpopular parts of a pig, long pickled in brine. They linger in the warmth while Walter pays the innkeeper, and then it is out into the cold. The soldiers on the mill gate watch them pass without a word, and beyond, the landscape is softened by fog. "We'll ride into the sea before we know it," Dafydd complains. "Wonder what they're doing in Martin Hall right now," Thomas asks. "Probably sitting on their fat arses by the fire, getting through another gammon pie," Walter suggests. "Christ, I wish I was there. This horse is making me feel seasick, you know, like crossing the sea. How are you feeling, Kit? Not too cold?" It is interesting to see how Walter's tone has changed. He has become almost respectful, and she cannot decide if this change is since the operation on Sir John's fistula or since Fournier's accusation that she was in league with the devil and her reaction to it. She mutters something and huddles down into her cloak. The odd thing is that when she'd heard Fournier accuse her of sorcery, the blood had rushed to her face and she'd been at a loss for words. But then, when the pushing and shoving started and she found herself with a knife in her hand, it occurred to her that this is what she'd been waiting for ever since the operation, because it struck her, just as she pushed Fournier back off the bench, that she had been wondering the exact same thing herself. Thomas had pulled her off before she'd ever really been a threat to Fournier, and she'd been relieved, of course. She would not have wanted to kill a man, not even Fournier, but she is sure that in attacking him she'd done the right thing.
It had been an instinctive thing, a human thing. A witch would have waited, bided his time. A boy with a knife was something to which they could all relate, and it only increased their liking of her. They reach the city of Leicester that night and find boiled mutton at the inn, but the straw of the mattresses stinks as if someone has lain dead on it for a week or more, and the next morning they can't shake the smell from their clothes.
"Sorry about that,"
the innkeeper says, but gives them no explanation. They ride on, heading south and westwards. Jackdaws clack in the hawthorns, and there is an empty gibbet at a deserted crossroads. Owen lags behind, twisting in his saddle.
"What's up with him?"
Walter asks. "Think someone's following us," Daffod announces.
"Honestly?"
Daffod nods. "He's normally right," he says. Walter glances at Katherine.
"Reckon you can keep up if we're ride for it?"
She nods. They canter along the road and then pull their horses over a ditch and in between the trunks of a clutch of trees close to the roadside. Overhead, the branches knock and scrape and meltwater patters on their shoulders. They wait, leaning forward in their saddles, shivering while the horses steam. Nothing.
"You sure, Owen?"
Owen nods fiercely.
"Not just travellers?"
He shakes his head. They wait under the trees until the horses begin to shudder in the cold. Still nothing. After a long while, Walter tuts and forces his horse back over the ditch to rejoin the road. They go on, descending a slope, but still Owen keeps turning in his saddle. "Someone's still there," Daffod calls out.
"Kit," Walter says, "go back and have a look, will you? Welsh bastard's got me all spooked."
She drops back to the rear, but Owen's nerves are contagious, and she is frightened now, not wanting to drop too far back. She keeps up, touching the handle of the little sword. They ford one river, then another, and ride up the far bank, their horses scrabbling on the stones. Moments later, she hears something, and they both turn in their saddles. This time they are sure.
"There's someone there," she calls.
"Christ," is all Walter says. Again they stand up in their stirrups and force the horses to gallop. Katherine's pony, cold and wet and hungry for so long, is blown. She sees a priory ahead, and beyond a dark wood with some sour-looking yews.
"Under them,"
Walter calls, gesturing. They ride harder still for a few hundred paces, past the priory, then jump from their saddles and pull the horses under the straggling spread of branches.
"Keep going,"
Walter says. They push on through, weaving between the sweet-scented trunks until they are well off the road, sunk in the gloom. They hobble their horses and hurry back towards the road. Katherine leans against a rough-barked trunk and waits. She tries to think who might be following them, and can only think of one name. Beyond the priory is the long vista of dead straight road, deserted. The wind sough through the branches. One of the horses snorts, and they hear some movement. Katherine peers back, but can see nothing in the gloom. "Are the horses all right?" she asks. "Shh!" Walter hisses. She turns back and peers down the road. Her eyes begin conjuring shapes that cannot possibly be, and after a while she has to pinch the bridge of her nose and shake her head. Around her, the others are crouching behind the trees, pale faces tense, fingers clasping and unclasping their bows. Each has an arrow nocked. Time inches on. There is nothing. And yet. So they wait. Still nothing. In the end, they give up and gather themselves together and walk back to the horses. Katherine's pony lies on its side, its flanks unmoving. She cannot stop herself letting out a cry and running to him, but there is nothing to be done. Green-flecked drool coats his black lips, and though his eyes are open, they are sightless. She kneels and shakes her head. She cannot stop the tears. "These are graveyard trees, aren't they?" Daffod asks, looking up into the branches. "Supposed to be poisonous to cattle, like?" They look at the remaining horses out on the edge of the wood, pulling at the dead grasses under the hedge, then back at Katherine's horse, lying under the yews. She'd not even given it a name.
Only an horse, Kit,
Walter says.
Here, come on.
He helps her unload her pack, yanking the leather straps from under the dead weight of the horse.
You'll go with Thomas, then? He asks.
She nods, and he begins loading her pack onto the back of his saddle to spread the weight. Then they lead the 4 remaining horses back through the yew trees and over the ditch onto the road.
What shall we do? Daffod asks. Can't ride all that way with 5 on 4 horses, can we? Even with Kit so skinny.
We'll have to do as the wool merchant suggested, Thomas says. Take a boat down the river. Which river?
They look around.
We can ask at the priory.
But the prior won't open the beggar's gate, and one of the brothers shouts instead that they should ride on 3 more leagues, through a ford, and then, a little way downstream on the far bank, they will find a port. Why had no one told her about the poisonous trees? They ride up and over a hill, and as they are coming down the far slope, she hears something again. Owen stops and turns in his saddle. This time even Walter hears it. They all look at one another and then press on. It is getting darker and the temperature is dropping. Walls of ice are forming on the puddles. Katherine sits with her arms around Thomas's waist, and when no one is looking, she rests her head against his back. She closes her eyes. She could sleep if every time she tried she didn't see her dead pony. At length they find the river marked by willow trees, and hard by the ford a small hamlet gathered around a siding in the river. Tied at both ends to a mud-slicked platform of logs are 3 flat-bottomed boats, the same as those that ply the Trent behind the hall in Marton, carrying God knows what, where. A man comes out from one of the cots. He is holding a rusted kindling cleaver. Behind him is a sad-eyed boy with a long stick.
What do you want?
He asks. His voice is cracked with fear, and his eyes are perfect dark circles. Walter dismounts.
The prior sent us. He lies. We mean no harm. Just want to hire your boat if she'll float.
The man lets out a gust of relief.
She'll float all right, he says. But she might not be for hire. Depends where you want to go.
Walter looks around for some guidance. No one knows.
Kidwelly, Daffod says. Know where that is? Wales?
Wales? It's not going to get you there, is she?
They look at one another in consternation.
Why not?
Walter asks.
I'll take you to Stratford,
he says, putting the cleaver aside, but not so far aside that he cannot reach it. He has an accent like Geoffrey.
You can get a barge from there, downriver to Bristol, or Gloucester, last bridge on the Severn, or first, depending on how you look at it.
Can we stay the night? Katherine asks. Or is there an inn nearby? The man looks them over. What choice does he have? He gives them what little ale he has, and they share some pottage with him and his boy, and then they sit crammed together on the ground by the fire in his cottage, watching the smoke rise from damp logs until there's nothing left to burn. Behind them, the boatman's goat and dog stare at them, the dismal flame hardly reflected in their eyes.
You think someone's really following us?
Thomas asks in the darkness. Walter shrugs.
No, he says. Course not, why would they?
But although no one knows the answer to this, they do not believe him, and they sleep only fitfully that night, and in the morning there is a sour gruel flavoured by a badger's bone. The boat's ochre sails are gathered in sagging rolls on their booms, and there is an ankle-deep soup of leaves and river water in the bottom of each.
Not getting in there, Daffod says. Sink as soon as you look at it, that one.
But they force the horses up the gangplank and in with a barrage of hooves on the hull's thin boards. Ice slicks everything, and the boatman gives them each a long pole with which to push against the bank or the riverbed, and then he sets the sail just as the boy unhitches the aft rope and loops it in. Katherine catches Thomas's eye, knowing what he is thinking.
I half expect to see the giant appear, she says.
This time we're ready.
Thomas smiles, and he nods to where Owen sits with his bowstring knocked and a bag of arrows at his waist. The current takes them westwards,
After a while, Katherine sits in the bows of the boat and her thoughts turn to that evening with Fournier again. Once Thomas had calmed her down and taken the knife from her, she had left the hall and gone to sit in the yard with Liz Popham, who was having trouble trying to decide whom she should take as a husband, little John Willingham or John Brampton. Katherine had said nothing. She did not, still doesn't, suppose it mattered which one Liz chose, since both were so similar, but afterwards she spent an anxious night, unable to sleep for fear of what Fournier might do next. The next morning, Fournier had been up before first light. He'd collected his horse and his tools and had ridden south, pausing only by the gate to look back at her, and she had thought he was about to say something when Walter chased him away. "Good riddance," Walter had said. But what had he been about to say, and where was he going? As he'd hauled himself up into his saddle and turned his horse south, he'd sent her a particular knowing look. The only sound around them now is the dipping of the boy's paddle and the gurgle of the waters. "Still thinks someone's there, Owen does," Daffyd calls. "A boat?" "What?" Walter bellows. "For the love of Christ!" They gather in the stern and stare back along the river. Nothing. "Kit?" She can't see anything, but she trusts Owen, and as one they find their boat poles to send the boat surging forward, a shunt that makes the horses stagger. In a little while the horizon becomes dominated by the looming bulk of the bluff-walled castle, flags at every buttress, chimneys leaking coal smoke. "Warwick Castle," the boatman's boy tells them. They stop punting to stare up at the castle as they come under its walls, from the top of which men in helmets look down on them. Thomas stares open-mouthed, and even Walter seems impressed, but Owen is still studying the riverbanks in their wake. "Seen anything?" Katherine asks. He shakes his head. At Stratford, the boatman will go no farther, so they pay him off, and the next morning they find a larger barge, crewed by 3 men who will only leave their place by the fire in the hall of a riverside inn for such wages as make Walter hate them and admire them in equal parts. "What's your hurry?" one of them asks. "Just get on with it," Walter tells him. They load the horses and push themselves off through the river traffic. From here, the water becomes busier, with all manner of boats coming and going, sails set, men on the oars, rowing barrels and sacks, and more horses up and down the river. Again, Owen sits in the back with his bow across his knees. He'd have been easy to ignore if Daffyd hadn't kept glancing across at him. "What's he got? Some kind of magic sense or something?" Walter asks. "Never been wrong yet," Daffyd tells him. "But there are loads of boats following us," Walter cries. "Look, that one, with the patched sail, cows on board. They can't be following us, can they? Cows, ever think of that?" They stop in Tewkesbury that night, where they find an inn named after the bells that sound Compline from the square tower of the nearby abbey. While the others settle the horses, Katherine and Thomas linger by the dock, waiting in the shadow of some willow trees. There is nothing unusual to be seen, or at least that they notice. "I'll go upstream," Thomas says, and is gone for so long that Katherine thinks something has happened to him. He returns in the dark, having got lost in the woods. "I like this place," he says. The next morning they are up at cockcrow, loading the boat to the faint sound of plain chant from the abbey. Owen is back at the aft rail again, looking anxious. "For all that's holy," Walter cries, "no one could have followed us here." "Why not?" Katherine asks. Walter opens his mouth to say something harsh, but then closes it, looks aside. "It's that Welsh bastard," he mutters. "He should go and sit at the front of the bloody boat. At least that way we'd be able to have a kip." But all through the morning Walter keeps glancing back along the length of the river. At one point he frowns. "That sail there," he says, pointing to a green square in the distance. "Seen it before?" "Owen says it's been with us since Stratford," Katherine says, but no one replies. They're in the city of Gloucester by midday. "Straight on down to Bristol now," the captain tells them. The green-sailed ship is still with them, 5 or 6 bow-shots distance, never farther, never nearer. Katherine is still not sure. "Master," she asks at last, "do you know most of the ships on the river? What do you make of that one?" He stares back the boat, the winter sun catching on the bristles of his chin, as on snow. "Seen her before," he mutters, "from Stratford way. Can't think what he'd be doing down this way, though, lest she be taking some men somewhere in a rush." He looks straight at her, and she turns away. At Bristol they hug the eastern shore of the river as her 2 banks part, and they sail towards the setting sun until they swing into the mouth of another river and use the tide to take them up between some towering redstone cliffs. A while later they enter the reach under another battlemented castle where the dockside is filled with boats, more than they've ever seen in Boston or even Calais, perhaps. Some seem large enough to carry a church. The houses around them smack of the sort of wealth that only comes through the buying and selling of wool. Come on," the boatman calls as they unload the horses. "I want to be here when the tide runs out." Walter pays the pilot while the others stare downstream to where the green-sailed boat stands off in mid-channel before dropping her sail and diverting, as if after some discussion, to the river's far bank. Without the sail, she is quickly lost in the forest of masts. "Did you make it out?" Walter asks. Katherine shakes her head. "We've come too far down the river to cross now," Walter carries on. "We'll have to find a ship to take us this bloody place. Christ, I hope to hell all this is worth it." "Just wait till you see Kidwelly," Daffyd assures them. "You'll never want to leave it again." After some inquiries with the revenue men and one of the harbour master's assistants, they find a cog, a single-masted vessel, captained by a man whose accent they can hardly understand. "He's an Easterling or something," Walter says, "or he's from somewhere anyhow." The Easterling is intending to sail to Wexford in Ireland with a cargo of Gascony wine in barrels, and he is prepared to carry them, though he cannot manage their horses. "Where you want to go?" Once again they explain. "Kid Valley." "It's on the sea," Daffyd keeps repeating. "When you look at sea, does sun shine on face, or on side of face, or on back?" "Hardly ever shines," Daffyd admits. "Face," Owen shouts, "on face." The cogmaster blinks and begins to move away as if idiocy might be contagious. "Is good," he admits. "Is south coast you want?" "You'll recognise it when you see it, won't you, Daffyd?" Daffyd looks none too sure. They pay the Easterling a share of the fee he demands. Walter shakes his head as he counts out the coins from the purse Sir John has given him. "We have missed tide," the cogmaster announces, gesturing at the mud behind him. "We'll sail tomorrow, first light." They sell their horses at a stable that smells of river mud. The dealer can hardly believe Thomas's horse and has to send a boy to borrow more money so that he can cover even half of its real value. Then, instead of buying provisions for the journey, they pay a boatman to take them across the river, where they spend until nightfall looking for the green-sailed boat, but with no luck. The next morning, the cogmaster and his crew meet them on the foreshore with a large supply of foodstuffs and supplies for the journey, some of which they are prepared to sell to Walter at a price. "A man has to make living," the master says with a shrug. He sells them a clay pot of cooked beans, ale in a wooden barrel, and a loaf of bread the size of a man's torso and twice as hard. When they've climbed aboard, each finding a nook around the wine tuns, the crew cast off, and 2 small rowing boats tug them out into the fast-flowing channel that has swelled overnight to refill the muddy reach. Soon they are back in the Bristol Channel. Walter and Thomas join Katherine at the stern and peer back towards the harbour mouth, where the spires of the churches and the towers of the castle are hidden behind the converging cliffs of red limestone. Between them, another boat is just putting out, a green sail hoisted. Chapter 25. It is their second day at sea, and the Easterlings know the storm is coming because the birds disappear. "Bad one, I think," the cogmaster says. Then there is an argument. The mate wants to put into port, Thomas guesses, but the cogmaster wants to ride it out at sea. Eventually the cogmaster carries it, and the little boat veers out into the emptiness of the western sea, where blue-black clouds boil on the horizon. The day darkens and the rain starts sometime after noon, sharp and cold, stinging like pinpricks. The wind baffles the sail, starts humming through the ratlines, and only gets stronger until it is enough to lift ropes from the deck to stream aside horizontally. The ship ducks and rears, and the crew furl the sail and cram it below the deck. The mate ties himself to the mast and shouts at the others to do the same. Then the sky turns black and sea rises up around them. Thomas is suddenly aware how small the ship really is. It is tossed about, lifted on great scarps of green water, then let go to plummet into frothing troughs. Great slides of water thunder across her deck. Thomas clings to the mast. He prays to God for deliverance. The cogmaster battles to stay upright. The wine tuns float free. Something falls from the masthead and hits the mate, knocking him either dead or cold, none can tell. He remains tied to the mast, hanging with his hands by his feet, head by his knees, and is thrown back and forth until he surely must be dead. The cogmaster bellows all the while. They must bail out, and so they stagger from their perches and set to with anything they can find, buckets, jugs, dishes, an old hat. One of the crew uses a mallet and lever to get the tons back into place. The wind rises further, shrieking in the stays, and the sea is battering the cog, breaking her to kindling. Water booms over the gunwales, shoving them aside, its level rising to froth around their knees. The cog feels heavy, unbalanced. Thomas begins to think that this is how it will end. They will be drowned in a cog with some Easterlings off the Welsh shore, the roar of the wind in their ears and the taste of brine stopping their mouths. It would be easier to cease now, he thinks, to put aside his bucket, to say his prayers, face the truth. It is only the sight of Katherine that pushes him on. Her hair is plastered over her narrow head, and her brittle little shoulders are pumping away as she scoops out the water with a wooden bowl. On it goes, through most of the afternoon and into the evening, until at last the pitch of the wind eases. The rain hesitates, falters. Thomas looks up. Is it his imagination, but is the next wave shallower, the climb less arduous, the subsequent dive less deep, the rush of water across the deck less powerful? He seizes on the difference, takes new heart, digs his bucket into the churning broth and begins again. Soon they are managing to scoop more out than is coming in. The crew give a muted cheer. They too guess the little cog has made it. They carry on bailing through the night, dipping, lifting, pouring, and by the time they stop, Thomas is dizzy and his fingers are bleeding, but the cog is still afloat, and they are still alive. They sleep all that night, and the next morning breaks clear, just a bar of purple cloud across a sky the colour of a dove's breast, and a steady breeze from the southwest. There is nothing to mark the passing of the storm, except a quantity of driftwood in the sea. Then there is a body, floating face down, a man in a pale coat and blue hose. "Some were not so lucky," is the cogmaster's opinion. "Keep eye out for survivors." But there are none, only more wreckage, a terrified rat on a barrel bobbing in the water, and then a shred of sail. Is it green? Katherine watches it pass, frowning hard, saying nothing. The land is a shadow on the horizon. The mate, a purple bruise the size of a duck's egg on his forehead, gets the crew to unfurl and set the sail, and the cogmaster shouts a tired order and gives a heave on the tiller. The canvas slaps for a moment, then tautens, and the cog collects herself and turns in the dimpled green water, and they head northwards, back towards the coast. "How far do you think we've drifted?" Thomas asks the cogmaster. The man shrugs. "Day, maybe," he says. "Maybe two, we see." The sailors are still bailing out, but above them the seagulls are back. "Is good sign," the cogmaster says. Thomas joins Katherine in the bows, where she's letting the wind dry the woolen coat she's refused to take off. She is scanning the sea. "Any sign of it?" he asks. He means the other ship. She pauses and then shakes her head. She is pale in the early morning sunlight, her skin almost transparent, her clothes stained, her hair salt-stiffened, her cut ear is reddened by chafing against the damp wool of her hat. He wants to touch it, but doesn't. He almost laughs as he tries to imagine what she'd say if he did. The next day, the coast reveals itself as jagged green hills skirted by grey stone cliffs and stretches of ochre sand. Clouds are gathered over it, and soon it starts to rain again. "This way, I think," the cogmaster says, and the cog heels to the west. They sail on, past a spit, and then turn northwards again, across a bay, towards another headland. "They call Worm's Head," the cogmaster tells them, nodding at a low point as they sail past, "is haunted." "Haunted?" "By souls of drowned sailors." Daffyd and Owen are together at the gunwale, clutching each other and pointing at a bay that opens before them. "Is?" the cogmaster asks. "Home!" Daffyd shouts. "Look, there's the house!" He points. There is not much to be seen, a broad sweep of mud, a sandy bank, then low hills and a river emptying from the northwest. Thomas can't see any cottage. Katherine stares hard, frowning, looking at something else in the sand, but still she says nothing. "The next bay is Kidwelly," Daffyd says, "just around there." The cogmaster orders the sail reduced, and they steer past the headland. Beyond is another river's mouth. "Never seen so much bloody mud," Walter mutters. "It's like there were two seas, the watery one we've just been on, and now this. Look at it." Walter's sea of mud stretches to the horizon either side of them, and all the way ahead to where the land rises in soft-topped green hillocks. Seagulls wheel overhead, calling to one another, playing in the wind, their feathers the only bright accent against the grey clouds above. "Not much of a place," Thomas suggests. "A shithole," Walter agrees. "Wait till you see the town," Daffyd says, but his words have taken on an ambiguous tone. They carry on through the channel in the mud. A man in the bow shouts instructions to the cogmaster at the tiller, and Daffyd points out a low-roofed grey stone house set among some scrub on the hills. "Pennout," he says, "where the Duns live." "Bloody Duns," Walter tuts. Thomas can't help smiling at this, and seeing him, so does Walter. The cogmaster puts them down on the deserted quay, a rotting wooden platform half backfilled with rubbish. "Happy hunting," he says, collecting the balance in coins and giving his crew the order to cast off. After nearly 4 days at sea, they stand on the uncertain ground and watch the cog slip back along the channel. "Never again," Walter says. "I'll walk from now on. Don't care where I'm going, you'll not see me in a bloody boat ever again." Nevertheless, they'd agreed with the cogmaster that he will come past on his way back from Wexford to see if they need carriage back to Bristol, but Thomas does not imagine they will see him again. "Return journey price double," the cogmaster said, once he'd seen where he was dropping them. "A man has to make living." It carries on raining, soft and constant, but warm, or at least not so cold. "See," Daffyd says, "told you it was hot." "It's odd," Thomas agrees. "Come on then, Daffyd," Walter says. "Let's see this fabled castle of yours." They carry what they can of their salt-stained baggage and follow a worn path along the river's bank, around a low bluff to the church, above which they see the castle rising up on a headland. It is small, but there is something perfect about it, the way its pale walls cap the rise and lean over the valley. See? Daffyd asks. Why is it boarded? Walter asks. He is pointing to the castle walls, which are clapped in planks. Daffyd looks anxious. I don't know, do I? Daffyd leads them splashing through a ford and up into the village that hunkers under the castle's walls. The houses are very low, stone-built, with rough thatches, mossy and rotting in parts. Water throngs everywhere. A straw-flecked road takes them past the church up towards the castle, and they meet a boy with 3 goats and no shoes. Daffyd greets him in a language Thomas doesn't understand, and the boy returns the greeting just as if he had seen Daffyd the day before. That's Daffyd, that is, Daffyd explains when he's passed on down the road. Daffyd's the swineherd's boy. Grown a bit, hasn't he? Owen moos in agreement. But there is something strange about the village. They all feel it. There is no smoke in the air, nor any of the workaday clatter they'd expect. There aren't even any chickens or pigs about. Daffyd stops and ducks under the low lintel of a cottage. Inside it is dark, no fire in its place, no swirl of smoke to sting the eye. The straw mattress is gone too, and when he feels above the door, where the bow and its arrows might be kept on pegs, there is nothing, nor are there pots either, only a broken-handled bucket half full of something viscid. Where is everybody, Daffyd? Daffyd shrugs. Thomas unconsciously swings his poleaxe so it's nearer to hand. Walter knocks his bow and fishes out an arrow. Farther up the road, a bare-legged Brewster's girl is washing out a barrel in the rain. She stops when she sees them and waits with her mouth open. She's very ugly. She recognizes Daffyd and Owen, and they talk a moment. Whatever she tells him, it makes Daffyd gasp. What is it? Thomas asks. I don't believe it. Vanway says Jasper Tudor has raised his banner in Pembroke. Jasper who? Jasper Tudor, Daffyd says. The Earl of bloody Pembroke. He's raised his banner and is recruiting men to march on London. She says he's waiting for an army of Irish and Frenchies to come from over the water, from Ireland. Gallowglass and Cairns and those bastards with guns. What's he want with them? Walter barks. They're going to fight for King Henry. Walter curses. What about the castle? Katherine asks. Daffyd turns to the girl and speaks urgently. She says the Duns are holding it for the Duke of York. That's why it is boarded. They hurry on up through the deserted village until they stand before the castle gatehouse. The drawbridge is raised, presenting them its blank underside, and heads move in the tower and along the boarded battlements above. A moment later, and one of the shutters slides open with a bang, and a man's face appears. Name yourselves, he shouts. Bloody hell, Daffyd mutters. It's old Griffith Dunn. He sidesteps behind Thomas as if afraid to be seen, and Walter calls back. We've come from Lincoln, he says. We are of Sir John Fakenham's household, and he has sent us with letters for John Dunn, in the hope of his assistance in a matter of property. When Walter is trying to sound formal, he speaks as if he has only recently been taught the language. The man in the window cocks his head, then he starts speaking Welsh and ends with what sounds like a question. After a moment, Daffyd calls back. He is blushing as if he'd been caught out at something. The man in the window barks with laughter, and the shutter is drawn up again. More heads appear at the battlements, curious, but they are small and none wear helmets. Boys, girls, women peering over. Daffyd waves up at them and shouts something. The drawbridge comes down with a percussive rattle of heavy chains running through stone eyelets, and the planks boom against the stone bridgehead. Suddenly the air is rich with the smell of horses, damp, mud and rot. They step onto the mossy bridge and wait while another iron-hooped gate is opened by unseen hands. Beyond is a dark tunnel, barred by an iron portcullis, which rises to admit them with another rattle of chains. Through that a further gate stands open, its daylight portioned by the bars of yet another portcullis. While this is inching its way up into the ceiling, Thomas looks up to see faces peering down at them from the murder holes above.
Pretty tardy, Walter admits. Take 100 bombards to knock a hole in this.
A man appears beyond the gate.
We've none used Tudor as bombards, he says in an up-and-down accent. Only an army of Irishmen. They're devils for rapine, they are, and best killed on sight like wolves. And as for Frenchies, well, I expect them to be more busy than bold as usual.
He names himself as Griffith Dunn, the constable of the castle, of the affinity of Richard, Duke of York. He is wearing an old-fashioned hood, such as Thomas remembers the pardoner wearing, though this man is an old soldier, flint-hard, his nose a mess, as if he's been hit by a hammer. He leads them out from under the gatehouse and into the castle's outer ward. Here is a clutch of rough tents and lean-tos, and the air between the walls is hazy with the smoke of cooking fires. To one side, the entire village's livestock compete for space behind a woven, withy fence, and the smell is powerful.
So that's where everybody is, Walter says.
As news of their arrival spreads, 100 faces, smoke-smutted and filthy, some of them flame-red-haired, emerge to stare at them through the murk of the smoke. A brindled dog on a rope barks at them.
Crowded, the old man agrees with Walter's unspoken observation.
But these walls make us too tough a nut for all but the largest army to crack. Tudor's men will pass us by in the hope of easier meat in England.
A woman in a russet sackcloth dress and filthy coif shouts something and comes pushing her way through the camp, clearing a path to Daffyd and Owen, still yelling and gesticulating with powerful, heavily freckled arms. She greets Daffyd with a soft cuff and then is folded into a hug by both men.
"Is that Gwen?" Walter asks out of the corner of his mouth. "She looks like a murderess."
Katherine asks Dunn if they might find a vantage point from where they can see the sea.
"Fine view of the sea from up there,"
Dunn tells her with a sideways glance. He points her to a low doorway in the side of the gatehouse. Thomas follows her up the spiral steps, past a doorway into a tapestried hall, and on up.
"You don't think you're going to follow us here?" Thomas asks. "It'd be witchcraft after that storm."
"I don't know," Katherine says. "I just want to make sure." After another few turns, they emerge out onto a stone-flagged walkway, where the wind ruffles the hair of a barefoot boy in a kilt and a leather jerkin, keeping watch on the sea. At the very periphery of the broad sweep of the bay, the little cog is just slipping around the headland into the mists that shroud the western horizon. Thomas feels a twinge of sadness at their departure. He wonders if the cogmaster knows about Tudor and his army of Irishmen coming from across the sea. Perhaps he does. Perhaps the wine was destined for Tudor in the first place. Of the other ship, though, the one Katherine believes has followed them, there is no sign. The sea is empty, only a sweep of turbulent blue-grey water, and in the far distance the doughy bulk of some flat-bottomed clouds bringing more rain.
"See any boats out to sea?"
Thomas asks the boy. The boy gabbles in his language. "We'll need Daffyd," Katherine says. Thomas peers over into the ward. Daffyd is fending off questions and pats and pinches from a small group of women in rough sewn kirtles. When Thomas calls down to him, about 5 boys hear their names and look up. Even a dog barks. While they wait for him to climb the stairs, they study the land. The hills here are sodden, fissured with streams, covered in bracken and swathes of vivid green grass. There are stands of wind-twisted hawthorns and a small black and white sheep, and everything is smudged and mossy. Daffyd arrives breathless and questions the boy in gasps. The boy confirms the impression that he has seen no ship except the Easterling's cog. "Says there's been a storm," Daffyd says, glancing at them and raising one eyebrow.
"Is the girl even here, Daffyd?"
Thomas asks.
"Oh, she's here all right,"
Dafydd says. What do you mean by that? Katherine asks. Nothing. Come on, let's go and find her. They find Walter 2 stories below in the tapestried hall, warming himself over a slate hearth, drinking ale with Dunn and a bearded man who can't speak English. When Dafydd sees them, he continues down the steps, leaving them to go in together. The smoke has stained the rafters above their heads, and the tapestries, rough woolen things, are the colour of peat water. There is ale in a hooped wooden ewer on a round pewter tray, and a boy pours them each a cup. Walter is tearing at some bread. Your man is just telling me how it is you came to fall into the company of Dafydd the sheep-stealer, Dunn begins. I'd heard about Cornford being killed, of course, but I thought he was killed in battle, not murdered. One of the murderer's many sins, Thomas says, and with God's grace, one of his last. Amen to that, Dunn agrees, raising his cup. I was fond of old Cornford. He had foreign ways of looking at things, perhaps, but we appreciated his company in these parts. In the meantime, though, I have his daughter here. He entrusted her to me when he went off to serve the Duke of York last year, as was usual, though I was given to understand she is Sir John Fakenham's ward. I have to say, I expected to hear from him sooner. It has been more than a year since Cornford's death. Been a bit busy, Walter mutters. Well, I am glad you are here at any rate, Dunn says. You'll take the girl with you? There is a hopeful catch in his voice. This was not the plan. But then, what was the plan? Thomas doesn't know. Is she so troublesome? Katherine asks. Dunn looks caught out. Not troublesome, no, he says, not quite quickly enough. She is easy on the eye, that I will grant, but she... He stops. What is wrong with her? Katherine presses. Dunn is uncomfortable. Her breathing, he says quickly, alighting, even Thomas can see, on something, anything other than the real reason. It is difficult, and, well, she has a strange temperament, you'll see. She will be beside herself with joy to see you. Thomas wonders why. Come, Dunn says, let us go and find her. You may see for yourselves. They put aside their cups and troop down the stone stairs and out into the ward. We were not intending to take her with us, were we? Thomas asks Walter. I don't know, Walter says. I thought you knew. They both look to Katherine. She does not rest with you in your apartments, Katherine is asking Dunn. She is surprised. No, Dunn admits. She rests with the priest. On account of the smoke of the fires and of the villagers themselves, she has not made a point of endearing herself to them. They cross into the shadow of the towers that make up the inner keep. Once again, there is a gate and a portcullis that can be closed, but in the inner ward there are no tents or fires, only a priest in his robes, sitting on the grass hulling dried beans with a pregnant woman and a small child who is obviously his son. Dunn ignores them and takes Walter, Thomas and Katherine through another low-linteled door and up a twisting flight of stone steps. Margaret Cornford stands at the far end of a long, unheated solar. She is wearing a dress of indeterminate colour, cinched at her narrow waist, and a close-fitting green headdress with a castellated fringe. She does not move when she sees them, but stands there, waiting. No dust motes swirl in the slices of grey light that fall from the windows, and it strikes Thomas that she has been standing still for a very long time. Margaret, Dunn announces. The visitors are from England. They've come from Lincoln to see you. Margaret's face is spectrally pale and her eyes empty, but she is astonishingly beautiful. Thomas holds his breath. He can hardly stand to look at her, and he tears his gaze away for fear of betraying himself. Walter opens his mouth to say something and then shuts it again with a dry tick. Even he removes his hat. The girl stares at them, and Thomas risks another glance. Christ, she is lovely. She reminds Thomas of the representation of St. Mary Magdalene painted on the rude screen in one of the chapels at the Priory. She has fine, curving brows, high cheekbones, and wonderfully smooth, creamy skin, and her lips are plump and seem to promise something he cannot identify. Then she speaks.
CD 10.
Chapter 26. I have had enough of this place, she says, and these people. Margaret Cornford gestures first at the stone walls and the narrow windows with their sliding shutters, then the truckle bed in one corner, the linen sheets and rough woven blankets, the earthenware pots, the chest, the table, the tapestries. As she singles out each item, she seems to expect her visitors to agree that her life has been hard. Yet here they stand in blood-stained, salt-crisp, sodden clothes, famished and exhausted. Griffith Dunn raises his eyebrows fractionally. He is obviously used to such displays of ingratitude. Are you strong enough to travel, Margaret? He asks. It is winter, and the cold, you know. His tone is ambiguous, half doubtful, half hopeful. Of course I am strong enough, she says. But with this, she begins to cough, and once she's started, she doesn't seem to be able to stop. The cough never catches in her throat, and after a moment her cheeks are aflame and she is hunchbacked and gasping for breath. Katherine steps towards her, but Dunn shakes his head. Another woman, older, shorter, a nurse of some sort, bustles from a door hidden in the gloom of the far end of the room and takes her and guides her back towards the bed. Come, Dunn says, gesturing back towards the doorway through which they came. It's best we leave her now. These fits come on her for no reason, but they pass. And Goodwife Melchin makes her drink horse's urine and bat's blood if she can find it, mixed with some herb or other. Thomas half expects to hear Katherine say something about the treatment bringing more harm than the illness, but for once she bites her tongue. She looks worried, though. They spend the night in the hall above the gatehouse, on benches gathered around the board in front of the fire. Daffyd and Owen are not asked to join them, for they have reputations, and they stay with their women out in the ward. But Thomas and Katherine and Walter eat buttery pies filled with some fishy-flavoured seabird. They eat roasted cheese, plenty of it, and drink sweet, dank ale until their eyes become pouchy, and Dunn orders his servants to fetch straw for their mattresses. Thomas shares his blanket and warmth with Katherine as usual, while Walter shares his with the bearded man who can't speak English on the other side of the covered fire. Dunn retires to his private rooms above. Thomas usually lets Katherine sleep nearest the fire, but tonight she does not want to, and they swap. Kit, he whispers. She nudges him with a knee to show she is listening. You all right? He feels the straw shake as she nods. She turns over, moves her back towards him, and a moment later he can hear her steady breathing. He lies awake a while longer, his head on the pardoner's ledger, perhaps too tired to sleep, just able to hear Dunn snoring through that mangled nose of his on the floor above. He isn't thinking of the storm or the horses, but of Katherine. He wants to put his arm around her and touch her. He wants to feel her skin under his fingertips. He cannot sleep. He can hardly breathe. In the night, he feels Katherine stiffen and he wakes instantly but doesn't move. He feels her roll across the straw and hears her getting to her feet among the rushes. Is she going to relieve herself? She crosses the room on careful feet and draws the bar on the window shutters. A band of moonlight bisects the room. A dog is barking in the distance. What is she doing? She climbs up onto the bench and presses her face into the aperture and stays there, perfectly still, for a long few moments before climbing down again and closing the shutter. What is it? He whispers when she returns to the blanket. It's just... No. Nothing, she says, but he doesn't feel her ease before he goes back to sleep himself. The next morning, she is gone. He searches for her and finds her on the walkway in the tower, with the boy still asleep just inside the doorway, cramped into an impossible position. She is in her still, damp travel cloak, her hat pulled around her ears, long strands of hair that have escaped from its brim lash her face. Over her shoulder, the sea has turned green in the rain and comes right up so that there is now no mud to be seen in the bay. They can hear the waves on the shore from all this way, and even the river below them is full. She is peering westwards, shielding her eyes from the rain. When she hears him, she turns, and then turns back and points. Thomas stares. Away, beyond the headland to the west, there is the suggestion of something, a long trail in the sky. "What is it?" he asks. "Smoke, I think." "Have you told Dunn?" She shakes her head. He is at mass. Thomas rouses the boy with a vigorous shake. He babbles something, still half asleep, so Thomas takes him by the arm and points out the smoke. The boy babbles more, excitedly, and then disappears through the door. They can hear him running down the spiral steps. A moment later, they see him threading his way through the outer ward, shouting something as he goes. Thomas recognizes the word Tudor. Behind him, the women and children come scrambling out from their shelters. They stare up at the tower. Thomas turns back to Katherine. "Is this Jasper Tudor? Has his army come ashore?" "It must be," she supposes. Thomas feels nauseous. An army of men coming this way. He is not sure he can endure anything like that afternoon outside Northampton again. A moment later, he hears feet on the steps, and Dunn and Walter join them. "That's it," Dunn tells them. "Tudor's ships are here, full of bloody French and Irish mercenaries. Christ, we'd best get ourselves set." They begin clattering back down the steps. "I don't understand it," Walter is saying. "Why they've come now, in the middle of bloody winter. Where are they going to get their fodder? Where are they going to sleep? Just doesn't make sense." "Tudor was always a bit like that," Dunn admits. "You know, his grandfather thought he was made of glass. Can you believe it? King of France he was. And because of this, his son is bringing an army here to unseat the Duke of York," Katherine asks. Dunn shrugs. "Seems that way," he says. "No soft spot for the Duke of York after what happened to his brother, and he can't have liked the Act of Accord, can he? His own nephew disinherited." Thomas shakes his head. "Very probably hasn't ever met his own nephew," he says. "Why would he care so much as to invade his own country with foreign soldiers?" Dunn looks at him as if he is simple. "If his nephew's the king, he gets given positions, doesn't he? Titles, lands, positions and that. Gets to marry his son to the richest woman in the land. If his nephew's not the king, he gets what? A kick in the balls and a push down the stairs. That's why he's here." Put like that, it makes perfect sense. In the ward, the women are already hard at work beating laundry in the rain, marking the passing of time with the steady thud of their beetles. "So what now?" Katherine asks Dunn. "My John will send word of the landing to the Earl of March. The Earl will want to stop Tudor joining Somerset's army up north, I'll bet. Dear God. If those two get together, I shouldn't like to be living in London right now. A load of Scotsmen, Irishmen, Frenchmen and Northerners. They'll steal everything they can't fuck and burn the rest." Dunn frowns at them. "You should be gone if you want to make it back to England before midsummer," he tells them. "Today?" Walter asks. "Today," Dunn agrees. "Tudor's scurriers will soon be combing the countryside looking for anything they can get their hands on. We can sell you horses and food. We'd ride home, lest you want to walk, or a ship docks, which I can't see happening." Thomas and Katherine look at one another. "We'd best be going then," Walter says. Katherine nods her agreement.
I'll inform Margaret,
Dunn says.
Why? Walter stops him. She'll want to be ready. She'll have things to pack. You want us to take Margaret?
Dunn speaks quickly before they can change their minds.
Of course, he says. I thought that was why you were here. And it's best that way. She'll come without a servant, if you don't mind. I cannot send Goodwife Melchin to England. Not with Tudor's men here. You'll be able to move faster that way, at any rate.
Katherine sighs and the men nod in reluctant agreement. A boy is sent to alert Margaret and they return to the solar to bundle up their possessions again.
Do we even know a route home? Thomas asks Walter. We'll take a guide, Walter says, one of the local lads.
Where are Daffod and Owen? Katherine asks.
They must be about, Walter mutters, probably saying their goodbyes.
Dunn sells them 3 strange-looking horses with large eyes and small heads.
The best available, he says. What about Owen and Daffod? They can bring their own.
They look them over in the outer yard while Margaret's pony is brought from the stables, saddled with a side saddle that does not look to have ever been used.
She enjoys riding,
Dunn says, but it is her breathing.
She seems to find it hard to be around horses.
Will she have a coughing fit again? Katherine asks.
Dunn shrugs. She may do, but Goodwife Melchin has given her plenty of medicaments. She will be fine, only... He breaks off with a glance at the grey sky. Only keep her warm, won't you? Her chest, I mean. The cold seems to make it worse.
Margaret appears in a blue riding coat, lined in quilted wool, and a hat to match. She is beautiful as ever, and Thomas can hardly stand to look at her. She presses a napkin over her nose and mouth, as behind her comes Goodwife Melchin with 3 heavy leather bags and a leather flask of something Thomas can only guess is horse's urine and bat's blood. They thank Dunn and prepare to say their goodbyes.
So now where are Daffod and Owen? Thomas asks.
They are nowhere to be seen. After searching through the castle, it emerges that Gwen has disappeared too.
Obviously don't want to leave their family,
Dunn says with a shrug.
You can hardly blame them with Tudor and his Irishmen and so on.
But they can't just not come back, can they?
Katherine asks.
She can't believe it, and them not saying goodbye.
No, Walter says, no, they bloody well can't. They're indentured to Sir John Fakenham.
Dunn shrugs again.
They'll have gone into the hills, he says. You'll never find them now.
But how will they live in the hills during the winter? Thomas wonders. Dunn is evasive, can't quite hold their gaze.
Where's their cottage?
Thomas asks. They can only have gone there.
A few leagues.
Dunn gestures vaguely.
We'll not take Margaret if we can't find Daffod and Owen, Thomas says. We'll have to leave her here.
Walter angles his head in approval. Dunn hesitates. He needs as many men as he can get, of course, but does he want to keep Margaret? The girl is glaring at him.
All right, he says at last. I'll get little Daffod to take you.
This is another Daffod, another swineherd on a shaggy little pony with no saddle. Little Daffod looks so very like Dunn that Walter laughs.
Do you lot do anything else? He asks.
Thomas turns to little Daffod. Speak English? He asks. Little Daffod nods vigorously but says nothing to prove it. He understands it, at any rate, Katherine observes.
Once you find Daffod, you're to go east, Dunn explains, towards Monmouth. Daffod here knows the roads and paths roundabouts, and which questions to ask when he reaches the edge of his world. It should take you 3 days if you ride quickly, which you must, if you wish to avoid Tudor's men. Daffod will leave you on the Monmouth road, and from Monmouth you can find your way to the river at Gloucester. Tell those you meet that Tudor has landed, but leave it to them to decide if that is good or bad news.
They hoik themselves up into their saddles. Goodwife Melchin and Dunn help Margaret, who takes a moment to spread her skirts and then her cloak. She sneezes wetly, and Thomas notices an exchange of glances between Goodwife Melchin and Dunn. "So then, farewell, Meg," Dunn says. "We've had some times, haven't we? Is there anyone you'd like to bid farewell?" "No," the girl says from behind her linen. "I shall be pleased to be elsewhere." "Right," Dunn says, stepping back, raising a hand and smiling weakly. "Well, farewell then. Safe journey." They follow a drover's path winding through the low hills. Black rain clouds reinforce themselves, coming in from the sea, and a kestrel dithers on the lip of a scarp. Little Daffyd is at the front on his sure-footed pony, then Walter, then Thomas, then Margaret, and finally Katherine. She finds she cannot take her eyes off the back of the girl, watching the way she moves on the saddle, the way her cloak masks her body, even the shoes she wears, red leather, slightly pointed, clean, poking from under the hem of her long skirts. They even match her riding gloves. And the girl keeps glancing back at Katherine, as if she has divined some mystery, some difference. Katherine rips her gaze away and finds herself blushing. Yet a moment later she is back, watching. After they stop to eat 3 cold pigeon pies, Thomas lets Margaret go ahead and drops back to talk to Katherine. "What woke you in the night?" he asks. "I was dreaming of Fournier," she says. "He has often been on my mind since we left Marton Hall." Thomas snorts. "Because he accused you of being in league with the devil." "You can forget that we all saw you cut Sir John's fistula. There was no witchcraft there, only a sharp knife, a steady hand, and a lot of blood." "It is not that," she says, and she tries to describe the look Fournier gave her as she left Marton Hall the next morning and why it has stuck with her. "So, what, you think he's divined?" Thomas asks. "That you were a woman, that you were an apostate, that you have killed a woman. If so, he would have unmasked you to Sir John there and then." "No," she says. "It was as if he'd discovered something new and had recently recognised its value." "Such as what?" Thomas asks. "I thought perhaps he knew we were headed here to find Margaret." He turns on her. "But," he begins, then understands her meaning and breaks off. "Christ," he says, "if he knew that, then there is only one man in the kingdom with an interest in Margaret's whereabouts." Katherine nods. "Dear God," Thomas breathes. He looks at Margaret. "And he was riding to Rivens the morning we left." Katherine nods. Thomas stops his horse and turns in the saddle and studies the land all around, though what he is expecting to see she is not sure. The sea has reappeared on their right, a grey smear beyond the mossy flanks of the hills. Ahead is another inlet, another river, sand dunes and mudflats. It is the bay the cogmaster told them was haunted by the souls of drowned sailors. There is the long spit of rock he'd called the Worm's Head, frilled with surf where the waves break. "But why hasn't Riven already taken her?" Thomas asks, "if he knew where she is." "I've been thinking about that," Katherine says. "I believe he doesn't know where she is. He only knows that we know where she is." Thomas thinks about this. So it was him following us on the way down, hoping we'd lead him to Margaret. Katherine nods. "It makes sense," she says. "They followed us until the storm and then, well, they lost us, or I suppose we lost them. Or perhaps they are themselves lost. Let us pray to God above." But still she wonders if she did not see a ship berthed on the sands in the bay Daffyd had said was home. It may have been anything, or it may have been something. She does not know. But now the boy ahead has stopped on the crest of the hill and is pointing at something, and they can see the sky beyond is hazed with dark smoke. They ride up the hill, past Margaret, and when they get there, Walter and the boy are off their horses, crouched like hunters, peering into the valley beyond. Little Daffyd is pointing at a cottage, half hidden in a copse of poplars, smoke sifting from blackened rushes where part of the roof has burned away. In the orchard there is a man lying face down, arms outstretched, and a dog is yapping somewhere. God's sake, is all Walter says. They watch a while. Nothing moves. The dog continues barking. Tudor's men? Thomas wonders. Little Daffyd recognises the word Tudor and nods fiercely, but Katherine wonders. Tudor's army landed far to the west only that morning. Could they have come this far so soon? The cottage is next to a ford where the drover's path runs through the river. The river cuts down towards the sea, but vanishes into the dimpled mudflats before it gets there. She starts and squints. Settled in the sand is a wreck of a ship, small, distant, and nearby something, a dead horse perhaps, is mobbed by birds. She nudges Thomas and points. There is something else lying in the mud down there, attracting fewer birds. It is too far to see what it is. Beams and spars and other scraps from a ship lie scattered about, half sunk in the mud. Can it be the ship with green sails? Thomas asks. She nods. We should see if we can go around, Walter is saying. This isn't our fight. We go around? He asks the boy loudly, pointing north and indicating walking with his fingers. The boy shakes his head and gestures forcefully at the burning cottage. He repeats something, over and over. What's he trying to say? Katherine suddenly feels cold. It's Daffyd and Owen, she says. That's their home. Chapter 27. They return to the horses. Walter and Thomas knock their bows. Katherine looses her sword. Suddenly Walter swears. Damn creeping Christ, he says. Damn creeping bloody Christ. Some turd's stolen 'em. Look, I've only got 3 left. He holds up 3 arrows. Thomas has also been burgled and is left with 2. Damn creeping Christ, Walter says again. 5 bloody arrows, and we've got to get across half of bloody Wales and most of bloody England. He stuffs his arrows in his belt and then turns to Margaret. Wait here, he says. If we don't come back, ride back to Kidwelly. She looks at him with undisguised disgust. He ignores her and climbs back up on his horse. Come on then, he tells Thomas and Katherine. They get into their saddles and follow him over the hill and down through the ford. When they reach the orchard, they dismount. The dead man is lying on his belly, wearing a russet jacket, cheap before it had become old, and there is a hole in the back through which protrudes the black iron head of an arrow. Bodkin, Walter says, tapping it with his bow. He puts his foot under the man's torso and rolls him over. There is nothing special about him. Just a man, now dead, a small scar in among his gingery whiskers, a broken arrow shaft buried in his belly. There is nothing to say who he is or what he did, other than the heft of his shoulders and telltale calluses on his right palm. The dog is still yapping. You go that way, Walter tells Thomas. Kit, you stay here. Walter goes to the right, Thomas to the left, up towards the back of the cottage. Pale smoke floats almost listlessly from the roof. She watches Thomas sidling through the stunted apples, arrow knocked, until he stops at the willow hurdle of a goose pen. He steps back suddenly, as if he's found something at his feet, and he raises his face to the sky. Walter has reached the door of the cottage. He pushes it open and steps back as smoke billows out around him. When it has dissipated, he steps forward and shakes the frame, wondering if the rushes on the roof will fall in on him. Katherine can smell meat cooking. A moment later, and Walter is out again. He looks grim. Gwen, he says, jerking his head. Katherine approaches. Gwen is inside, on the ground, her skirts pulled up, her heavy thighs marble white in the gloom, a pattern of blood smeared across each. The nub of her forearm burned black in a fire still winking. Katherine gags and claps her hands to her mouth as her insides come scorching upwards. She staggers out and vomits. When she finishes, she starts again until she is retching bile. Thomas comes back. His hands have fallen to his sides and his mouth is opening and closing silently. She forgets her own nausea. "What's wrong?" she asks. He gestures, flaps a hand. Walter goes over. Katherine follows, her footsteps slow. She does not want to see this. In among all the shit and the feathers of the goose pen is Owen, thrown on his back, both hands clutching an arrow in his throat. The blood is diluted in the drizzle. More is pooled in the divots in the mud in the pen. In what she now sees are the prints of large, bare feet. "Oh, dear God," she breathes. She can hardly believe it. She feels numb. Owen. She cannot stop a sob racking her. Walter puts his arm around her. "It's all right, girlie. It's all right." But it's not, and his voice cracks too. Thomas stands by Owen. He is holding the broken arrow from the first dead body, inspecting its fletch. "Ours," he says, showing it to Walter. "At least he got one of them," Walter says. Margaret appears. She has run out of patience, waiting, and has ridden down the hill, but she sees the body and stops before she reaches the orchard. The dog keeps barking. "Where's that bloody dog?" Walter asks. "Where's Daffyd?" Katherine asks. They look at one another and then follow the sound of the dog coming from the hovel around the back of the cottage. There is more wood stored here, carefully cut and stacked in neat piles, logs, faggots, pimps. Another man is lying face down in a leather coat, and then another lying on his back, his eyes open, arms thrown back, an arrow in his chest. They can smell blood and shit. Walter steps over them. Thomas stops. "Look," he says. The arrow sticks from a filthy white tabard, and on the chest is a dark badge, a raven. She sees Thomas's shoulders sag as he breathes out. "He's here," he says. She nods. She feels cold. Fear grips her. The dog yips. Ahead, Walter swears. The dog, a fox terrier pup, is tied to an upright pole, and just beyond its reach, in the shadows around the back of the hovel, under the hawthorn where the washing might dry should the sun ever shine, is Daffyd. They recognise his boots, salt-stained, a hole in the sole, and his hose stitched at the knee after the fight in Kent. He is lying on his back in the dung and the wood chips. His eyes are shut, the lids folded inwardly over empty sockets. "It is him," Thomas says. "That giant. He is here." Katherine can only nod. Then she turns and looks down towards the sea where the mud and sand of the beach are only just visible through the twisting valley bluffs. Riven and that giant and the rest of them would have come up here, she thinks, once they'd come ashore. She wonders how many survived the storm, 5, 10, 20. She wonders about their tracks. Surely they'd have left some. She thinks to go down to the sand to see. "We've no time to bury them," Walter mutters. "Take whatever we can use and let's go." "We can't leave them here like this," she says, gesturing. Walter looks at her. "If these bastards followed us from Lincoln, then they'll be back here by this evening. How far do you think we're going to get with the girl here?" He jerks his thumb in Margaret's direction. "Margaret," Katherine says, and turns and runs. She is back in front of the cottage in a moment. Thomas's footsteps come pounding after her, then Walter's. "Margaret!" she calls. And Margaret peers loftily at her from the clearing before the orchard. "Yes?" "Thank God." They stop and look foolishly at one another. "Kit," Walter says, "you keep an eye on her." She nods. "But at least put them together," she says. "They'd have wanted that." Walter grunts in irritation, but Thomas leads the way, and they carry the bodies from where they lie and place them together under an apple tree. Then they fetch Gwen from the cottage, Thomas gagging as he goes, and they lay her beside Owen and cover her with a straw mattress, the only thing they can find to do the job. and then they kneel and say the prayers over their bodies, though the smell from Gwen is so bad. Afterwards they mount up and ride out in silence, following the path as it rises into the hills. Katherine cannot help but stare back over her shoulder, looking for that giant. Thomas does the same, and their gazes meet, and both nod in understanding. In a little while, the rain starts again. They turn inland, following a valley where dark water froths over a series of rocky falls. Ahead are more hills, barren flanks rising into the clouds, and already the ponies are blowing hard. At one point, the boy turns and studies the sky behind them. It is coming on to the evening, and the temperature is dropping. He says something.
What did he say?
Snow, Margaret translates. He says it'll snow on the high ground tonight.
All we need,
Walter mutters. Katherine is surprised Margaret understands the language. Hadn't Dunn said she had made no effort to do so? We'll have to find some shelter, Thomas says. It is all they ever seem to be doing, Katherine thinks, finding shelter from something or someone.
Let's press on, Walter says. More space between us and those bastards, the better.
A while later they join a road with the grass grown high on the berm between the cart tracks. A little farther on, there is smoke in the air, and they find a bridge over the river's fast-running black waters, and beyond, a large village with an inn. They stable their horses and gather around the fire for thin rabbit soup and more baked cheese. There isn't much straw in the mattresses, but in any case Katherine would not have slept much. She lies listening out for Riven's men, hearing nothing but Margaret coughing. It snows in the night, just as the boy Daffyd said it would, and in the morning the hills are capped white and there is ice on the water in the well. More cheese, and they set off wrapped around in their travel cloaks, all except the boy, who has nothing, not even shoes.
Can't even look at him, he makes me feel so cold,
Walter admits. After a while, Thomas can stand it no longer, and they stop and open Margaret's bag to find the boy something warmer. There is a quantity of dresses, shirts, a coif, some documents, gold coins in a blue leather purse, rosary beads, a pair of oak pattens with leather points, as well as fine-spun wool hose, linen underthings, a woolen jacket, and underneath it all a book of hours, probably worth more than everything else put together. They give the woolen jacket to little Daffyd, and Margaret says nothing, but shrugs and ignores his thanks. They ride all day until the afternoon, when they come to a town dominated by its castle. The boy says something, and Margaret translates.
Says this is Castle Nath,
she tells them. He says it is best we stay here tonight, and in the morning take the road north. The inn has a stock pond, and they eat fish soup and bread, and yet more roasted cheese, and despite the brackish ale, no one says much. The innkeeper has heard of Tudor's Landing, but knows nothing of Riven's party. Katherine sits by the fire watching the steam rise from her clothes, and now she misses the solid presence of Owen, the constant jabber of Daffyd. That night, Margaret sleeps on her back, breathing reedily and coughing in her sleep, and Katherine can't sleep because of it. At length, Thomas places an arm around her shoulders to calm her, and it is still there the next morning when they wake before dawn.
More bloody snow,
Walter says. Outside, the snow is a hard crust, and as they move off, a woman shouts something from the doorway of her house.
She says we're wrong to be taking this road, Margaret tells them through her wheezing. She says there's bad weather on the way.
But there seems to be nothing they can do. They ride on out of the village, under the church where the doors are closed and the bell is silent, and through the gatehouse beyond which the river flows swiftly under a wooden bridge. Plates of frosted ice spin on its surface. All that morning they ride north with the river at their side, the snow on their backs. The road gets worse the farther they go, rising into the hills. Bushes grow undisturbed in the middle of the track now, and sections seem to have slipped into the river below. The valley sides rise up around them. It gets steeper and they pass waterfalls where brown water churns in peat-coloured pools and mist rises into the air. Icicles hang from the rocks. "How much farther, Margaret?" Katherine asks. "Why do you imagine that I should know?" "Ask the boy." She does so. "He says we ought to reach a place he calls Merthyr tonight," Margaret tells them. "He says he's only been this way before once, with my father when he was going to Ludlow that last time." There is silence, and after a while they stop for bread in a village and buy warm cheese from a woman who'll only part with it for 2 of Walter's coins. "Dear, that bloody robbery," Walter mutters, but he pays because they will collapse without it. They feed the horses and then mount up again. It is too cold to linger. As they are riding out, with the promise of only a few leagues before they stop for the night, Katherine looks back. Her gaze travels from the village where snow lies thick on the thatch, and all the way along the valley side, back along the dark thread of the road down which they've travelled. The horsemen, when she sees them, are obvious enough. They aren't trying to hide. They are riding fast, flashing through the trees, racing to catch them. "Look!" she cries. "Thomas!" Thomas whips around, Walter too. "Can you see him? Is he there?" Thomas asks. They are still too far away to know. "I don't know. How many? 5, 10? The poleaxe is already in Thomas's hands. "Not here," Walter says. "There'll be a better place up there." He points ahead to a couple of cottages on the side of the road. Behind them is the suggestion of a path cutting up into the wooded hills behind. They turn and ride hard. Even Margaret jabs her heels and her horse starts a trot. They ride until they reach the cottages and then find the cut-through to the trees behind them. It is another drover's path, though this one is paved here and there with larger stones, as if it might have been one of the old Roman roads. The boy burbles something. "This path leads up to something he is calling Sarn Helen," Margaret reports. "He says it takes you to Brecon, but it goes through the hills which he fears on account of the weather." "We'll worry about the weather later. Is Brecon good?" Margaret talks to the boy and tells them that Brecon is one way to England. "Come on then," Walter says. He forces his horse through a ford. They all follow and ride up into the trees, tall, silver-barked, with pale leaf mould on the ground and snow whispering through the naked branches above. They follow the path as it cuts across the slope and then doubles back again. "Here," Walter says, getting off his horse where the path turns. It is narrow here, cinched by tall earth banks. Walter steps aside to let them pass. Thomas gets off his horse. "Give me your arrows, Walter," he says. Walter turns to him, his face oddly placid. "No," he says, in a voice to match. "You give me yours. I'll stay. You two go. You take the girl, understand? It's her he wants dead, isn't it? You saw what they did to Daffod's Gwen. Can you imagine what they'll do to her? So whatever happens, she has to live, understand? Otherwise, well, this is a waste, isn't it?" He gestures vaguely to take in everything. "No, Walter," Thomas argues. "You always say it yourself. This isn't your fight. And it's yours. A couple of servants from Lincoln." "We were never servants," Katherine tells him. She's dismounted and walks up to where they are talking. She feels her lack of size now, standing downhill from them, but she knows the time has come. Both are looking at her. Walter frowns, curls his lip. "What were you then?" he asks. "We were ecclesiastics," she says. "Thomas is a canon of the Order of St. Gilbert." Walter swings his doubting gaze onto Thomas. Thomas looks for a moment as if he might try to deny it. "And I," she goes on, "was a sister of the same." She hadn't meant to tell Walter this way, on a hillside in the snow, with Riven's men in the valley below, but once the words are out of her mouth, she is glad. This is no time for dishonesty. Walter's eyes are on her now. "You were a sister," he says. "A nun." He cannot believe it. She can see Thomas squeezing his eyes shut. "I was," she says. She lets Walter look at her body. I'm sorry, she says. It was easier. Walter takes a pace away and then returns. He's pushed his hat back and twists a clump of his forelock in his fist. Can't bloody believe it, he says. All this bloody time. Girlie! I'm sorry, Walter. I didn't want to lie to you, but once it started... Walter nods, collecting himself, trying to make sense of it all. All right, he says, nodding. All right. So you're a girl, a nun. How did you come to be on a bloody boat dressed as a boy then, surrounded by all those dead blokes? It is a long story, Thomas begins, meaning that he does not want to tell it. But Walter deserves more than that, and Katherine tells him how she came to leave the priory. Walter grunts. I knew there was something about you two. But bloody hell, a girl, all this time. Holy Christ. I'm sorry, Thomas says. I'll stay, if you like, if that makes a difference. Walter looks at him blankly. He is thinking hard, and he pats Thomas on the shoulder. Tears ring in his eyes. No, it doesn't make any difference. Well, yes, it does. It makes a big difference. It means that I'll stay, you go. He turns to Katherine. He drops his gaze. Sorry, he says. You know, for the things I said all the times. There's nothing to be sorry about, Walter, she says, though her throat is tight and she can hardly speak. It's me. I should be sorry. I am sorry, all the things you've done for us. Walter looks up sharply. Us, he says. Oh, so you're... But before either can answer, the boy shouts something from up below. They're coming, Margaret translates. They're still on the road, but they found the tracks. Walter jumps back down into the path again. All right, he says. Go. Get on your horses and go. No, Thomas insists. It isn't your fight. Walter shakes his head. Course it's my fight, he says. You seen what they did to Daffod? I'll stay here, hold them as long as I can while you get ahead with the girls, and the boy. I'll have Surprise and the hillside on my side, and with a bit of luck I'll kill them all. 5 arrows, 5 men. Then we'll see. And what if you don't kill them all? Katherine asks. You ever known me not to kill them all? He asks. It is an act. She knows this. He's being Walter, the old soldier. Now she can feel the tears brim in her eyes. Walter, she says, stepping towards him. Stop there, Walter says, backing off. Go on, get away, a monk and a nun. Creeping bloody Christ. The boy shouts again. They've found the tracks, Margaret intones. Right, Walter says. Go as fast as you can. Find somewhere to shelter tonight and I'll catch you up. Make some kind of signal. An owl. What about that? A couple of hoots. You'll know it's me. They all know he'll never make those hoots. Thomas nods. There are tears in his eyes too. Go on now, go on, fuck off, Walter says. Wait, Thomas says. Take this. He hands Walter his poleaxe. Walter looks at it. You sure? It's a lend, isn't it? Thomas says. Walter barks a laugh. Might come in handy. Now, go. And good luck. When they look back, Walter is kneeling, applying the sign of the cross and bending to kiss the ground. Chapter 28. Little Daffod leads them straight up the track, one long scour through the forest, wider than the drover's path, but cramped on both sides with blackthorn bushes and straying field maples. Thomas rides as fast as he dares. He owes that to Walter. But the sure-footed cob is nervy, sensing the atmosphere, and nearly goes down just as Thomas is turning to look over his shoulder. He hears the scrape and clash of weapons below, a scream perhaps, or maybe just a crow. He puts his head down and they ride on. Later, he pulls his horse aside where the track bulges and he lets Katherine and Margaret pass. Margaret's face is clenched and she is racked with another coughing fit. Her breathing makes the sound of a saw in oak. Katherine does not look at him. They ride on up the hill for a league. They ride in silence, and all the while he knows he should have stayed and fought the giant. Later, Margaret stops them and has to take a draught of the medicament. She shudders. Thomas looks at Katherine. "What is it?" he asks. "What's wrong with her?" "I don't know," she says. "But whatever it is, the horse urine does no good." They ride on. The path flattens, dips into a hollow where there are traces of some workings, a mine, perhaps, and a stand of fir trees. They ought to stop, he thinks. They might even risk a fire, get the girl warm. Beyond the hollow, the track rises steadily. Katherine pauses in the copse, perhaps thinking the same thing, but it is too soon. They've not ridden far enough yet. "We go on?" Thomas asks the boy, pointing up the hill. Little Daffyd looks anxious. His gaze strays to Margaret, whose cough has not caught but goes round and round, a constant churn. Katherine looks at her too, then back down the hill. "What do you think?" he asks. "We should go on," she says. "We have not gone far enough." Thomas nods and turns his horse and uses his heels to set it trudging up the hill. The others begin to follow. The wind strengthens and the snow stings their eyes. It gathers and hardens in the folds of their cloaks. They lean into the wind and the slope and press on until night is about to overtake them and they can stand it no more. "We can't go on," Katherine shouts over the wind. "It is too dark. But we can't stay here. There's nowhere to shelter. If we get over the top, there'll be somewhere on the other side." They carry on, heads buried against the wind. The road continues on up. "Thomas!" Katherine is shouting again. "Thomas! What's that?" She is pointing ahead, on the left, where a dark shape looms out of the snow. Thomas reaches for his poleaxe, but remembers it's gone. Little Daffyd starts saying something and pointing. The shape doesn't move, and they ride on towards it, watching it grow larger through the snow. "A stone," Thomas says at last. "It's the shelter," Katherine calls. Margaret is really bad now, her breathing a constant haul. Its noise mixes with the wind. "We'll have to," Thomas says. He dismounts and pulls his horse off the track and up towards the stone. It is a thick slab of grey rock, twice the size of a man and almost as wide as it is tall, placed on its end by who knew what forces. Instinctively, the horses huddle behind it, sheltering from the wind, nose to tail. "We'll have to get Margaret up against it," Katherine shouts, "where there is most shelter." Thomas helps Margaret from her saddle. She is rigid and light in his arms, like a strung bow, he thinks, but too hot to the touch, and her breathing is a jerking scrape that makes him want to cough himself. He carries her to the side of the rock, where little Daffyd is scraping away the snow with his bare feet. Thomas sits her down, her back to the gritty surface. Her head rocks back, and she gasps for breath. "Daffyd," he says, and points little Daffyd to the spot next to her. Little Daffyd cautiously sits down next to her, but she is too far gone to care for station or manners, and she slumps against him. For a moment, the coughing stops, and it seems she will be comfortable. Then it starts again. "We need a fire," Katherine says. He is doubtful. "Can we risk it? What if—" Neither wants to think about what might have happened down in the woods. It is better to concentrate on getting away. Thomas rummages in his bag for his flint and steel and the little bag of baked linen for kindling. He looks around for anything he might get burning. There is nothing. Even in the shelter of the great stone, the wind tugs at his clothes. Katherine pulls out her extra clothes from her bag and lays them over Margaret and little Daffyd. Daffyd looks over her shoulder at Thomas. His eyes are large, and Thomas suddenly wonders if any of them will live through this. They must have a fire. He has the ledger. He opens the bag and is about to rip out the pages, all those names, all those dates and monies paid out, all up in smoke. Would it matter? But Katherine leans forward and takes his wrist. She shakes her head. "Not that," she says. "What about the book in Margaret's bag?" He is relieved. He packs the ledger away and picks out Margaret's book of hours instead. He knows that it is good by its binding and the quality of the paper, and he fears to burn what might be a work of some beauty. But what choice is there? He closes his eyes as he rips out the pages, 1, 2, 3 at a time, tearing them from their stitches and pressing them into balls. He strikes the steel and flint, and after a moment the linen catches. He lets the flames grow, and then builds it a shelter from the balls of paper. "Keep it going," he tells Katherine, passing her the book. The others huddle forward, spread their shaking hands over the tremulous heat. Thomas brings Margaret's patterns, then his bow, useless without arrows. Then he tears up some thick-rooted snarls of heather, beating them on the ground to knock the snow off. There is a small twisted tree he hacks at with his sword and brings back to feed into the flames. It will not last the night, but it will have to do. They huddle together under a tent of their clothes until one by one they fall asleep, last of all Thomas. His back against the stone, his legs outstretched to the fire in front of him, Katherine's back against his chest, her head against his shoulder. He presses his nose into the top of her cap, breathing in the mix of smoke, wool, dirt, and that other distinguishable trace that is uniquely hers. He shifts so that she rests more fully against him, and he places an arm around her that, after a moment, she grips across her chest. He can feel her breathing and is conscious that his fingertips rest on her inner thigh. He cannot resist, and he slowly strokes the worn wool of her hose, not intending anything other than intimacy, or perhaps from somewhere deep within himself to test how far he may presume on her. It is what he needs, he tells himself, after leaving Walter to die. It is a moment before he realizes that her breathing has changed and that she is holding her breath. Then she says something, perhaps in her sleep, and she shifts her legs so that his hand falls away, but she rests her head against his chest, and after a moment his own heartbeat slows, and soon he too is asleep. He wakes in the night to silence and registers that the fire is dead and that the wind has dropped, and there are stars scattered thick above them. He can't hear the stream anymore, and it takes a moment before he realizes it is frozen. It is only later, near dawn, that he misses Margaret coughing. For a moment he is glad, imagines she must be over it, but then in the pale light of dawn, when they come to wake her, she will not move, and she is stiff, and her face is blue. Snowflakes have melted on her eyelids and then frozen again. Katherine bends over the girl's bent body, and after a moment she looks up at him. He sees tears in her eyes and down her grubby cheeks. Thomas feels sick with guilt. In the night he had been thinking only of himself and Katherine, of himself with Katherine, and he had let the fire die. He had not checked on her. He had heard her silence and was himself comfortable and warm and had done nothing, and all the while... "I am so sorry," he says. "It is my fault. I should have... I don't know." "No," Katherine tells him. "I did it. You said we should stay in the valley down there. I said let us ride. Oh, God, forgive me." She begins gathering all their clothes, shaking the snow off them, and he hears her sob. Little Daffod looks on with no expression. "There's a pit down there," Thomas says, nodding towards the river. "We can bury her there." He leaves Katherine to strip Margaret's body. She leaves her in her linen shift, and they carry her, sublimely beautiful now she is released from the coughing, down to some workings which little Daffod has cleared of snow. They lay her down, and after a moment the stiffness seems to leave her body, and she subsides, and even looks at peace. While Katherine and little Daffod fetch bracken, more heather, grasses, anything they can pull up, Thomas takes the first page of the partner's ledger and his ink, and cuts a frozen reed from the frozen river's bed, and he fashions a pen. Then he writes, "Here lie the mortal remains of Lady Margaret Cornford, only issue of the late Lord Cornford, who died on this day, right beloved of God, and of all those who knew her. May she rest in peace." Then he places the piece of paper on a stone, and then places another stone on top to make a simple marker. They cover her body as best they can, and they kneel by her graveside, and Thomas says a prayer, asking the Lord to look down favourably upon his handmaid Margaret, to forgive her any sins she may have committed, and for the saints and martyrs to receive her in heaven and guide her to Jerusalem. Tears shimmer on Katherine's cheeks, and she wipes her nose with her sleeve. She is shaking, and Thomas has to help her stand and come away from the graveside. Afterwards, Katherine offers Margaret's cloak to little Daffyd, but he will not take it. They load the horses in silence and then turn their backs on the stone and walk back to the track. There is almost no wind now, and the sky above is very pale. The snow has obscured all trace of their arrival, and ahead the road rises to the two peaks. When they reach the little track, little Daffyd says something. "I think he wants to leave us here," Katherine says. "You can hardly blame him," Thomas agrees. They try to give him Margaret's horse, but he will not take it, not with the side saddle, so they give him Katherine's horse, which is the one he wants anyway. Then they say goodbye as best they can, and they watch him retrace their steps down the track, hurrying away from the great slab of stone and down over the snowfields, back towards the town he'd called Castelnaith. Whatever will he tell Dunn? Thomas wonders. They are left just the two of them, with two hungry horses, but no bow, no companions, and no idea what to do next except follow the road over the hills towards England. They turn and walk north, up the slope to the crest, where the wind picks up. On the other side, the land drops steeply into a valley. The path follows it down, bent like scissor handles, until it straightens out to run alongside a dark line in the snow that must be a river. "Come on," Thomas says, and they set off down through the snow, still walking as the horses pick their way down behind them. They reach the river, frozen over in parts, rushing in others, and they follow it eastwards, travelling all that day. Katherine rides side saddle on Margaret's horse and finds she likes it. "You look proper up there," Thomas observes. "Well, you would if you were in a dress." Katherine does not say anything. She has not said a word since the morning. All around, the land is deserted. They do not even see a sheep until towards late afternoon, when it is getting dark and they make out a smudge of smoke above a pair of cottages in the distance. Then there are more houses, and next a small town. They stop at the first cottage and an old man agrees to sell them bread, and when Thomas makes the mistake of letting him see the weight of Margaret's purse, his eyes deepen in his head. He invites them to sit by his fire, and they tear at the bread with filthy hands while the man's wife fetches ale. While they sit, another man joins them, and then another. Neither speaks, they just stare. The atmosphere deepens. Thomas can imagine how this will end. "Ought to see to the horses, Kit," he says, standing suddenly, hauling her to her feet before the three men can gather themselves. They hurry outside and haul themselves up into their saddles just as two more men come running. They ride hard, following the path alongside a river brimming in its banks until they join a proper road. It takes them through some roughly marked furlongs and stone pens where sheep bleat in the settling gloom. The horses are tired, though, and cannot run for long. When the road fords the river, Thomas reins in. "Christ," he says. They stare at the river's roiling black surface. Across it they can hear the bells in the town ringing for Compline. Thomas turns. Along the road are 5 Welshmen. "If I had my bow," Thomas says, "even with just those 5 arrows I could stop this." He sees another man join them with a bow and an arrow already nocked. He watches him draw, and for a moment cannot believe it. The arrow hums past, its fletch buzzing where it has not been properly set. It disappears into the water beyond with a loud plock. "Quick," he says, and he hauls the reins of his horse around and down the cobbles to the river. The water is numbingly cold, deep and fast-flowing. He feels his horse lose purchase on the stones of the riverbed before it starts to swim. "Come," he calls to Katherine. Katherine kicks her pony down the bank into the icy current. Thomas is across quickly, his boots full and his hose wet. The horse exhales loudly, shuddering. He looks back for Katherine. Her pony is struggling to swim, but makes it to the other side, only to stumble as it climbs the riverbank. "Katherine?" She falls and is under the water, and he thinks she has been hit by an arrow, but no. She clings with both hands to the reins, and the pony ploughs on, and she is dragged out. Water pours from her, and she loses her hat. Her pony scrabbles up the bank on slipping hooves. Thomas leaps down to help her. Over the side of the river, the Welshmen are still coming. "Quick," Thomas breathes. He bundles her upright, and they turn and run, ducking through the trees towards the town, leading the horses behind them. An arrow skips in the mud behind them, but it is a parting shot, and soon they are weaving their way among the hurdles and pens where geese hiss at them in the gloom. If they can only now find an inn in the town, they'll be safe. They find one below the castle motte. With a stable lad, the innkeeper has to wake with a kick, and the promise of ale to go with a stew of pork and beans and more roasted cheese. The innkeeper speaks English, and they tell him how they'd been attacked on the road. "Like that everywhere these days, isn't it?" he says without much concern. "Everyone's taking advantage of it." "Taking advantage of what?" Katherine asks. Her voice is oddly slurred. "Tutor's coming, did you know? Coming this way with an army of French and Irish, and the men of Pembroke, of course. Strong arms they've got on them. They're on their way to meet the Queen's army somewhere up north, aren't they? Ha! I fancy they'll knock old Warwick and March and whatever's left of the rest of them back into the sea for good this time." He's about to say more, but notices Katherine shivering. "Like a greyhound, aren't you, eh? You want to get out of those clothes, you do, lad?" Katherine sits on Margaret's bag, holding her hands over the slowly resuscitating coal fire in the middle of the hall. The innkeeper steps behind the screen and begins shouting at someone in his own language. Thomas, meanwhile, begins rummaging through Katherine's bag. There is a stained white shirt, a pair of brays, a length of cloth, 2 old-fashioned woolen hoods, and a leather strap. But it has been so cold she's been wearing everything else she owns, and now all that is sodden, clinging to her. Thomas's eye falls on Margaret's bag. In it are the blue cloak, those dresses, the linen underthings, the fine-gauge hose. A thought strikes him. "Kit," he says, half from habit now, even though they are alone. "You'll have to become a girl again." She looks at him, and he sees her eyes are bright and feverish. Dear God, he thinks, she cannot die on me too. Not Katherine. Not her. "Come on," he says, and he takes her by the hand and leads her to a corner of the hall where the fire is yet to cast much light, and he begins taking off her clothes. She starts to struggle, pulling away from him, but he is too strong, she too weak. "Come on, Kit," he murmurs. "Come on, it's all right. It's just me, it's Thomas, I'm helping you. You have to get out of these wet clothes. You have to get you dry. Come on." He coaxes her out of her wet jack, her woolen pilch, her rosary, Alice's rosary, her linen shirt. Her breasts are no bigger than kneecaps, and she is so thin he could have played a tune on her ribs. But dear God, what is this? All over her back is a fretwork of tiny scars from her shoulder to the hollows above her waist. He stares at it, horrified, then rubs the thickened skin gently with the dry cloth, trying to work some life back into flesh as pallid as goose fat. Next, he rummages in Margaret's bag and finds a shift of thick linen. He spreads it out and pulls it over her head. It falls to her knees. Then he bends and yanks off her hose and brays, which gather in rolls around her sodden boots. He lifts one skinny shank and hoiks the roll of cloth down around her ankles, removing the boot with a sucking sound and the smell of river water. Then the other boot. Katherine stands half comprehending, half helpful, mute. He finds a pair of brays in Margaret's bag and lays them on the floor for Katherine to step into. When she's done so, he pulls them up and ties them as best he can under the linen shift. He rubs his chin. What next? He rummages in the bag, his blunt fingers among the fine spun wool. Coif. He places it over her head, then rolls back the seams in imitation of women he's seen. He finds a heavy linen kirtle, dull brown, that he drops over her head and laces up at the front. He ties off the strings just above her breast and then steps back. The effect is eerie, but not yet right. She still looks half-dressed. What is missing? A proper dress. He finds the pale blue one Margaret had been wearing the day they first saw her, slips it over Katherine's head, pulls it down, and then thrusts her arms into the narrow sleeves. All the while, he talks to her, his voice low and reassuring. She sways when he is not holding her, but otherwise cooperates willingly enough. He wonders if it is the effect of the cold. He's never known her so biddable. He finds a long leather belt in Margaret's bag and wraps it twice around Katherine's waist. Then he finds a hood with a long tail that he places over her head and tucks into the belt. All that remains are the hose and the shoes, which have never been worn outside, let alone seen mud. He bends and picks up Katherine's foot and slips a leg of hose over her calf. It reaches mid-thigh and hangs loose, and there does not seem any way to stop it falling straight back down around her ankles again. It will have to do. He does the same with the other one, and then slips her bony feet into the leather shoes, fastening the buckle just as the innkeeper returns. The man stops, a ewer of ale in his hand. "Oh," he says, "well, I never. I took you for a boy, mistress." She is, there is no other word for it, striking. Still, Katherine says nothing. She looks at the way the cloth grips her forearms, and then she pulls at the coif against her neck. She runs fingers down to the front of her dress, feeling the lacings, which he now sees he's tied poorly. And then she runs both hands down her hips, and Thomas can feel his face flush. He does not know where to look, and is reminded in a flash of what he had felt the previous night, before Margaret had died. "So strange," Katherine says at last. "So strange." The innkeeper pours them ale and leaves the stew on the board by the fire, and Thomas watches as Katherine sits and drinks some warm ale and pushes the food away. Now she is dressed as a girl, she drinks more delicately. So whereas Kit made a conscious effort to guzzle ale and then wipe her mouth on her sleeve, here she is sipping at the cup as might a female. He feels suddenly very anxious in her company, as if she is a stranger, and he does not know what to do when she puts the cup down and leans against the table, holding her head. "We're the only people staying?" Thomas asks the innkeeper when he brings straw for their beds. "No one's about this time of year generally, and with Tudor coming, well—" "Are you quite well, mistress?" Katherine's eyes are glassy, and she sways where she sits at the board. "Tudor is coming here?" she asks. "So they say. Coming up from Pembroke around the hills he is, with 6,000 men. Soon set the Earl of Warwick back on his heels, won't he, hey?" Neither Thomas nor Katherine say a word while the innkeeper takes their bowls and puts them on the floor for a short-legged dog to lick. "Where are you from?" he asks, turning to Thomas. "You don't sound to be from these parts." "We are from Lincoln," Thomas stammers. Is it bad to admit they are from Lincoln? He has no idea. The innkeeper brightens. "Then you'll have further news of the battle?" he asks. "Battle?" Thomas asks. "The friar brought news only yesterday," the innkeeper says. "There has been a great battle outside the castle of Sandal, somewhere up, north, near York. It was fought on the eve of the new year, and Richard of York is killed. Aye, and the Earl of Salisbury too. Have you not heard? The whole of the Duke's army were cut down to a man, and now the north country lies in the Queen's hands, and all of England."
CD 11.
Chapter 29. She is woken by the sound of horses on the road outside. It is still dark, and though she recognises the noise of men in harness, she cannot stop herself slipping back into sleep. When she wakes again, her body is heavy, and she peers through her half-opened eyelids to see Thomas in his linen shirt, feeding slips of wood into the flames of the fire. He glances over, sensing a change in her, and opens his mouth and says something, but she cannot understand him, and she drifts back to sleep. She has been dreaming curious, swirling dreams, intensely vivid yet bewilderingly vague, and through them all flicker the shadows of the dead. Walter, Daffyd, Owen, and especially Margaret. Margaret is there often. At times she is no more substantial than a wisp of river mist at dawn. At others she acquires flesh and becomes all too real. She is unwell? She hears the innkeeper ask Thomas. A fever, Thomas says. Nothing more. She was caught in the cold on the hills. The innkeeper grunts something about a nunnery being more suitable than his hall, and Katherine stares past Thomas up into the roof at the tiles and the soot-blackened rafters. She tries to stay awake, but drifts back into sleep where the shades of the dead gather about her once more. How long she is like this she cannot say. When she is awake, it is as if everything is at a remove. She sees Thomas, his face swimming towards her, sometimes obscenely large, sometimes in miniature, and she hears his voice, sometimes loud in her ears, and then sometimes as a distant rattle. She knows he is asking a question or offering help, but nothing she hears or sees has anything to do with her. It feels as if someone else is lying there drifting through consciousness. On one of the days, she knows it is day because the shutters are open and a breeze stirs the wood smoke. She sees Thomas eating something. Every now and then a servant, a sullen, chunky girl, slow-moving, who'd never have survived long in the Priory, comes in to look at her and her possessions, and Thomas looks up from his scribbling. He has placed Margaret's bag where he can see it. Later, Katherine looks down and sees her arms encased not in the mossy, malodorous woolen jacket she's become used to, but in fine linen, and she is surprised to find that she is dressed as Margaret Cornford now. She falls asleep again, and when she wakes, it is dark, and she is certain she is now Margaret. But once more she drifts off into padded slumber. It is daylight when she opens her eyes the next time, woken by hunger. Thomas is sitting at a bench, making marks in the pardoner's ledger. He looks careworn and sorrowful. She thinks of him when she first saw him, running in the snow beyond the Priory's walls, and then his face with the sun falling on it when they were in Calais. And now this. She finds tears in her eyes. He is such a good soul, she thinks, and has suffered so for the sake of others. Now he turns and is looking at her, with a smile breaking through the worry. It is like the onset of spring, or the sun breaking through clouds. "Katherine," he says, his voice cracking, "you are with us! Praise the Lord!" He swings his feet and comes to her. She says nothing. Her mouth is foul and her head aches almost as badly as her stomach. He helps her to sit up, and she drinks the ale from a slimy leather cup. "How long have I been like this?" she croaks. "Days," he says, "a week even." He too has lost track of time. A moment later, the innkeeper comes in with wood for the fire. "God's grace," he exclaims. "She lives." The lumpen servant girl appears over his shoulder and looks disappointed. When they have gone, Katherine turns to Thomas again. "Did I dream the news that Richard of York is dead?" Thomas shakes his head. "No," he says, "and further confirmation has come." He tells her how he has heard that Richard of York and his army had emerged from Sandal Castle only to be engulfed by a much larger force led by the Queen's favourite, the Duke of Somerset, and Andrew Trollope, the man who had led the Calais force that switched sides the year before. He describes how the innkeeper laughed as he told him the battle lasted less than an hour, and that the Duke of York had his head knocked from his shoulders and set on a pike and carried to York, where it is set on the gatehouse. So York can overlook York, he said. They'd even put a paper crown on his head as well, so he looked the part, the innkeeper said. The Earl of Salisbury had been executed the following day, and the Duke of York's younger son, the Earl of Rutland, whom they'd seen arguing with the Earl of Warwick in Westminster that summer, was murdered after the battle, and now all three heads were on pikes together. Heralds have named the battle after the nearby town of Wakefield. Katherine asks about Sir John Fakenham and the others, about Richard and Geoffrey and all the other Johns who had been waiting to join the Duke of York. They might not have been there, you know, Thomas says. They might have stayed in Marton Hall. Do you remember what Sir John said? That they'd go in the spring when the fighting was supposed to start. She nods. It is a slim hope. And what of Walter? Thomas shakes his head. Nothing, he says. But nor have I heard anything of Ravensboy or the giant either. You think Walter might have... She cannot finish the sentence. I hope so. He was the sort of man who might have liked the idea of selling his life dearly. Then Thomas lowers his voice and glances at the screen across the buttery where the innkeeper and his servants come and go. Tudor scurriers are being through, he whispers. The army is working its way around those hills we crossed from the west. The innkeeper thinks they will be here within the next 2 days. Then we must be gone, Katherine says, trying to sit up. Thomas nods. The innkeeper says the road to England runs north-east, he says, to a town called Lempster. He tells me to be careful to whom I speak when we get there, for the area is what he calls the Marches, and it's supposed to be full of traitors. She struggles up onto her elbows and looks down at her clothes. Seeing them, something like relief runs through her, as if something has been decided for her. Why am I dressed like this? She asks, as she prizes the blankets off. Do you not remember? They are Margaret's clothes. They were all that was dry. I sent your other clothes to the washerwoman, but they would not touch them for fear of having them fall to pieces. He pauses, looks at her keenly. Are you strong enough to travel? He asks. They stare at one another. Both have heard the words before, when they were about to leave Kidwelly and someone asked the same question of Margaret Cornford. Are you strong enough to travel? Margaret had given them the answer they'd wished to hear, but it was not necessarily the right one. So long as there are no more of those hills, she says. Thomas frowns. I cannot promise you that, he says. She looks up through the bars of the hall's window, nor can he promise she will not be snowed on. The early morning sky is white with it, and while the ostler's boy saddles their horses, they finish a mutton pie and get the fat girl to fill Margaret's leather flask with ale. Katherine fastens Margaret's beautiful blue cloak around her shoulders and presses the blue headdress over her coif, and she leaves the inn for the first time in more than a week. Underfoot, the snow in the yard is hard and a fat lip of ice hangs from a waterspout. Katherine feels the cold with every breath. She climbs into the side saddle and settles herself, just as she saw Margaret do, and then she waits while Thomas tips the boy for having put oil on the horse's hooves. After a moment, she becomes aware that Thomas is gazing at her. When she turns on him, he looks away, as if embarrassed to be caught staring. What? She says. You look very different, he says. I am wearing a dress, she points out. I know, he says, only I had not realised how. I had not realised that you would look so good in it, is what I mean. He blurts these last words, and she cannot help but smile. They start out through the town gates and follow the road northwards, the country around them clamped in snow, silent except for the river that slides by alongside them like a rill of black silk. Immediately the road rises, the wind picks up, plucks at their hems, ruffles the horses' manes. They ride in silence, Thomas's shoulders hunched. Occasionally he turns to check on her. She wonders what they will find when they return to Marton Hall. "What if it is already in Somerset's hands?" she calls. Thomas halts his horse and waits for her to draw abreast. "I don't know," he says, "but Sir John will have left word, and he will want to know what happened to us, what happened to Walter and Daffyd and Owen." "And Margaret," she adds. Thomas nods. "Yes, and Margaret," he says, and they ride on, each wrapped in their own thoughts. Now all Katherine can think about is Margaret. Even her hands in these gloves remind her of Margaret. She is on Margaret's horse, in Margaret's clothes, and sometimes she thinks Margaret is talking to her, telling her something. A little while later they pass a tower on a hill a short distance off the road to the south. Beyond the next rise is a mean little cottage where there is no one to be seen, not in the cottage nor in the furlongs beyond. They get off their horses. Inside, embers smoulder under pale ashes. Thomas shouts for the owners, but there is no answer. "Can you feel someone watching us?" he asks. She senses it too, and looks around, but she finds nothing. The wind sows in the trees. They eat some of the bread they've bought and pour away the ale for tasting of horses' urine, and then they mount up and carry on over a wooden bridge. Here Thomas stops and gets off his horse. He bends and traces his finger in the frost-stiffened mud. "Horses," he says. "About 10 of them, well shod. I've been seeing their prints on the road since Brecon." She says nothing. Of course there are hoof prints, she thinks. It's a bridge. Then she sees what he means. There are a lot of hoof prints, all left at the same time and all going in one direction, north-east. "Can they be Tudors scurriers?" she asks. "Could be," Thomas says, but there is doubt in his voice. "Or?" she asks. He gets back in the saddle and turns to her without a word. "It cannot be Riven and his giant," she says. But she knows it can. "They must know we crossed the hills," he says at length. "They must suppose we are trying to get back to Marton Hall." "Perhaps we should avoid the road?" Katherine suggests half-heartedly. She looks up at the hills ranged around in a ring, grey with snow, wreathed in cloud. She is not well enough for any more nights in the open. They both know it. "No," Thomas says. "The innkeeper says there is an inn the drovers use. We must make for that tonight." They continue on, following the tracks of the riding party until evening starts to fall, and then, after another league, they come to the inn, a yellow light in the gloom, holding out all sorts of promises. It is a thatched hall built on the squint and set back off the road among fields thick with bleating sheep. Even before they've dismounted, they can smell meat cooking, and Katherine can think of nothing else. But as they approach, they hear the sound of men and ale-fueled conversation. "We cannot stay here," Thomas whispers. Disappointment settles on her like wet clothing. No, worse than that, it actually hurts. What little strength she has ebbs away, and soon she is shivering and sweating. She is not yet well. They ride on. "Is it warmer as a man or a woman?" he asks. "Neither," she says. He laughs. Mist is boiling up from the river beside them, overflowing onto the floodplain, dank and penetrative, and they are pleased when the road turns away and heads up a gentle hill. Over its crest, they find what they are looking for, a single cottage with smoke seeping through the eaves. A man appears from the gloom carrying a froe and a dead fish. He drops the fish when he sees Thomas and swings the froe in both hands. He puts the tool aside when he sees Katherine, reassured by the presence of a woman. He agrees to let them share his fire, but he has no news, not of Tudor or Riven, or any of the battle of which the Brecon innkeeper told them. He has not even heard that there are any wars, and is only able to tell them that they are still on the right road to Leinster, and that they are in for cold weather. He guts the fish on the floor without much care, throwing the entrails to seethe in the flames. Then he boils the fish in water in a blackened pot that hangs from a bar above the fire. He has no interest in whence they've come or whither they are going, and once he's eaten his share of the fish, he falls asleep where he sits by his fire, keeling over onto the hard-packed ground and snoring gluttonously through the night. Thomas spreads his blanket awkwardly over them both and offers her the ledger on which to rest her head, but she refuses, and in the morning, when they rise, the carpenter is outside among low mounds of chipped wood, splitting a log with his froe. Overhead, the sky is like milk, and the cold fiercer than ever, and the carpenter's body is steaming. Within a moment, Katherine is shivering in her cloak, and her face is burning in the wind. The horses stumble on the iron-hard mud as they cross a low plateau and descend to find another hamlet, also deserted. "They must have heard Tudors coming," Thomas says. The same is true of the next village, and the next. "We shall starve if we don't eat soon," Thomas tells her. "Is it just us?" she asks, "or does everybody travel so uncertainly? Perhaps we ought to return to the man with the fish. We can buy some from him." She turns in her saddle just as they crest the next low rise. "Thomas!" He turns and stands in his stirrups and peers back over her head. The road behind them, not 3 leagues distant, is now a line of horsemen. "Dear God," he says, "they have moved up fast. It can only be the vanguard." They kick their horses and crest the hill, but the animals are too tired and cold and hungry, and they can manage no more than a trot. "We must not stop until we reach Lempster," Thomas says. "The town will shut their gates on Tudor, and the army will pass them by. That's what the innkeeper said." "Then let us pray for that," Katherine says. "But how far is it?" "He said no more than 2 days. We've already ridden 1, so can we outrun them?" "I don't know." They ride on through the morning, the road passing through water meadows skimmed with grey ice and stands of naked trees. Katherine's muscles ache from unfamiliar exertions of the saddle, and she is feverish, half-frozen, half-broiled. But they must not stop. They ride a league, then another, and all the while Tudor's army seems to gain on them, his scurriers stretching forward along the road towards them, then sliding back only to come up again. A mile later she looks around, and a riding party is setting out more purposefully along the road towards them. They have been seen, she thinks, 2 lone dots on the horizon, and someone has given the order that they be hunted down. 10 men, she guesses, pale in their livery coats, long spears in their stirrups. There is something about them that draws her up short. A big man, riding what looks like a cart horse. "Thomas!" she shouts again. Thomas flinches at her shout and turns to squint into the distance where she is pointing. "It can't be," he says. "It's just another big man." "We must get off the road now," she says. "There is a turning, look." Half a league ahead, in a clutch of cottages at a crossroads, smokeless and deserted like everywhere else in this county. If they can reach them, they may be able to leave this road and cut away up into the hills and let the army pass. She hopes that she is wrong about Riven and the giant being among them. They use their heels hard, and though they are done in, the horses are tough and manage an extra turn of speed. They reach the crossroads between the cottages and strike off to the left, northwards. The path is barely that, but it serves and takes them through an orchard of crouched apple trees and past a watermill where the wheel creaks and thumps above the flare of water in the rill below. Katherine is numb with cold now, sick with hunger and fatigue. Her pony near halt, near dead, perhaps. She feels likely to fall from the saddle again, but still they don't stop. Their path runs along the river's bank and then through its water meadows. Hills rise up either side. Ahead is a wood. "What should we do if they come this way?" she calls. "I'm trying to think what Walter would do," Thomas says. She supposes he will stop and volunteer to hold the road while she rides on. It is the sort of thing he might suggest, just as he had on the other side of the hills in Wales, and suddenly the thought terrifies her. Without Thomas, there is nothing. She ducks as the path takes them through a small wood of low-hanging trees where dark pools reflect the sky above, then the road doglegs around a couple of willow trees where Thomas groans and she follows his pointing arm. This time there is no mistaking them. The giant, on a huge horse, is following a path down through the tangled woods in the hills above. They must have seen them turn and have ridden to cut them off. More riders follow him, about 10 in a file, long spears held upright. "Dear God," she breathes. "How did they know?" "We might still outrun them," Thomas says, "or find somewhere better to fight." He looks around. There seems nowhere better than here. He sighs. "No, let us have done with it here. I am tired of running." She nods. Together they draw their swords, his longer than her short little blade. She throws her cloak over her shoulder and wipes her nose with the back of her hand. Her short hair is loose, the coif hanging like a hood. Her ear aches in the cold. Together they watch the riders emerge onto a clearing, a man with a bandaged eye and the giant. "Look," Thomas says, "it is the son, not the father. Perhaps you will unhorse him again." The giant sees them under their tree and gestures. Next to him, Edmund Riven laughs. Then the giant kicks his horse and begins plodding through the reeds towards them. She hears Edmund Riven draw his sword. The giant, meanwhile, is holding something up for them to see. He is laughing. It is the poleaxe. Katherine closes her eyes. So Walter is dead. It feels like physical pain, like a punch to the kidneys, a fall from a tree. "If I can land just one blow, that is all I ask," Thomas says. The riders across the meadow fan out, shoulder to shoulder, behind the giant and Edmund Riven. 1 or 2 seem to be carrying wounds. Even the giant seems to have his left hand lying loose in his lap, as if to favour it. Walter's work, she hopes. The shadow of the hills behind Riven's men stretch out across the water meadow as night fills the broad-bottomed valley, and above them all colour bleeds from the sky. Steam billows from their horses. "So," Thomas says, "this is it. This is what God wills." "So it seems," Katherine agrees. Her voice wavers in her throat, cracks. Her heart is beating very fast. She must try to be courageous about this, not to fall screaming, not to let herself down at the end. Thomas turns to her. "Kit," he says. "Katherine." There are tears in his lashes, his lips tremble. She holds out her hand to him. He takes it. "Thomas," she says, before he can speak. "You know that I do not believe in the will of God, but if he wills our deaths now, as it seems, then I give him thanks that at least we will be together at our end. I am glad of that, at least." He is silent for a moment. It is as if she's taken his words away. He rests his sword on his lap and sighs lengthily, a long plume of breath. "I wish," he begins, "I wish we had more time. More time to just be. Like other people, with none of this." He gestures at her drawn sword and the approaching horseman. "I wish we had more time for everything," he says. "I know," she says. "I know." She spurs her horse to him and stretches up. He leans down, and their lips touch. She closes her eyes at the sensation, wishing it could last. Then they pull away. "Go with God, Thomas," she says. "You too, Katherine. You too." Chapter 30. Even while he can still taste her on his lips, he knows he must kill her. It is what Walter would have done. He will do it quickly, so quickly she'll never know what is happening. He will draw the blade across her throat, and she will be dead before she slumps from her saddle. It will be so easy, and once done, the giant will never be able to touch her. He feels the nerves in his fingers prickle and the blood in his sword arm froth. He changes his grip on his sword hilt, draws back his arm. He lifts his arm. But across the marshy ground, Edmund Riven seems to sense what is afoot. He yells and charges. As he does so, Thomas sees a movement from the periphery of his eye, down by the woods at the end of the marsh, where nothing should be moving. It is a tiny blur, a blur that a man might register only after it is gone, but an archer would know it for what it was. An arrow shaft. It slits through the air and catches Riven's horse with a short thud. The horse staggers, cants 4 or 5 steps to the left, then dips. The horse's head drops and its forelegs tangle as it runs. There is a crack like burning pine wood, and the horse goes down. Edmund Riven is hurled from the saddle. He flies for a moment and then is gone. Behind him, the horse rolls through the reeds and the waters. The giant pulls up, the men behind too. A second shaft hums across the marsh and twists one out of his saddle, bundling him to the ground. A third follows. Thomas slips from his saddle and drags Katherine from hers. He drops to the ground and spreads his body over her, pressing her into the black mud. "Who are they?" she cries out. I don't know. Riven's men are just as confused. They are shouting the same question. The horse is screaming. The others are trying to turn their horses, trying to get back to the trees. Thomas raises his head above the grasses. At the far end of the meadow, he can see the pale spikes of bows among the thickets of sedge. Another arrow skims through the reed tips. It hits something, and there is a cry. Riven's men are pulling back. There is a drum of unsteady hooves as they reach the trees and start up the hill, back to Tudor's army. But where is the giant? Where is Riven? Thomas raises his head again. An arrow sighs overhead, missing the horses. He ducks. "Come on," he says. He takes Katherine's hand and leads her scrambling back behind the willows. Under the branches it smells sharply of cows. He looks around the rough bark, sees the archers moving up. 3 or 4 empty saddled horses stand cropping the grass, and nearby a man sobs in agony. Reed tops twitch, and an arrow with a broken fletch buzzes noisily overhead in the gloom. Who are these new men? Where have they come from? There is a long moment of silence. Then a man shouts in the distance, calling to his own men. Horsemen have arrived from the far end of the marsh and are now cautiously investing the long grasses. They are scurriers, perhaps, but whose? Thomas can almost make out their livery, but cannot believe it. Blue and Murray. Isn't that March's livery or Hastings? What badges are they wearing? Katherine peers through the willows. An arrow cracks into the trunk above their heads. She screams, and he drags her down again. There is a sudden drum of hooves and a bellow of pain, then another scream that ends in a crunch of something. Whimpering. More silence. Overhead 3 ducks pass, their wings wheezing as they beat. A man roars. A scrape of steel and iron, a splash, and then more shouts. An archer appears along the road, keeping to the shadows, his head bobbing. He starts when he sees them, raises his bow and draws. Thomas throws aside the sword and holds his palms up. The archer half relaxes his string. "Who the fuck are you?" he asks. He sounds like Walter. Thomas stares at him. He can hardly speak. The archer has the badge of a bull's head on his tabard. The bull's head. William Hastings' badge. He is one of Hastings' men. Hastings' archers. Thomas takes a step towards him and the man tightens his string, but then is distracted by Katherine wearing a lady's fine cloak, but her hair is short and uncovered, and she is like no lady he can ever have seen. "My name is Thomas Everingham," Thomas begins, "a good friend to William Hastings." There is another scream in the marsh behind them. All 3 flinch. They hear a man running clumsily, breaking through the reeds onto the path ahead. He stops and stares at them. Then he turns away and runs, and there is a thump as he is upended in a tangle of legs by an arrow. Someone laughs. "Well, Thomas Everingham," the archer says, "if you want to stay a good friend of William Hastings, then you'd best be keeping your bloody head down. You too were... mistress." He touches his sallet and passes them, moving out into the reeds, stretching his bowstring. The archers have started calling to one another now. They are moving through the marsh like huntsmen clearing a covey from a copse. "Can they be dead?" Katherine asks. "Oh, I pray to God they are." One of the horsemen comes up the path from the far end of the clearing. He looks young, moving with exaggerated swagger, playing the part of the soldier. "The devil are you?" he asks when he sees them. He has a long sword in his hand, and the bull's head is on his chest too. His long nose and wide mouth lend him a familiar look. "You are William Hastings, man?" Thomas asks. "I am. I am John Grill of Kirby Muxlaw in Leicester. And who are you?" "I am Thomas Everingham, from Marton Hall in Lincoln, of the affinity of Sir John Fakenham, and a good friend to William Hastings." "Is that so?" Grill nodded. "And milady?" Thomas turns. Dear God, who is she? I have not thought to decide. He opens his mouth to say something, but Katherine speaks first. "I am Lady Margaret Cornford," she says in a clear voice, "of Cornford also in Lincolnshire." Thomas opens his mouth, closes it. Why has she said that? "My lady," Grill touches his helmet, "but why are you here and—" His gaze travels up and down her muddy dress. "And who are those men on the road? We assumed they were Tudor scurriers, but—" "They followed us here from Wales," Katherine tells him. "We have come from there, from Wales. They're Giles Riven's men." Grill starts. "Giles Riven the turn and turn again coat? But how came you here from Wales? Do you have any news of Tudor and his army?" "His vanguard is on the road south of here," Thomas says, pointing, "making for the town of Lempster." "Ha!" Grill barks again. "He will need to negotiate with the men of the marches before he can have liberty of that choice." "Who are they?" Thomas asks. "Who are the men of the marches?" Grill looks at him as if he is stupid. "You were in the marches," he says, gesturing to the hills around him. "All this land belongs to the Earl of March, and those who live on it do not take kindly to just anyone coming through, especially not a rabble of Irishmen and Frenchmen led by a treacherous Welshman who ought to be hanged for the common criminal he is." "But you are Hastings' man. Is he here?" "Why, yes," Grill says, again as if it is the most obvious thing in the world. "We are camped by Wigmore, not 2 leagues up the road. We marched back from Gloucester when we got news of Tudor's landing." The men in the marshes behind them are more relaxed now, and they are beginning to brag and joke with one another as their nerves unwind. "Let's see where we are then, shall we?" Grill says, and he kicks his horse to push past them through the reeds. Thomas and Katherine follow. Thomas still has his sword. They find Edmund Riven's horse first, straining to breathe, eyes rolling and ears flattened with pain. A broken arrow is buried in its shoulder, and a ribbon of plum-coloured blood snakes from the wound. One of Hastings' men is silently contemplating it. After a moment, he cuts through the animal's throat with an almost tender stroke of his knife and holds its head while blood seethes from the frilled lips of the wound in rhythmic spurts. Steam drifts in the air, the smell rich, and after a moment the horse is still. "Sorry about that, old son," the archer says, laying the head down softly. Thomas looks away. To think he has come so close to doing the same to Katherine. Riven has been thrown a little way off, among the rushes, so Thomas pushes aside the reeds with his sword, expecting to see him lying dead or unconscious. But there is nothing. He searches again. Still nothing. There are broken reeds and a scrape of mud to show where he's fallen, but no sign of blood or his body. He is gone. The giant too, but of him there is even less sign since his horse is also missing, as is the poleaxe. Must have got out the bag, is Grill's estimation, and he gestures down towards the trees in the south. My orders are to picket this approach, though, and not go chasing their scouts back into camp. The archers are disappointed. There are 4 of Riven's men dead and 2 wounded, both so badly they will not live through the night, and Thomas and Katherine and the squeamish horse-lover look away as one of the sergeants blesses them with a sign of the cross, and then brains each one of them with 2 blows of a lead maul. It's a mercy, one of the archers says. I'd hope someone'd do the same for me in that case. Christ. Thomas cannot stop himself breathing. I would have tried to do something for them, Katherine whispers, if they had not spent the last days trying to kill me. Grill sends a man on horseback to the camp with them to report what has happened, and they take to their saddles again and follow the path through the valley. They are almost too tired to talk. They pass a hamlet and then a soldier's camp of tents. Men stare at them as they pass. They are Hastings' men and March's men, and Thomas feels dizzy with relief, but he cannot help but wonder why Katherine said she was Margaret Cornford. She looks at him helplessly and gestures to the dress. It was all I could think of, she says. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. Thomas says nothing. What could she have done? Said she was someone else? Who, though? He opens his mouth to tell her that, but then stops. It wouldn't help. Besides, what is done is done. They ride on. Beyond the camp is a castle, a clutch of grey stone battlemented towers bosomed with bare branched trees, on a steep bailey a little off the road to the west. Behind it rises a line of hills. Wigmore Castle, their guide says. When they arrive at the gatehouse, he names them to the captain of the watch as Thomas Iverington and Lady Margaret Cornford, though no one appears to care very much for anything they have to say that does not concern the whereabouts, numbers, and disposition of Tudor's army. Can we see William Hastings? Thomas asks after he's told the captain all he knows. The captain grumbles something about Hastings being too busy to see anyone, and takes them to the crowded inner ward where they can hear a flute being played in one of the solars above. Someone is plucking strings too, and a man is singing in a high voice. Thomas asks for news of the engagement outside Sandal Castle. It was what it was, the captain says, scuffing his boots. A disaster. Duke of York killed in the field, Earl of Salisbury captured then executed by that bastard, the bastard of Exeter. Earl of Rutland murdered by that black-faced butcher Clifford. And how many men like you and me killed where we stood? Who knows? Thousands. But what about Sir John Fairclough? Do you know if he was there? The captain shakes his head. Never heard of him, he says, and he leaves them in a dark corner by a doorway that leads to the castle latrine. Thomas puts the bags down and Katherine leans against him for a moment. Thomas stands stock still. He places an arm around her, and they stand for a while, neither moving, neither needing to say a thing. Then a messenger with a candle in a lantern comes for them, and they step apart. You the bloke who's just come from Wales? Get your things and follow me, he says. Earl of March wants to see you. He leads them up some steps in a tower and along a stone corridor to where 3 soldiers stand with bills at a door. Through it they can hear the flute and the singing. It is quite unlike any of the singing he's heard in Mass. One of the guards opens the door and ushers them in. A fire is piled scandalously high in the middle of the floor, and 5 or 6 men are sitting at a board where food and drink are being served by attendants. The flautist and the singer stop and are ushered away behind a screen by a fat man with a linen cloth. Each of the men at the table looks up from their dishes. One is Edward of March, now the Duke of York since his father's death, he whom they'd last seen the summer before, that time at Westminster. When he sees Thomas, he gets to his feet, incredulous. Dear God in heaven, he says. You! My lord, Thomas mumbles, but he can hardly take his gaze off the breasts of the glazed bird that steams on a dish held by one of the servants. The smell makes his mouth water. What in the name of all the saints are you doing here? It is a long story, sir.
And one best told with wine, I bet, and something to eat.
This is from William Hastings, who's risen to his feet and has come around to shake Thomas's hand.
It's good to see you, Thomas. Everingham, isn't it? He says.
Thomas nods. Hastings' gaze flicks to Katherine and then flicks back again.
But tell us, he says, who is this?
He bows his head in mock salute to Katherine. For a moment, Thomas thinks Hastings will recognise Kit, the boy who saved Richard Fakenham's life, and Katherine says nothing. She is suddenly ill, pale as a sepulchre, with glazed eyes that seem to roll into the back of her head. She does not answer. The silence only deepens as Hastings and March take in her filthy face, the stained dress, the grubby headdress with a linen coif tugged down to cover her cropped ear. The other men at the table lean in on the conversation. Even the servers are poised, mouths open, loaded spoons in their hands, staring. Thomas can stand it no more.
Lady Margaret Cornford, he says, daughter of the late Lord Cornford.
As he says it, he knows he has crossed some line, that there is no way back now. Katherine looks at him feverishly, and he wonders if she is grateful or fearful. Hastings blows through his lips.
My lady,
he says, and he lets go of Thomas's hand and takes hers. He leads her to his chair at the board. The men there, in fur-collared coats, one with a chain of gold around his neck, another a priest, stand.
Friends,
Hastings says, addressing them.
My lady has had a long and discomforting journey, so I trust you will not begrudge her a place at our table. There is precious little room in the castle to which she may retire, and for those of us who hold Lord Cornforth's memory dear, we should extend every courtesy to his bloodline.
The men nod, but frown. A woman at such a table. Katherine takes her place, grateful only to sit on the chair, her narrow fingers shaking as she drinks hot wine and then gnaws at bread. March, meanwhile, takes Thomas to one side.
So you have come from Wales? He asks. Have you seen Tudor's army?
Thomas nods.
All the talk is of them being Irish mercenaries.
March goes on as if talking to himself.
With a few Frenchmen for good measure. I cannot decide just how poor they will be when it comes to it. The weather has been bad, I hear.
It has been cold, my lord, with snow.
I hope they have suffered cruelly, March says. They are camped tonight just off the road to the south of here, where the captain of the watch tells me you were picked up. My sources suggest they are short of food and ale.
There was precious little to be had on the way, Thomas confirms.
We can thank John Donne for that, March says. He's warned everyone in Wales to bury their food and take to the hills.
Donne. Thomas hears the name like a slap. John Donne will know Katherine is not Lady Margaret Cornford.
Is John Donne here now, sir? He asks. Donne? No, he is out.
Harassing the enemy, he calls it, murdering their scouts, I'd call it, and thank him for it. He raises his cup in thanks to John Donne before drinking. Thomas thinks to ask about the battle outside Wakefield, but how can you ask a man about his father and brother being killed?
So, March says, there will be fighting tomorrow. I hope you will join us.
You are my lucky talisman. Thomas nods, but he is far from certain. He drinks deeply, burning his tongue but hardly caring. Great God, it is good.
Tomorrow will be a different sort of fight,
March says, raising his voice, broadening the conversation to include everyone in the room.
In the past, we have always urged our men to spare the commons and to kill only the gentles, but hereafter we want them all dead.
This sinks in.
But Edward, your grace, Hastings says, you were talking about the lives of Englishmen, the deaths of Englishmen, I should say. I know that, William, but I want everyone to know that if they take up arms and follow that bastard-born Somerset, or bloody old Tudor, or any man against us, then they will pay for it with their lives. They have shown us no mercy, and so by God we shall show them none either.
Hastings remains doubtful.
But who among them has a choice? He asks. Commissions of array are one thing, but if you owe your livelihood to a man, and that man demands you harness yourself and march with him to war, then what can you do? If you refuse, you'll be evicted and your goods given to another who will fight.
But March is determined. Losing a father and a brother might do that to a man, Thomas supposes. Katherine, meanwhile, is now sitting with her head lolling on its thin stem. Thomas asks Hastings if there is anywhere he might find for her to sleep. Of course. I'm sure we can find somewhere. She should take a little wine and then rest. And may I ask if you have any news of Sir John Fakenham? Thomas asks. Hastings shakes his head. I've heard nothing, he says. I sent a messenger to command him to come to Shrewsbury with every man he could raise, but the messenger never returned. I don't know if he was prevented from delivering his message or waylaid on his way back. All I know is that Fakenham was yet to arrive by the time we marched south. He was summoned to Sandal before Christmastide, Thomas says. I was with him when the messenger arrived. Hastings takes a drink and Thomas hears him swallow. There is a telling silence for a moment. We can only pray, Hastings says. Pray that he still lives. Thomas is not invited to sit at the board, but a servant leads Katherine away to her bed, and she leaves with a wary backward glance, trying to find him but failing. Thomas finds a spot in a passageway outside the kitchen, where a dog lies with his jaws on its paws, the light of the rush lamp catching in its liquid eyes, and the wall is warm from the fire, and as he closes his eyes he wonders where she is and wishes she was there. The next morning it is bitterly cold, and the sky is rose-coloured, fretted with fine white cloud. The bells are ringing for mass, but the air is filled with the clink and shunt of men gathering with sharp-edged weapons. Some are drinking ale in hard swallows, others telling jokes and laughing nervously. They compare pieces of equipment, swords, hammers, axes, helmets and harness. Still others are huddled blowing on their hands in front of the fires. The stink, even in the icy air, is strong. Unwashed bodies in wet wool, coal smoke, hot grindstones, vinegar, and the smog of their breath. And above it all is the smell of nerves, of fear, of anticipation. When Mass is over, Hastings and March and the other commanders emerge from the chapel. They are clutching candles. They congregate at the doorway for a moment, and later, when Hastings sees Thomas, he is still holding a candle, but now has a fold of cloth. You will wear my livery today? He asks, offering the cloth to Thomas. I should like you to be with me. Thomas swallows. Of all the things he'd rather not do, to take the field is among them. But now here is Hastings, a man who he might well call a friend, when almost all his others are dead, asking a favour. Gladly, he says, taking the cloth, feeling the plinth of the Black Bull's head badge. Though I am hardly prepared for it, and I must look to Lady Margaret. Ah, and where is she now? Recovered, I hope. Hastings gestures up at the keep. I have yet to see her this morning. Does she have any family to speak of? Hastings asks. I knew Cornford, of course, a good man. She looks more like her mother, I'd say, though in truth I never met her. She was supposed to be frail, wasn't she? Died after childbirth. Thomas nods, though he hardly knows. Hastings scratches the side of his nose with the candle. Interesting, he says. Interesting. He is silent for a long moment, plunged into thought. Here, he says at length. Take this as well. He passes Thomas the candle. A clarion player tries to blow a call, but it is too cold to purse his lips, and the noise comes out as a curious squeal. Men laugh. Thomas looks at the candle. Candlemas, Hastings explains. Today. Time flies, no? He walks off, leaving Thomas with the candle and the livery coat. The footmen are starting to move out of the castle gatehouse to gather in the deer park beyond, and in the confusion, Thomas finds a loaf and an earthenware ewer of ale that a woman has set aside under a table, and after a moment's consideration, he gives in to temptation and takes it. As he hurries away, he feels the black eyes of the woman's girl fall on him more in sorrow than anger, and he leaves her the candle in recompense. He finds Katherine still up in the solar, and with no maid to help her, she is wrestling with her unfamiliar clothes. He gives her the ale and bread, and they sit on a chest, eating until a messenger sent by Hastings appears. "You're to come," he says. He waits while Thomas puts his head through Hastings' fooled tabard and straightens it over his still damp coat. "Goodbye," he says, lost for a moment as to what he should call her. She looks at him with her calm blue eyes. "Godspeed, Thomas," she says. He cannot tell if she is putting on a performance in front of Hastings' messenger, but then she adds, "I've no fear you will not come back. You are immortal." How else to explain it all? He wishes he was so sure. When Thomas emerges through the doorway of the keep, the courtyard below is loud with drummer boys and clarion callers, and a party of heralds in blue cloaks is gathered by the gatehouse. The Earl of March, now Duke of York, is already mounted on a destrier. He is wearing harness of fluted plate with a white feather plume on the crown of his helmet, and in the shade of the curtain walls his harness seems to gather all the available light and distill it into something pure, something angelic almost, except that he carries a cruel beaked hammer over his shoulder and a battle-axe at his hip. Next to him is William Hastings, in less showy armour and no plume, his visor open, his handsome face pale. Behind him, a man carries the fish-tailed battle standard bearing the picture of a white, hairy dog or some such, and behind is a line of perhaps 100 men in plate armour under their own banners. The horsemen move off with a tuneless timpani, clonking hooves, the scrape of iron shoes on stone and of men in harness. They pass through the gatehouse and ride out over the bridge to join the footmen waiting across the road, south. Thomas walks behind the messenger. What does Hastings want of him? Whatever it is, Thomas knows he'll not be able to provide it. His hands are shaking at the thought of what is to come. He follows the messenger along the road through the trees and past a little hamlet and a patchy wood of much coppiced willow, empty pig pens and black mud. Everything is limed white, with hoarfrost, and breath hangs in the air. Beyond, spilling over into the boggy meadows, are thousands of men, archers, billmen, men-at-arms, their liveries new to Thomas, their flags unfamiliar. Their officers, captains and sergeants are shouting and cajoling men into their places. Drums thunder and trumpets call out, and for a fleeting moment there is a festival atmosphere as women and children mill around the fringes, selling ale and bread, sausages, soup. One woman, still in her nightcap, tries to sell Thomas a smoked eel, the skin as golden as the leaf he used to work with at the priory, and ale that smells of marsh water. "Got anything hot?" Thomas asks. She shakes her head. The messenger returns to his side and almost drags him away. "Go away now, good wife," he says. "We've things to do." Steam rises from both man and horse, and from the ditches where the men are relieving themselves. As they progress down the road, Thomas feels nothing but growing fear. He cannot go through with it again, not without Walter by his side, not without Geoffrey or any of the Johns. Here he is with strangers. If he falls, who will stoop to pick him up? The crack-toothed billman with those stout chains across his shoulders? The boy with a homemade glaive and no boots? He doubts it. They'd go through his purse before they bothered writing him. They'd leave him in a ditch to freeze to death. When they catch up with Hastings, the knights have dismounted and their squires are leading the horses back through the lines. Hastings is nervous too. Thomas sees him passing his mailed palm over the pick of his poleaxe, teasing it with his fingers as if he can stroke it into a sharper point. Next to him is Grill. Grill nods tightly when reintroduced. He is in a suit of plate armour made for a much bigger man, and seems to be peeking out over his gorget like a creature in its hole. His helmet is painted black. He is, 15?
"His first proper fight," Hastings confides in Thomas. "His mother will kill me if anything happens to him."
His squire has ale in a tubular leather flask. Hastings offers some to Thomas and watches him as he drinks. A frown gathers weight under the shadow of his raised visor, where the fog of his breath has frozen into beads of ice. "You seem underdressed, Thomas," Hastings says. All around them are ranged men in full harness, some of it field armour perhaps, the mismatched bits and pieces they've scrounged, looted, or had adapted for their own purposes, but armour nonetheless. Every man has steel gloves, a helmet, a staff weapon, a hammer of some sort, a sword. Thomas has nothing save a scruffy travelling coat and a blunt sword. "It is all I have," Thomas explains. Hastings nods. "Take my horse," he says, gesturing to the squire, a skinny boy whose livery tabard hangs to his knees. "Won't you need it?" Thomas asks. "Not if we triumph," Hastings replied. "And if we don't, well, I am in no mood for flight. If we lose today, I'd have nothing to fly to in any case." "But what will I do with it?" "I want you to act as my eyes on the field. Indulge me, Thomas. March and I have come to think of you as our good luck talisman. Since that time at Newnham, do you remember? He will not go happily into battle without you." Thomas nods. Is this normal? He has no idea. He is pleased to lift himself up into the saddle of the horse, though, to separate himself from the fighting men, to feel the warmth between his knees. Over their steaming heads he can see the water meadows, still in shadows, all the way down to the marshy acres and the 2 willows. "Ride forward and tell His Grace we're in position now, will you?" There are trumpeters to do that, Thomas knows, and heralds already riding to and fro, and it would hardly take a moment of Edward's time to turn his head and look to see where Hastings' flag is held aloft by a bearded man-at-arms. But Thomas sees this task is extended as a favour, and he thanks Hastings for his unexpected solicitousness. "Not a bit of it. Not a bit of it. As I say, my Lord of March will want to know you are with us." Thomas leaves him and rides forward. Men glance up at him as he goes. Are they envious? He supposes so. He knows he would be. But then these are grim-faced men, shuffling forward as if keen not to miss the chance to swing an axe at another man. He turns the horse southwards just as the sun comes up over the eastern hills, setting the mist that billows among the trees aglow as if on fire. He rides on towards Edward's banner, and soon, through the mist, he sees Tudor's army. It is spread across the meadows 500 or 600 paces away, bulking out, moving slowly up, accompanied by the usual din of drums and pipes. Flags are hoisted above their heads, and there are men in green and white livery, but most are in brown and russet. Thomas shields his eyes from the low sun, and he searches for Riven's flag or men of his livery. He has no idea what he'll do if he sees them. He knows he cannot fight the giant or even Edmund Riven, not now, not this day. But still, when he can see no one in Riven's white livery, he feels the loss. But then he wonders, where are they? Where would they have gone? Would Tudor, or whoever claimed their free-floating loyalty, have been able to force the giant to fight, forced Edmund Riven to mount up and ride into battle? Or having lost those men yesterday, would they have absented themselves, gone back to Cornford Castle? He thinks of Cornford, thinks of Marton Hall. He is before the first battle now, and turns and rides across its front. Men stare up at him, and he cannot help but look back at them, their pale faces, some so young. At the centre is Edward, Earl of March, the new Duke of York, standing under his banner, moving his arms, jumping on the spot to keep warm. Around him are his best men, hard-faced veterans with axes, pikes, billhooks and hammers, all well harnessed. They stand waiting for Tudor to make a move, their hands changing grip on the shafts of their weapons, tongues running across lips, all heads turned slightly to March, waiting to take their lead from him. Edward turns to him. "Everingham," he says. "My lord," Thomas says, but the sun is shining in his eyes. He raises his hand to block it, but finds he cannot. He needs his forearm. He is confused. Something is wrong. Instead of one sun, there are 3, Each casts a halo of golden light.
"Well," March asks, "you have a message?"
Thomas says nothing. He is too confused. He points.
"Look,"
he says. March turns to look. He turns and he too raises his arm against the sun's. Thomas notices he is casting 3 shadows on the frosted ground, just as if he was standing before 3 altar candles. Around him, the soldiers start to turn and do likewise, all with their arms up, peering into the light in the east.
"God's blood," March mutters, turning to a man next to him. "What in the name of Jesus is that?"
The man has no reply.
"Anyone? Will no one tell me why in God's name there are 3 suns?"
There is a note of panic in his voice. The men behind have noticed, and everywhere they are asking the same thing. The movement is subtle, a shrinking, a withering, as the army takes a step back, cringing from the freakish light. Suddenly all thought of the fighting is suspended. There is a ripple of movement as men make the sign of the cross. More than one casts aside his weapon and falls to his knees.
"It is an omen,"
a man says.
"Of course it's an omen," March says, "but an omen of what?"
March looks around at his troops, and Thomas sees that for once he does not know what to do, what to say. Then the 2 outer suns move closer together, nearer the centre sun, the larger of the 3, and an even brighter ring of light springs from a central sun to extend around each sun. The colours are of a rainbow.
"A trinity of suns," Thomas thinks aloud. "God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit."
March stops and stares at Thomas, then back at the suns, then at his men as they cower before the strange light. He starts.
"Off your horse,"
he says, half pulling Thomas from Hastings' horse. He gives him his poleaxe and swings himself up into the saddle. Is he going to run? No. His hands are hard on the reins as he yanks the horse around to face his men. Then he takes his hammer from his belt and uses his spurs to get the horse to rise onto its legs and thrash its head and bellow in rage.
"Men of the marches,"
he cries, his hammer in the air.
"Men of the marches, sirs, be not afraid. Do not dread this thing. It is a sign from God. Those 3 suns represent the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They are the Holy Trinity, sent as a sign to give us courage, to show us that the Lord God above is on our side, to show us that right will prevail. So let us be of good cheer, and let us this day think to acquit ourselves as men, as we go against these, his enemies, right hard, to drive them from the field, for this is God's will."
There is a momentary pause, almost infinitesimally brief, before the man standing next to March roars, and as he roars, others join him, and still others, and then all through the army men begin raising and shaking their weapons and bellowing, and March throws himself from the horse's saddle and stalks forward, and behind him the army surges forward across the marshes towards Tudor's battle. Chapter 31. In the days that follow the victory below Wigmore Castle, named by the heralds after the nearby village of Mortimer's Cross, Thomas and Katherine lodge at the White Hart Inn by the river in the city of Hereford. There are the dead to be buried, wounds to be healed, and scores to be settled. All that first week, crowds gather in the market square beneath the Guildhall to watch as wave-faced wretches are held over a broad green log, already gummed with blood and cross-hatched with axe marks, to have their heads struck off into the bloody straw below. The crowds jeer and whistle and laugh to see it done, but it turns Katherine's stomach. "I like to see bears baited and women strangled," Thomas tells her. "Someone having his head chopped off is nothing to them." It is Grill who insists she comes. He is intent on her, and whenever Thomas is absent, which happens whenever William Hastings wants him for some errand or other, Grill is there. She says no at first, but then is caught by the thought that perhaps this is what ladies do, watch executions. Suddenly she fears that if she says no, he will see through her disguise, and so it is that she finds herself standing with him, watching as the old man, Owen Tudor, is dragged to the block. Grill talks to her as if she is a simpleton, but she is pleased when he explains that Owen Tudor is the man who married King Henry V's widow, which makes him the current king's stepfather, and, worse luck for him, also the father of the Jasper Tudor, the Earl of Pembroke, the man who'd raised his banner in Wales and paid for all those Irish mercenaries now lying slaughtered in the fields above Mortimer's Cross. When he is standing there by the log, the old man doesn't believe they'll do it.
Thinks he's English,
Grill laughs. But when the guards remove his fur collar to keep it clean for selling on, he realizes they will, and he looks wistful, his silver locks and wrinkled skin giving him an almost exotic appearance in a world where few live to celebrate their 50th birthday. He mutters something about being used to rest his head in more comfortable places than on the log, and just before he kneels, he takes the chance to stand a moment and study the crowd.
"Speech!"
someone in the crowd calls.
"Come on, tell us a joke, you old Welsh goat."
Just then, Tudor catches Catherine's gaze, and he stops short. It is as if he recognizes her. Katherine can feel her face flush, and next to her, Grill is puzzled and watches her reaction. Tudor shakes his head as if he cannot believe what he is seeing, and he takes a step towards her and gestures.
"Do you know him?"
Grill asks. Katherine shakes her head. "He seems to know you." Before the old man can say anything more, the men behind him seize him and force him to his knees, and the executioner, a butcher by trade, hacks off his head, just as if he were killing a turtle. Katherine turns away, and Grill laughs and tries to put an arm around her. Afterwards, someone sets the old man's head on the steps of the butter cross to general laughter. It is done in revenge, someone says, for the execution of the Earl of Salisbury, and their head is canted around so that it faces the city of York to the northeast, so that they can look one another in the eye. Later, someone tampers with it, a madwoman who washes his face and brushes his hair and lights more than 100 candles around the base of the cross. No one knows where she's come by the candles, and since they are expensive, they are quickly stolen, and soon the birds are squabbling over what remains unburied of the late Queen's husband. Over the following days, Katherine cannot stop thinking about him, but nor, it seems, can Grill stop thinking about her. He is around the inn all the time, usually bringing messages summoning Thomas to the castle, where William Hastings and the new Duke of York are plotting their next move. To escape Grill's company, Katherine has resorted to assisting with the wounded, who lie in the Guildhall and in the hall of the inn. The surgeons are doing what they can for the wounded men of rank, whom they think might live, but for the others less fortunate, it is the women who've traipsed around the country after them who are called into service, and Katherine assists an elderly, broad-waisted woman who's followed the army to France, she says, and had to repair her man after a fight more than once. She has a wen on her chin, and says she knows how to concoct all the cures and salves she needs from hedgerow plants and those such as yarrow, chamomile, or lavender. It is February, though, and none of these are available, and in their absence she pours hot wine on smaller wounds and then seals them with dry bindings and prayers. "Sometimes seems to work," she says, "but other wounds are too serious. I have seen surgeons stitch flesh together as a wife might mend her man's hose," the old woman tells Katherine, "but I lack the art, and these fingers are not so dainty as once they were." She holds them up. They are lumpen and gnarled like tree roots. "You have a go," she tells Katherine, and so Katherine tries her hand, stitching together the lips of a wound an archer has made in his own thigh with his knife while drunk. "Lucky," the old woman says, pointing to his inner thigh. "Been there, and there'd be no stopping the blood." They wash the wound with the archer's urine and a cup of wine warmed in a pot over the fire. It starts the bleeding again, but it cleanses the wound, and then, while the old woman pinches the flesh together, Katherine uses a silver needle and a length of hemp, and she stitches the separate parts of him together again. She is surprised at the feel of his flesh. It is firmer than she'd anticipated, and tougher too, so that when she pulls on the needle, the hemp does not cut through it, but rather brings it together in a neat seam. "Very tidy," the old woman says afterwards, and Katherine thinks of the hours spent at needlework in the priory. She tries to imagine what she would have done had the prioress paid her such a compliment. But men keep on dying long after the battle is over. It is those who seem to be drowning in their own blood who go first, those with wounds in their chests. The men with wounds in their stomachs follow, usually in great pain, vomiting endlessly or with their bellies horribly bloated. None survive. Then it is the men with no memory of the fight, men who've lost their helmets and who are dazed. For a while, it seems as if they will recover, but they die anyway later. And all the while, the men with flesh wounds are succumbing, their limbs swelling, turning first purple, then black, and emitting such a stink that men gag and prefer the smell of tallow. And there are others who convulse and twitch and cry out to the Lord in rigid terror of what awaits them. It is better to be killed on the field, she thinks, and the old woman agrees. And again, she wonders about the old man, Owen Tudor. Had he meant anything by the look he had given her? She still cannot decide, and yet she cannot forget it.
CD 12.
Some days later, a physician in the mould of Fournier appears and sends the women away and turns the surgeons to adjusting the humours of those who can afford it by bleeding them, and soon the room is emptied, one way or the other. She finds Thomas returning from the cathedral. "There is a room," he tells her, "filled with wonderful books, each chained to a desk." She can see the shadow of the fighting still lying over him. There is a hesitancy in his eyes, a distance in his gaze, as if he does not want to look at anything too closely for fear of what he may find. Still, the discovery of the library has given him some way back into the light. "Is there any news of Sir John?" she asks. He shakes his head. "The Queen's army is pillaging the north," he tells her. "A man has come from an abbey south of Lincoln, near Boston, where he says the monks have buried all their valuables, including their vestments and plate. They are looting churches. And every beggar and pauper in the land has joined them, he says, like rats from their holes, and they've been raping women and torturing men to reveal the whereabouts of their valuables. He says they have cut a swathe through the country 30 miles wide in which everything is burned or dead or worse." She thinks of Marton Hall. "But what of the Earl of Warwick?" she asks. "Where is he while all this is happening?" "He is raising troops, they say, and is supposed to be keeping London." Keeping London. That is typical of the Earl of Warwick, Katherine thinks. "But I don't understand why we are languishing here," she asks, "instead of moving to stop the Northerners." "There are provisions to be got," Thomas supposes, "and men need time to heal." Katherine thinks about it. Perhaps if people hear how bad the Northerners are, they will be more eager to join Warwick, or lend him money at any rate. Perhaps he is waiting until word spreads. Thomas is impressed. They walk on through the streets. Katherine is slowly becoming used to the patterns she has bought, and across the marketplace to their inn. Once more she thinks of Owen Tudor's death, and Thomas is just as preoccupied. "Katherine," he begins. "I mean, of course, Margaret. What are you going to do?" She shakes her head. Her headdress is weighty, awkward, always threatening to come off. Her dress hampers her movements too, and she has no idea how to behave in front of others, and is aware of their gaze all the time, raking her body, judging her clothes, the way she walks, moves, tilts her head. Even Thomas judges her, she realizes, when she catches his all-too-rare glances, and she feels she is somehow failing him, and so a distance has opened up between them. She would dearly love to cast aside the dress and find some hose and a jacket and go about as Kit once more. "I just don't know," she says. "I just don't know. It depends on so many different things, and on what you are going to do." Thomas shrugs. "William Hastings," he begins, and then sees her expression and falters. They let a cart rumble by. "I know what you make of him," he goes on, "and I cannot say I approve of everything that he does. But he has been a good friend to me, to us. Without him, where would we be now?" It is an interesting question. Certainly she is grateful for the protection Hastings has advanced, and without young Grill there is no question that they would be dead. But she is aware of Margaret's gold coins in her bag. With them they could pay their way without incurring any obligation. They might not have had to witness the slaughter on the fields south of Wigmore Castle, when Edward's men used the naked Irishmen for archery practice, or forced them into the river with spear thrusts and axe blows, and laughed at their clumsy attempts to swim. They might not have had to see men such as Tudor beheaded in the marketplace. "So, I wondered if we ought not to stay with Hastings' household," Thomas is saying. "He has shown great kindness, and to be with a household, to have someone looking out for us, well, we need it. We cannot just go about the country on our own again." She feels a flare of anger. "It is very well for you, Thomas," she says. "You have cast off your previous life all too well, and anyone can see how useful you have become. But what about me? I cannot put aside my sex forever. I cannot join William Hastings' household just like that, and with no purpose. You seem to forget I am Lady Margaret Cornford." And she places one hand on her headdress and enacts the sort of curtsy she has seen other women perform. He stares at her, stricken. "Great God above," he says. You don't believe you can keep up the pretense? No, surely." She doesn't know either, and God knows she does not want to, but fury makes her reply, "I do. I disguised my sex for a year, living among you, and not one of you suspected, not one. It will be that much easier to pretend to be a woman no one knows." Thomas is astonished. "What if someone who knew Margaret sees you?" he asks. "You recall Dunn." "Dunn is just one man," she says, "and he is back in Kidwelly. So long as I never go back there, who is there to know I am not who I say I am?" "And what about who you really are? You not thought about that? The family that placed you in the priory?" She has thought of them. "I've told you," she says, "there is nothing for me there. That truth lies beyond me." "But it's just so dangerous. What about Riven? So long as you live, he will want you dead." She nods. His concern for her softens her temper slightly. "I know," she says, calmer now. "That is why I cannot do this without your help." "My help?" he says. "Katherine, you know I'll do everything I can to protect you from Riven and all his kind. I'll die for you, but it seems to me you are putting yourself in harm's way, and for no very good reason." She looks at him for a long moment. "If I go back to being Kit, then Margaret Cornford dies?" He frowns. This is uncertain territory for him, but she can see he is trying. "She is already dead," he says. "You are not keeping her alive." Katherine shakes her head. She is confused, and none of this is easy. It does not make complete sense, even to her, and she cannot explain it to him properly. All she knows is that she must save Margaret Cornford, and to do that she must become Margaret Cornford, with all that that entails. It is her task. This way she might redeem herself in part for the girl's death. She had not deserved to die so harshly, so alone. "I am, Thomas," she says. "I am." "But don't you understand?" he says. "Don't you understand what it means? If you were Margaret Cornford—" He glares at her. For a moment she is frightened of him, the way he looms over her, his ferocity. "If Richard Fakenham is still alive," he spits, "then you must marry him." She takes a step back and stands silent for a moment, suddenly unable to speak, as if winded. Dear God, why had she not thought of this? "Then I must marry him," she hears herself say, though her voice fades to nothing as she speaks. Thomas retreats. He no longer glares. Instead, there are tears in his eyes. He puts his hand to his hair, pushing back his worsted cap. His face grows pale. "Marry him," he whispers. She can feel her own tears welling over her eyelashes. She nods, and they splash down her cheeks. "But," she starts, "but we must find out. We must find out if he is alive before we... Oh, God." But Thomas is gone. He turns and walks away without a backward glance. And now the tears really come. They fall from her chin, and though she wipes them with her sleeve, she cannot help sobbing aloud, and so she hardly hears the messenger, mud-flecked, fearful, on a near-dead horse that clatters past her on his way to the castle, though the news, when she hears it from the innkeeper of the White Hart, is a distraction. The Earl of Warwick's army has been crushed, scattered to the wind. His troops have been routed by those of the Queen's army at St. Albans, near London. The Earl has escaped with his life, it is said, but the King, whom the archer Henry from Kent had held prisoner after that day outside Northampton, has fallen back into the Queen's hands, and now there is nothing to stop her retaking London. And if London falls, then everything they've hoped for will be beyond their grasp. The lords among them, men such as March and Warwick, as well as lower men such as Hastings, will be attainted for what they have done. It will mean the legal death of their families. It will mean literal death for them. Katherine looks for Thomas at the White Hart, but cannot find him. His pack is still in the hall with his blanket, but he is nowhere to be seen. She needs to talk to him, to try to make sense of it all, and to try to devise a plan. She needs to put things right with him. She resolves to walk to the castle to find him there. Passing through the faint shadow thrown by the tower of the cathedral, she feels none of that familiar angst when she sees the friars and the priests going about their business. She is Margaret Cornford, in a fine gown, with a cloak about her shoulders, a headdress on her head and patterns on her feet. There is gold in her purse. When she catches sight of Hastings himself, though, she feels a familiar flutter of panic, and her legs cease to obey her. He is on horseback, followed by 5 or 6 men in light armour, none of them Thomas, and he looks grimly preoccupied. "My lady," he greets her from the saddle, and she feels his appraising gaze rake across her dress, and he smiles a particular sort of smile, and then, as if he cannot stop himself, he throws his leg over the saddle and slides to the ground to walk with her. He has the disarming habit of talking to women in the same way he speaks to men. "You've heard the news?" he asks. "I have. It has changed things, hasn't it?" She feels her voice flutter. She is not so experienced an actor after all. "Somewhat," he agrees, "but it is not a complete disaster." "If the Queen takes London?" Hastings is blithe. "We have men on the council there," he says. "The city'll not open our gates to those robbers and thieves, and hearing the tales of their excesses, more men join us every day." It is just as she supposed. "But still," she asks, "the loss of the King's person?" Hastings smiles. "2 things, he says. "First is that having Henry of Lancaster with them will only slow them down. They'll have to defer to him now, and he has never yet been known to make up his mind on any matter you care to name. Do I hold it with my right hand or my left hand, see? Second thing
is it has forced our hand, shall we say. Henry's broken with the Act of Accord, which specifically states he must do nothing to harm either Edward or his father, and I think any sane man or woman would recognise the breach. So now he has forfeited his right to the throne. Ah, and in his place, Edward? Hastings smiles. Exactly, he says. That is as the Act has it. It clarifies things, They walk on for a moment. Did you delay here, waiting to see that exact thing happen? She asks. He looks at her sharply, but then smiles. No, he says. The army is tired. We have no arrows or food. We cannot march on London so soon. He lies so smoothly, so engagingly, she finds herself enjoying it. It seems strange that the Earl of Warwick took the king with him to the battle, almost as if he wanted him to be taken. Hastings laughs now. My lady, he says, you suppose us far too clever. And by not coming to his aid when you could, you have not only enhanced your own authority and reputations, you have left the Earl of Warwick looking less than invincible too. This time Hastings is delighted. He claps his hands together and shuffles the steps of a jig. I know you do not mean to, my lady, he says, laughing, but you have cheered me immeasurably. Until we coincided here, I had imagined the debacle at St. Albans exactly that, a debacle. Now I see it as a shining victory. She cannot stop herself smiling at his pleasure. All you need to do now is proclaim Edward as king, she says, and all will be well, save, of course, the small matter of the Queen's army. Hastings' smile fades. He pulls on the tip of his nose. Yes, he says, there is that. They walk in silence for a few more paces. And what of you? He asks as they near the castle drawbridge. Katherine does not know. It is the lot of women, he says sadly, to depend on men. On that note, she asks him about Thomas. She does not quite know how to couch the question, since she is unsure how to express the relationship she has with Thomas. Is he her servant, bringing her back to the man to whom she is betrothed? She supposes he is. Everingham, Hastings says. I've not seen him. I have offered him a place with me, but I understand he has obligations to you, and of course to Sir John Fakenham. We are all concerned for Sir John. I have sent for news, but so far, none. Katherine says nothing. They walk a few paces further. Everingham tells me you are betrothed to Sir John's son, Richard? Hastings continues. She feels a jolt of pain, as if someone has pressed on a bruise. But she is surprised to hear Thomas has lied to Hastings about her in support of her claim to be Margaret Cornford, and at some cost to himself, she realises. I am, she says. Then I wish you joy of it, Hastings says. I can only hope the boy is alive. I heard he was summoned along with his father to Sandal, before the old Duke of York was killed, but there is now some doubt about him ever arriving. I have heard nothing, she says, but I should dearly love to know. I think we all would, Hastings agrees. There is something unsettling in his manner, as if he is after the same thing but for a different reason. She thinks again of Grill and the attentions he has been paying her. I should like to ride to Marton Hall and see for myself, she says. Hastings looks at her. Strange, he says. Thomas Everingham asked the exact same thing. She is surprised again. Thomas has been busy on her behalf. But I cannot spare him, Hastings says. He is too useful. And Edward, who will soon be crowned king, he has come to think of your Thomas Everingham as some sort of charm, a talisman. Katherine bites her tongue to prevent herself saying what she thinks of this. You were, of course, free to go wherever you please, Hastings goes on, but I should counsel against it. This rabble the Queen has gathered, they are as vicious a crowd you are likely to meet this side of the gates of hell itself. And for the meantime they own the land north of London, including your land at Cornford.
He adds this almost as an afterthought, and then he trails off. She can see him looking at her, calculating quickly, that spark in his eye replaced by something altogether more serious, and she realizes with a jolt what he is doing. He is calculating her worth. Why has she not thought this through? As Margaret Cornford, she has now become an extravagantly attractive proposition. In fact, she now realizes Thomas is right. She is just the sort of proposition that men might kill to possess. She recalls Lord Cornford, her supposed father, stabbed in the eye for the ownership of the castle and its manors, and now here she is, heir to that burden. "Excuse me," she says, "I must go." "God give you prosperity," Hastings calls after her, and she does not know if he is laughing at her. She hurries back to the inn, suddenly and completely terrified, so that even the sight of 4 cannons rushing to Compline unsettles her, and she arrives back at the inn folded in on herself and consumed with dread. But where is Thomas? As night falls, her panic only increases. She sits on a chest and waits. She eats supper alone at the end of the table. Hours pass. The innkeeper, gaunt as a gallows, comes to cover the fire, and Thomas is still not back. She sits for a while in the bloom of a spitting tallow candle, and she hears, without listening to them, the fearful conversations of those at the table, where all the talk is of the viciousness of the Queen's Scottish troops. "She cannot afford to pay them in anything but booty," one man says. Eventually the innkeeper draws the bar across the door, and she retires upstairs to the room she shared with 2 others, a married couple who sometimes sigh in the night, and do so that night. While she lies there, listening to the ropes of their bed strain like the timbers of a ship at sea, she misses the heft of Thomas, his curious, dusty smell, and his arms across her in the night, and she wishes she were plain Kit again and able to sleep with the others by the fire in the hall. The next morning he is still not back. She eats in silence, aware of the grey-faced innkeeper studying her from under his heavy brows. Nor is he alone. It seems women do not travel unaccompanied, even in such strange times. She wonders if Thomas will ever come back, and for a moment she has another long pang of panic. What if something has happened to him, some stupid accident? Or can it be something worse? Can Riven or the giant have slipped into town and seen him before he saw them? Can he now be lying in a midden somewhere with his throat cut, his head smashed in? She puts on her cloak and cap and hurries back out into the town. It has started snowing again, heavy flakes from a scudding grey sky that melt on her face, and the streets are full of men in their travelling cloaks, grim-faced, gathered huddled at street corners with weapons over their shoulders and heavy canvas bags on the ground by their feet. Finally, the army is on the move. Teams of oxen are being lashed towards the east gate through the mash of straw and dung that covers the road, each pair hauling a high-sided cart loaded with barrels and sacks of beans, spoiling in the snow. Stone-faced men on horseback ride in troops, and everywhere they have put on their livery coats and helmets. But where, in all this, is Thomas? Katherine dodges through the crowds, a single woman with no maid, attracting stares from the men and comments she cannot even begin to understand. A moment later, she is lost. She's taken a wrong turn and is now in a narrowing lane, the way ahead blocked with all manner of foul-smelling filth, the upper stories closing in on one another so that the occupants of one house could lean out of their windows and comfortably shake the hand of their neighbour. 2 dogs and a pig compete for some stinking gobbet on the steps of one of the houses, and as she passes the door of another, it is slammed shut by an unseen hand. The snow has turned to sleet, and the air is full of ashes, and someone pours a bucket of something from a window up ahead. She hears a laugh, bitter and humourless, and she picks up her hem and steps around a bloody hank of hair attached to a fragment of pale bone, as rats slide away into the shadows. Coal smoke washes down the alleyway, catching her throat. She turns up another alley and shadows move quickly towards her. She reverses to continue down the first alleyway. Dear God, she wishes Thomas were with her now. She stops. Ahead is a broad ditch, steaming and repugnant, a sewer where not even pigs venture. Behind her, a man is moving, 2 of them, emerging from the alleyway, one dragging his foot. They call to her and she feels her guts heave. She starts running, her patterns slipping in the filth, her new headdress slipping around her neck. She fumbles for the knife at her waist and draws it now, taking a crumb of comfort in its worn wooden handle. She jags past the dogs and the pig, and then hears one howl as it is kicked aside behind her. "Come here, missus. We only want to talk." She leaps up onto the walkway, slipping on the wet wood, catches a pillar, hauls herself up and runs on. She can feel their feet behind her. She throws herself out into the road, East Street, leading down past a friary to a little church and on through the east gate. A man on horseback has paused by the junction, wrapped in his cloak, a cap pulled down over his eyes. He is watching the processing carts. Katherine grasps his stirrup strap and turns to face her attackers. He looks down. "Kit," he says. It is Thomas. "Oh, Christ," she says. "Thank God it is you." The relief overcomes her, and she remains gripping his stirrup. He gets down and comes around from the other side of the horse. "I've been looking for you," he says. "I went back to the inn. The innkeeper said you had gone." She flings her arms around him and presses her face into his neck. He is awkward, but his arms come around her at last, though there is little succour in his embrace, not as she has experienced before. "Are you all right?" he asks. "Thomas," she says, "I've missed you. Where have you been?" "I've been busy," he says, "getting provisions." She sees he has a new bow and a sheaf of arrows, and that there are stout leather panniers on his saddle. "We're going to ride to Martin," he says, "to see how it is, to see if they still live." "What about Hastings?" she asks. "Has he let you go?" Thomas evades her gaze. "I have come to an arrangement with him," he says. She sees he wants her to ask no more. Part 6. To Martin Hall, County of Lincoln, February 1461. Chapter 32. Thomas and Katherine leave the White Hart at dawn the next day and are at the city's east gate before daybell. Thomas bribes the watch to let them through, and Katherine laughs. "How we've changed," she says. Thomas says nothing, and they ride out through the common land, deserted at this time of day, save for pigs and goats among the ringing posts and tenter frames, and they follow the road that will take them to the east, to the city of Worcester. As the morning wears on, they pass men and carts coming the other way, bringing barrels and sacks and stacks of new bows and sheaths of arrows to Hereford to provision the new Duke of York's army, and Katherine tries to make conversation. "It is good to travel so warmly," she tries, gesturing at his new travelling cloak. She too is wearing a new one, dark red with a fur collar and a deep hood, and Thomas can see that she looks beautiful, her sharp features framed by the trim, the cold reddening her cheek and lending a spark to her eyes. Even her cracked lips do not detract. Men stare at her as they pass, some opening their mouths to greet her with a suggestive remark, perhaps, but the joke always dies on their tongues when they see Thomas's expression. "And we will find an inn in this town, Worcester?" she asks. "There seem to be so many on the road." He grunts. He cannot stop looking at her, though God knows he does not want to. He knows he is doing the proper thing in taking her to Martin Hall, taking her to Richard Fakenham, but he can do no more than that. He cannot be as he has always been, because she is no longer as she was. She has left him, taken a different path, and, try as he might, he cannot force his features into his accustomed smile and cheer to see her go. Even this bare minimum is hard. He wonders if he should say something, tell her that though the thought of her becoming Margaret Cornford is bad enough, the thought of her becoming Richard Fakenham's wife makes him feel sick. He does not care about the lies he has already told to William Hastings and to the Earl of March. He does not care about keeping the dead girl's name alive. He doesn't care about Sir John's plans for Cornford Castle. All he wants is for everything to return to the way it was. They find an inn at Worcester, near the cathedral, but he cannot share the bed the innkeeper offers her, and instead he sleeps by the hearth in the hall, where the stones in the floor retain the fire's heat. He watches her take the bed, hesitantly, confused by the way he is behaving, and he wishes he could behave as he has always done, or that she would insist he comes with her, or she with him, but she does not, and he turns and feels his spirits twist into a savage little knot. The next day is better, and though they hardly speak, their silence is almost companionable, and they ride to another inn in another town, where they must sleep in the hall, and they do so, her back to his chest, though Thomas will not touch her. The next morning he finds he has wrapped his arms around her, and her linen-capped head is just below his nose. He gets up before she wakes and hurries to wash in the well outside while rain falls from a leaden sky. That day they find the road the locals call Rickeneld Street, where they turn north, and the next day they come across the first signs of the Queen's army passing, a village where the houses are missing roofs and walls are broken down or burned black. Fences have been pulled apart, hovels destroyed, ovens dug up and windows carried off. The land lies in ruins and smells of rot and spoil. So Thomas stops to strap on his leg armour and the plate gauntlets, things he's bought in Hereford, probably looted from the field above Mortimer's Cross, but good enough. The helmet is gouged and the chin strap stained, and when Katherine sees it, she wonders aloud what Richard Fakenham would have said if she'd ever have let his plate get so rusty when it was in her care in Sangat. Thomas says nothing. It is too painful to think of that happy time. After a while he unstraps his bow and warns her to keep her little knife to hand. She does so, and they ride on. The terrible sights continue as they go north. A convent stripped of everything, a line of new graves under the snow in a churchyard, an ugly man's head perched on a stone wall, 3 babies in the bottom of a well. Near Lichfield they see a body thrown high in the trees, and Katherine asks how he thinks it came to be there. He doesn't know. And now everyone they meet has a story of the Northerners' cruelty, each worse than the last, each defying belief, and hatred of the Queen and her adherents is everywhere. He wonders how the cannons would have survived the Queen's Northerners. He imagines them ringing that bell, and then what? They'd probably have opened the gates just as they had with Riven, and the Northerners would have come in and smashed everything, stolen what they could, burned everything else. They'd have burned his psalter, he supposes, or stolen it. He hardly cares. Bloody thing. All that time he'd spent on it. He'd probably have done the same thing. He can picture his table chopped and burned for firewood. And what about the sisters? What would the Northerners have made of them? He can easily imagine. It grows cold again. The rain turns to sleet and then snow, spindling down from a grey sky, and Katherine pulls the cloak up around her ears. They cross the River Trent at Newark, where they had stayed on their way down to Wales, and from the river's east bank they see no more burned buildings, but men still peer at them from their cottages, and everyone is armed with something, and everyone is afraid. Lincoln has been spared, but the watch is alert, gathered around their braziers, and when they stop Thomas and Katherine, they ask questions about what the Earl of March is doing, what the Earl of Warwick is doing, and the whereabouts of the King and the Queen. Thomas and Katherine can tell them little, other than of what happened at Mortimer's Cross, and second-hand reports of this latest fight at St Albans, which saw Warwick's men scattered and the person of the king returned to the Queen. "We heard that the Queen's army means to take London," one of the men says, half asking, half telling, "but that the city will not open her gates. And we heard the Earl of March, who is now the Duke of York, is hurrying from the west with his army to relieve the city." Thomas nods. That is most likely what is happening, he supposes. "Will the Queen make a fight of it down south?" one of them asks. "I don't know," Thomas says. "Her army is without supplies or friends down there, and, as you can see, it is cold. If the city aldermen do not open the gates, she might retire northwards back to York, to make the Earl of March come to fight her up there." This is how he has heard it from William Hastings, and the men of the Lincoln Watch think that fair enough, and they let Thomas and Katherine through to the city. Thomas and Katherine walk their horses up the hill past the pardoner's house, still silent and ghostly, and up past the cathedral, where the stationers have cleared their stalls and the doors are barred from within. They pass out through Balegate and under the old arch onto the Roman road that cuts north. They climb up into their saddles again, and as they leave the city behind, there are crows cawing and loose balls of mistletoe in the trees and old snow on the fields. They have travelled this road many times, often in happier circumstances, and once more he asks himself the same question he has been asking for the last 4 days. Why? Why are they doing this? Of course he wants to find Sir John and Geoffrey, to find the others, to see if they're still alive, and of course he needs to tell them about Dafydd and Owen and Walter. And if that was all they were doing, then that would be bad enough. But Thomas must also lie to Sir John and Richard, tell them that Kit is dead, and that here is Lady Margaret Cornford to marry Richard. He can imagine Richard's face when he sees her. How pleased he will be that she is not plain, but in her own way beautiful. And he, Thomas, will have to lie again, and again, and again, forever. "We should have brought an escort," she says. "Some men from Lincoln at least. What if there are still some of the Northerners about?" Thomas drops from the saddle and knocks the string of his new bow, and then sticks some arrow shafts in his boot, in the style of Walter. He can feel the steel bodkin heads against his ankle, and he wishes he still had the poleaxe. He mounts up again, and they ride on, Katherine with her cloak around her ears so that all he can see of her is her red-tipped nose, sharp, like a beak. Eventually they reach the turning, and she stops her pony. "Thomas," she asks, "what are you hoping for?" He looks blank, as if he has no idea, but she does not believe him. "I don't know," he answers after a while. "I want the hall to be exactly as we left it. I want Sir John to be sitting by the fire with Geoffrey on hand and Goodwife Popham still fussing about her daughter's marriage. I want to smell applewood smoke and that mix of roasting pork and baking bread, those herbs she used to put in the bed upstairs. I want, I suppose, everything to be the same. Something calm and orderly amidst all this. All the things we've seen, everything that's happened. Still, he cannot tell her what he really wants. She smiles weakly. "It has become what people call home, hasn't it?" she says. He nods. After a moment, she asks the question he has been avoiding all through the journey. "And what of Richard?" she asks. "What of him?" He kicks the horse on and they ride for a moment before he feels he can control his voice. "I imagine him out riding," he says at length. "I imagine him out riding with a hawk on his fist, a hobby hawk or something." He tries a smile too, but feels it's more like a grimace, in keeping with the wintry landscape. He will stop at the gate, he thinks. That is what he will do. He will stop at the gate and turn and ride away, back to Hastings and the Earl of March, who appreciate him, who would not expect him to stand and watch while a lie is practised. "They will see through me in an instant, won't they?" Katherine says. They will see me as merely Kit in a dress. No, Thomas says, and he is right, for she no longer looks like Kit in a dress. She looks beautiful, and not merely to him. He saw the way other men reacted to her on the road and in the inns. Yet half of him is hoping Sir John and Richard will see through her, and will think she is someone other than Lady Margaret Cornford, and will therefore not risk the marriage, lest someone else discovers the truth. "How do I look, Thomas?" she asks. "Tell me." He looks at her again. His eyes are slow, as if he has a cold, and he cannot mask his misery. "You look like a lady," he says. "He will not think you a Kit in a dress, only—" He stops. "Only what?" He takes a deep breath. "Only I will think that," he says. "I will think it for however long that lasts." She does not answer for a moment. He thinks he has said too much, or perhaps too little. Then she turns, and there are tears in her eyes, and she looks more awkward and more beautiful than ever, and he feels his heart gripped with pain. "I'm sorry, Thomas," she says. Her face has softened. Her eyes are wet with tears. "May God forgive me, but I am sorry. Sorry that it is like this, and not as it should be. I wish we'd done things differently. But we have to, don't we? For her sake. It is our penance, I think, for all that we have done." "A penance?" he repeats, and suddenly he sees it is a penance. But it is not a penance for the death of Margaret, but for the death of the nun in the priory, the one with glass in her back, the one whom Katherine pressed down and killed, and that because of this nun's death, Katherine has endured everything, and she will go on enduring whatever may come at her until her end. He wants to tell her not to marry Richard, and that he does not know how he will live without her, and that God would not want her to suffer any more, nor make him suffer any more. But he finds he cannot. He cannot find the right formulation, cannot think of all the things he wants to tell her, and so instead he looks away to hide the tears that prick his own eyes, and he says, "The village is ahead," and they ride on towards a sky white with the threat of more snow, and soon they will be at the hall, and then it will all start. Only there is something wrong. Thomas pulls up his horse. There is no smoke above the village, nothing to show that anyone lives there. Katherine feels it too. "Where is everyone?" she asks. There are no prints in the snow, as if no one has passed this way since the last fall. Thomas slips quickly from his saddle and knocks an arrow, taps his sword hilt. He passes Katherine his horse's reins, and then skirts up the road towards the Buttercross. The church is intact, its windows in place, its door sound and shut, but again there are no tracks on the steps. Where is its sexton? A cottage ahead is likewise undamaged, likewise deserted. She watches Thomas duck past the tiled bakery. He can smell something claggy and cold. A dead body, man or animal, one or two. He follows the road up past the pen where Katherine used to stop to scratch the pigs' backs. Empty. Still no tracks. He crosses to another line of cottages, pushes a door open. Inside it is dark. He bends over the fire. The ashes are cold. Even the earth below is cold. No one has been here for days. Katherine is outside holding the horses. She looks at him. He shakes his head. They both know what this means. They carry on up the road until they find the first body in the furlong beyond the apple trees. It is being bothered by 5 or 6 crows. Thomas steps across the ditch into the field, stops, takes aim with the bow and sends an arrow humming across the furrows to knock one of the birds cartwheeling. The others clap their wings and take flight, off across the fields. The body is lying face down, a substantial mound covered in a thick crust of old snow. The man had been wearing a jack, faded red, much repaired, the elbows patched with more red cloth, green stitches. His fingertips are eaten down to the bone. Thomas squats and studies the body without touching it. The crows have found their way in above the kidneys, and the smell is strong, the sort to coat the tongue. He can feel tears prick his eyes, and he feels a sense of desolation. He stands, steps back, crosses himself, murmurs a prayer. It is short, for he intends to return to bury the body himself, properly in the churchyard, and then he finds the dead bird and pulls it from his arrow with the sole of his boot, wiping the arrowhead in the snow. He walks slowly back to Katherine. "Who is it?" she calls. He can tell she knows. It is just that she does not want to be right. "Geoffrey," he says when he is near, and he can hear her draw breath. "Dear God," she says, and she squeezes her eyes shut. "He was... Oh, God." He almost takes her in his arms, but dares not. Instead, he nods and walks past her, and she follows him silently up along the road, through the orchard, to the little copse where they hobble the horses. Here they find the second body, leaning with his back to a tree trunk under the naked wands of the coppiced willow. He has his hands clapped around a crossbow quarrel lodged in his cheek. His fingers are swollen, the flesh is blue and mottled, streaky with dark blood. Snow caps his helmet in a point, too, and it has mixed with the blood on his livery coat to turn it rose. Thomas bends and brushes the snow away with the back of his fingers. Above the man's heart, picked out in felt and clumsy stitches, is a badge. A raven. They stare at it for a moment. One of Riven's. They stop in the trees to watch the back of Marton Hall. One end of the roof is scorched and blackened, just as Daffod's little house had been, and the yard smells of soot and human waste. The shutters are up, and there are no prints in the snow. It looks deserted. They walk behind the outbuildings and the woven fence until they are at the front of the house. An arrow is buried in the daub by the door. Below it, another body is stretched out in the mud, his feet facing the house, as if thrown from the doorway. His helmet lies some way away, and something thick and stubby sticks from his throat. Another crossbow quarrel. Thomas is about to step out of the trees when she stops him with a hand. "Wait," she says. She is studying the hall's rush roof, which is clear of snow and from which water drips. "It means it's warm," she says. Nothing moves, though, and after a moment, Thomas gets up again and is about to cross the yard when a shutter in the house drops with a crash and there is a shout. Thomas jumps, throws himself back. A quarrel zips past, catching his sleeve with a bang that almost pulls his arm off. He scrambles back behind a trunk. Katherine is crouched, staring at him, her eyes wide. "Christ's sake," he breathes, rubbing his wrist. The sleeve is torn to shreds. The crossbow quarrel lies in the snow. "Who's in there?" he calls. "Who are you?" There is no reply. "We come in peace," Thomas shouts again. "We're looking for Sir John Fairkenham." There is the slightest movement in the house. Someone is being cautious. "What do you want with him?" someone shouts from within. "We are friends of his," Thomas shouts back. "We are of his household." There is a long silence. Then someone calls, "Who are you?" "My name is Thomas Everingham," he shouts. "Thomas Everingham and Lady Margaret Cornford. I used to live here. We are looking for Sir John Fairkenham, or Richard Fairkenham, or anyone who might know their whereabouts." There is another crash. Another shutter slides down. "Thomas Everingham." The voice is louder now, and there is a face between the bars in the upstairs window, white-haired, flabby, red. "Sir John! My boy!" Sir John disappears. Thomas glances at Katherine. From the house comes a grate, as if something is dragged across stone flooring, and then a deep thunk as the drawbar is slid back. Then the door opens on unoiled hinges, and Sir John stands in the shadows, still cautious. Thomas crosses the yard. "Dear God," Sir John cries, "it really is you." He is looking hellish. He's grown a beard and is unwashed and filthy like the lowest sort of villager, but Thomas hurries the last few steps and throws his arms around the old man. They pound one another on their backs, pulling each other close. "Great God above, it is more than wonderful to see you," Sir John cries. He leaves off the hugging to hold Thomas at arm's length. Then he embraces him again. Tears are flooding down his grimy cheeks. "What news?" he asks. "What news of Walter, of Daffod, and where's Kit?" He peers over Thomas's shoulder, but Katherine has stepped back into the shadow of the trees and is waiting, watching. Thomas shakes his head. He is crying now too. "Dead," he says. "They were killed in Wales. We were trying to get back to you, to this house, but it was Riven's boy, and that giant." Sir John makes a noise somewhere between a groan and a scream. "Oh, dear Christ," he says. "Oh, dear Christ." "Riven's men followed us to Wales," Thomas goes on. Sir John pulls his ears. "Oh, God," he whispers. "Oh, God." "And you?" Thomas asks. "How have you fared? Where is everybody else?" "Us? Christ above, we have... Well, you see for yourself. We have had quite a time of it, and have had to withstand Riven's attentions as well. Thought you might be one of his men back for more. But, Thomas, who is with you? Did you say Lady Margaret Cornford?" Thomas can feel his pulse in his ears. He is about to try to gull Sir John, to defraud him. Dear God, what if he just laughs when he sees Katherine? What if he just says, "That's not Margaret, that's Kit"? He opens his mouth to stop all this, to say no, that is not Lady Margaret, that is Kit in a dress, when Katherine emerges from the trees in the corner of his vision. She has taken off her cloak, so that it might be more easily seen that she is wearing a dress, so that it might be more easily seen she is a woman, and she has plumped up her linen headdress. Despite everything, despite her thinness, her grubby clothes, her worn shoes, or even because of these, she looks, to Thomas's eyes at least, wholly beautiful. Sir John stares. Katherine falters. She glances at Thomas, seeking reassurance. There is a long, tense moment. Sir John seems dumbfounded. Then he recalls himself. "My lady," he says, "welcome to our house." And he steps towards her and takes her hand and kisses her, a frown flickering across his brow, perhaps because she is wearing no gloves or rings and her hands are still dirty from the road. And despite himself, Thomas is relieved. "Sir John," Katherine says, "it is an honour, though what is—" And she hesitates nicely, her gaze flickering across the house's facade, the arrow in the jamb, Sir John's wild appearance. "Yes," Sir John admits. "You find us somewhat unprepared. For guests, I mean." He laughs weakly, but then he trails off. He is staring at her openly, rudely, and he starts crying again. His eyes screw tight, and the tears flow into the silver threads of his beard. He begins to sob, and Katherine looks at Thomas for guidance. Thomas takes the old man's shoulders. "Sir John," he says, "what is wrong?" Sir John cannot speak. "Where is Richard?" Katherine asks, her tone sharp and urgent, out of her new role. "Here." A new voice joins them, coming from the doorway. Both turn. Standing there, gripping the lintel with both hands, is Richard Fakenham. He is in soft leather boots and a rough blue jacket, and wrapped around his eyes is a long length of grubby linen bandage. "He is blinded," Sir John says in a low voice, "in both eyes." Chapter 33. It is after dark, and they are sitting in the hall by the damped fire.
"It was that giant of his," Sir John tells them. "They caught him and little John Willingham by means of trickery. They killed little John with an axe, Richard says, and then when he was dead they took Richard and they held him down and, well..."
Sir John cannot go on. There is a long silence.
"Is he asleep?"
Katherine asks.
Sir John shakes his head. "I hear him crying sometimes," he says, "in the night. It is not a sound a father wants to hear."
"Why did they do it?" Thomas asks.
Sir John shrugs. "Because they could," he says. "And to send me a message, I suppose."
Katherine sits and listens, unable to contribute, seeing again how awkward this pretense will be. Sir John glances at her now and then, and she imagines he thinks her shy, but in truth she does not know what to think or where to put herself. When Richard had first emerged from the house, she had stood rooted while Thomas fumblingly reintroduced himself. Then they'd hugged and kissed, and Richard had said that it was good to see him, and a silence had fallen. And then Richard had said it was good to know that he was alive anyway, and had asked about Walter and then Kit. Thomas had glanced her way without moving his head, and after a moment's hesitation that might have been mistaken for misery, he told them that both were dead, and that of the 5 men who'd set out for Wales, only he remained alive. She saw how much the lie cost Thomas. She wishes she could somehow undo all this and go back and deal straight with the world, or as straight as she ever had, and have Thomas as he was. Richard had wailed when he'd heard the news and had taken himself off, fumbling up the steps. "Should we try to help?" Katherine had asked Sir John. Sir John had shaken his head. They'd heard him thump around in the chamber above, and then it had gone quiet. Now Sir John pours himself some of the ale and speaks of the past month.
"We didn't go to Sandow," he says. "Didn't want to spend all winter in a castle with so many men cooped up behind those damn walls that it'd be a job to find somewhere to shit without another man doing the same on your lap. And thank the Lord I didn't go. I suppose you heard. York and his men went charging out of the castle gates, leaving the bloody things open, can you believe it, and the drawbridge down, to relieve a foraging party that had, quite against the rules of the Christmas truce, been attacked by some of Somerset's men. The next thing they know, the woods are heaving with more of the bastards. It was over in moments, I heard, and anyone of any quality whom we had on our side, gone. The Duke of York, of course, and that young fool Rutland. Do you remember him at Westminster? Arguing with Warwick, he was. He was murdered by Clifford after it was all over, with the lad trying to get into Wakefield. As for the Earl of Salisbury, well, he was taken to Pontefract. I thought they were going to ransom him to Warwick. Can you imagine an Englishman paying another Englishman for the return of his own father? But in the end, one of Exeter's bastards dragged the poor old sod from his rooms and chopped his bloody head off. Right there and then. The Earl of Salisbury.
He asks Thomas about the battle Edward of March has won. He cannot stop calling him the Earl of March, and what he thinks will happen in London. "I have it from William Hastings," Thomas says, "that since King Henry's adherents killed Richard, the old Duke of York, at Wakefield, then the Act of Accord is void, and that Edward, the new Duke of York, is free to claim the throne as his right."
"Then what will happen to King Henry?" Sir John wants to know. "Will he resign?"
Thomas does not know. Not if he is with the Queen. Katherine cannot stop herself answering. Sir John squints at her, then tugs on his beard. It sounds raspy. She takes a sip of the ale, which is disgusting, and she tries to do it delicately. There is a silence until Sir John turns to Thomas.
"You know Giles Riven has switched sides again?" he asks. "Gone back to the Queen after Wakefield. By Christ, I'd love to have one last try at him. For all that he has done to me, for all that he has done to mine,
I wish he were dead and already enjoying his time with the devil in hell. Do you suppose he will be there? With the Queen, I mean. Of course, Thomas has no idea. He has cost us sorely, Sir John goes on. Sorely. But we have taxed him too. His men came to surround the house, to drive us out, as soon as we heard the news from Sandal. We knew those northern bastards would be coming our way, so we were ready, we thought. Then they went through Newark instead, and they were so keen on plundering the south they didn't bother to ford the river. Thought we were safe. Life was getting back to normal, or as normal as it could be. And then they came. They caught Goodwife Popham down in the village. Geoffrey and Brampton John and Little John were here in the hall, and Elizabeth, you remember her, Thomas? Geoffrey's daughter. She came running to fetch help. I reckon now that they'd let her go just to come and get us. We snatched up whatever we could, thinking it was just a party of latecomers gone wild on their way south. We didn't bother with harness or anything, and Geoffrey, well, of course he was worried. It was his wife they had. So we ran down to the village. We could hear her screaming in one of the cottages, but there wasn't anybody about, so, well, I suppose we should have seen it for what it was. The first arrow knocked Brampton John off his feet. The second went straight through Geoffrey's eye, dropped him just like a bull. Christ. He'd been with me forever, and they killed him just like that. He snaps his fingers. Bastards, he says. There is a long silence. Katherine wipes away a tear. She knows she is not supposed to know these people Sir John speaks about, but she cannot help herself. I killed one, Sir John goes on. The bowman, thank Christ, before he could loose another arrow. Then Richard got another. The others rode away. Richard took the bowman's horse, Little John the other horse. They went after them. Then I thought, too late. My God, it's a trap to get us out of the house. I ran back, fast as I could. Sir John's face is grey with shame and regret. I got back just in time to see them riding off with Liz over a saddle. They'd set a fire in the roof and one in the stables, and the horses were screaming. I had to make a choice. There is silence in the room. A log on the fire lets out a long sigh. I have that girl's life on my conscience, Sir John says, and God will be my judge in the next world. Both murmur amen. I let the horses go, and I put out the fire. Then I waited. Thought when Richard and John got back I could send one of them to Lincoln to raise some more men. I heard horses in the yard and I ran out, but it wasn't them. Or rather, it was Riven's men. They dropped Richard in the muck and rode away laughing. He was screaming and kicking, and there was blood in his eyes, and I knew straight away what they'd done. There was a long silence. Sir John pinches the bridge of his nose. But what about the dead men outside? Thomas asks. Sir John seems to brighten. Them? Riven's scouts. They were taunting us, shouting the foulest things about the things they'd done to young Liz and to Richard. Thank God for that crossbow. Do you remember Kit left it when he went? He said I'd need it before he did or something. The boy was usually right, wasn't he, Thomas? Anyway, I wounded one or two more over the course of the next day, and by Christ, I hope they died miserable deaths. Then they said they'd just wait, starve us out. But their hearts weren't in it. I think once they'd done that to Richard, they knew they didn't need to worry anymore. It made sense, Katherine supposes. Once Riven heard he'd missed the chance to take Margaret Cornford in Wales, he must have changed tactics. He must have thought she'd never marry Richard if he was blind. She wants to ask why Riven had not simply killed Richard, but she cannot betray her knowledge. She wishes Thomas would ask, but perhaps he is too sensible to ask a father why his son hasn't been killed, only blinded. Sir John turns to address her. I'm sorry you find us this way, my lady. I'm sorry my boy is the way he is now. He was a wonderful young man before this. A wonderful swordsman, wasn't he, Thomas? And a fine huntsman. He had such a love of life. To know him was to love him. I know every father says that, but had you met him properly, I am sure you would have admired him. He was kind, too, of course, wasn't he, Thomas? Thomas nods, but cannot lift his gaze from the table. Will he not join us? Katherine asks. Sir John shakes his head. They are silent for a long time. Katherine is aware of Sir John's gaze on her, but when she looks up, he is smiling, with tears in his eyes. Where is Riven now, do you know? Thomas asks. His voice has taken on that hard, flat tone. Sir John shakes his head. He has not bothered us for days, weeks even. Then he must be with the Queen's army, Thomas says. Sir John nods as if to allow it. Then this time I'll not fail, Thomas says. This time I'll go and find him and I'll put an end to it. Put an end to him. He cannot be left to live after this. Not now. And we cannot go on living like this either. Katherine wonders if anything is ever that simple. She sleeps that night in Sir John's bed, Sir John sharing with Richard on the smaller truckle bed by her side, Thomas downstairs by the covered fire, keeping watch. The sheets are filthy, and there is dog hair everywhere. She's forgotten the dogs. Talbots they were, absurd-looking things. She supposes them dead now. At some point Richard gets up in the night and fumbles his way downstairs. Must it be like to be blind, she wonders, to be constantly in the dark? She tries to imagine what Richard must be feeling, even apart from being left blind. She recalls Thomas's face the moment the giant pressed his thumb into his eye on the ferryman's skiff. It had been filled with naked terror, a sensation that surely no man would ever forget. And for someone like Richard, who thought himself a soldier, it must be doubly difficult. Would it have been better for Richard to have been killed? Probably, she thinks, which is why the giant didn't do it. Dear God, Thomas has talked of the mistake of sparing Riven's life, but what of the giant? Even at the time she'd known they should have killed him when he was lying stunned by the boat that morning, but they'd never have been able to do it. They were too innocent then. Now, though, she would happily crash that poleaxe into the giant's face, happily cut his throat. For a moment her body is thronging with energy. She feels the constriction of her shift, wrapped tight around her legs and her waist, and she wishes she were wearing a shirt and brace as she used to when she was Kit. She thinks of Thomas downstairs by the fire, wrapped in solitude, and she feels a flare of anger. He is a stubborn fool, she thinks. If he'd said just one thing, or if he'd tried for a single moment to dissuade her from pretending to be Margaret Cornford, then she would have thrown off her cloak and swapped it for some ragged boy's clothing, and she would have resumed the life of Kit in an instant. But now it is too late. And the tears come, silently sliding down to her temples, when she thinks about how they are betraying Sir John and Richard, people who have only ever offered them kindness, and she curses herself for ever thinking to remain Margaret Cornford. And so what is to become of her, she wonders? To what life has she condemned herself? A life that serves as its own penance? A better life than she might have expected at the Priory, perhaps, but one shot through with deception and heartbreak, one in which anything she does to serve herself will wound those whom she most loves. And it is just as she is drifting off, gripped by the sorrow of these thoughts, that her eyes fly open and she is suddenly wide awake. She thinks she can see the way out of this. She thinks there is a way. The next morning they are up before cockcrow. Thomas is away all morning, burying Geoffrey's body in the churchyard, dragging the others away from the house, and it falls to Katherine to resuscitate the fire and to make soup with such supplies as remain. She knows her way around the buttery in the kitchen, and she knows how to haul the bucket up from the well. She's about to start shoveling the excrement from the back, just as she used to when she was Kit, when she sees Sir John squinting at her, and she leaves the shovel where it is, and she wipes her hands on her skirts and comes to sit at the board where Richard is grinding his fists into his eye sockets. "Do they hurt?" she asks. Richard grunts. "Let me see," she says. His bandages are grubby and stained, and since the bleeding must have stopped, she wonders what they are really for. She moves close. Richard stiffens, but she places a hand on his shoulder, and a moment later he relaxes. She is conscious that Sir John is watching as she unwinds the filthy linen. "Tied it myself," he says. "I wished we'd had Kit with us still. He had a gift, that one, didn't he, Richard?" Richard grunts. "He cut me," Sir John continues, addressing Katherine now. "This last autumn, before all this, I had a fistula. You know what that is, Nasty, anyway. Could hardly walk for the pain of the thing. Anyway, Kit learned to read, can you believe? Only a boy, but he learnt to read. And then got hold of some old leech's instructions about how to cut out a fistula, and he cut mine out. Simple as that. Bloody miracle it was, wasn't it, Richard? A bloody miracle." Katherine blinks away the tears that gather in her lashes. Richard says nothing. She peels away the last wrap of linen, and there are his eyelids, sunken and gummed together, crusted with what looks like sand and blood. A smell rises from them, a sort of sweet fug. Sir John sucks his teeth. Katherine fetches the last of the wine and some fresh linen from the coffer in the room above, and she washes Richard's eyes, wiping away the crust and the traces of blood with a good pad of the material, so that she does not have to feel the emptiness. When she has finished, she sees that there is no real need to cover his eyes, except that it is such a terrible shock to see the empty sockets, so she cuts some dry linen with her knife and reties it around his head. She can smell Richard now, and she thinks how he needs a wash, and she wonders whether it will be her task to insist on this kind of thing in the future. "Where did you learn your skills, my lady?" Sir John asks. She does not answer. She does not understand that Sir John is talking to her. "There," she says. "Better, I think." And now Sir John is looking at her through narrowed eyes. But then Thomas returns with some wood for the fire and the body of a heavy duck with a limp neck. Sir John cackles, and they set to work, gutting and plucking it. "Your swineherd is back," Thomas tells them, "and he says the others will be back soon." Sir John nods. "My shame I sent them to Lincoln," he says, "since I could not guarantee their safety with Riven and his men in the 100. The next day, Katherine catches the scent of wood smoke in the air, and there are some women bent-backed in the fields, and a sense that everything might return to the way it was. She gets Thomas to carry the linen up the old lane to the river, where she rolls up her skirts and sets about the washing. It is so cold she can stand it for no more than a few moments at a time, and is pleased when one of the women from the village finds her way to the riverbank and agrees to help for a cost Katherine would gladly double. At the end of the day, they wring out the not very much cleaner linen and spread it on the hawthorn branches, and when Katherine returns to the hall exhausted, there is soup and ale and news from the south. The Queen's army has not taken London, but has turned and is making its way back up north, to York, just as William Hastings had hoped. "Praise Jesus," Sir John says. "Thought we had better ready ourselves lest they came this way." "Won't they take the shortest route?" Thomas asks. Sir John grunts to admit the possibility, but the following days are spent anxiously. They have hoarded as much food as they can buy: apples, smoked mutton, dried peas and beans, 3 barrels of ale. Thomas has his new bow and 2 more sheaves of arrows, and he has collected up the quarrels, and the crossbow stands by the door, ready for use. Then they wait by the dampened fire and hope the smoke does not broadcast their presence, and Katherine sleeps.
CD 13.
As the days pass, the tension slowly tightens, and they take turns at the windows, and one of them is always awake through the night. But then there comes a point when nothing has happened, and they begin to believe the Queen's army has passed them by. And then, the next week, when it snows again, there is a day afterwards when the sky is clear and blue, and they gather outside to listen to distant bells, from as far away as Lincoln, perhaps, sounding in the icy air. "Is it a warning?" Thomas asks, his breath fogging his face. "Too fast," Richard says. It is good to hear him have an opinion on something. He looks better now that he is shaved and washed, and his eyes trouble him less since Katherine washed them. And while the others cover their eyes from the sun on the snow, he stands perfectly still and faces south. "I think they must be to celebrate something," he says. "But what?" Sir John asks. They must wait until the next day to find out. It is another friar, in grey this time, garrulous and travelling south, who has met a man travelling north, a Scot, who robbed him. "I thank St. Matthew that he did not take my beads," the friar says, touching the loop at his belt, "though he took all I had to eat, and shared my fire to cook it over." In exchange for the food, the Scot had shared his news, though, and once they set beans and ale before the friar, he divulges it as if it were worth gold. "Only that in England Edward of March has been proclaimed king." Sir John whistles. "Edward of March is king," he says. "So that is what the bells were for." "Aye," the friar agrees. "They did not ring them sooner for fear of attracting the attention of the Queen's army." There is a long moment while they consider this. Katherine remembers the lanky boy with the big feet and the strange leer she could not understand at the time. What has God seen in him that he should be king? Something that Henry lacked, she supposes. Some vigour, some youth. A fresh start, perhaps. A new green shoot in the garden. But then what about the old growths? What will happen to all those dukes and earls and lords that fought for Henry in the past? "And what about King Henry?" Sir John asks. "What will become of him?" "King Edward's affinity says that King Henry broke some act of Parliament, and that because he's done so he is rightly deposed, and that from now on we are to call him just Henry of Lancaster." "Henry of Lancaster?" Sir John repeats, his voice soft with regret. "Don't suppose he'll like that. Still less his queen." The friar nods. "No," he says. "The Scotsman says the Queen has retired to York and has gathered a power of nobles such as has never been seen in England, and that she means to smash this new King Edward and put his head up on a spike along with his fathers and brothers." "And what is King Edward doing?" Katherine asks. There is a moment's silence while the friar eats another spoonful. "Oh," he says, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "He is at the head of his own army, marching north to meet Henry of Lancaster in a battle he says will prove God's will once and for all." Katherine notices Thomas is gripping his cup too hard and that his face has grown pale, but it is only the next morning, as they are walking to the churchyard to say prayers over Geoffrey's new-dug grave, that they have a moment alone together. "Did you know this would happen?" she asks. He nods. "And I must go," he says. She stops. It is the most senseless thing she has ever heard. "Go," she repeats. "Go back to the fighting. No. No, you cannot, Thomas, you cannot." "I must," he says, and looks away, suddenly evasive. "William Hastings," he starts. "William Hastings has asked me to take command of some men, some archers, 100 of them, and I said I would. I gave my word. It was why he let us leave Hereford and ride up here to find Sir John and Richard." She is aghast. She nearly grabs his jacket. "Dear God, Thomas," she says, "you cannot go. You will be killed." "Don't say it, Katherine. No, you were right. I will not. But what about us? You cannot leave us here. If River knew we were here, what then?" Thomas sighs lengthily. His feet are heavy on the snow. "What would you have me do?" he asks, just as if he has already discarded all other options. "What else can I do?" "Stay," she says. "Stay here, where you are needed most. You can see Sir John, Richard, me, we need you, as Hastings, March and Warwick do not. Riven is with the Queen's army," he says. "I will find him this time, put an end to all this finally for good. Then I will come back. We will plant the fields or whatever it is you want me to do then." They are at the churchyard now, and Geoffrey's grave is below a yew by the gate. Katherine wonders where Goodwife Popham is buried, and Liz, but there is nothing to be gained from thinking that way, she knows, and so she closes her eyes and kneels next to Thomas on the icy earth, and while he repeats the prayers for the dead, just as he did over Margaret Cornford's body in the hills in Wales, all she can do is pray that he will not leave her. When they get back to the hall, Sir John is sharpening his sword on the same step that Walter used. "I am coming with you, Thomas," he says. "Or rather, you are coming with me." Thomas frowns. "No," he says. "There is no need." Sir John stands up. He has lost weight since this ordeal started, but he is still a formidable presence, with an old soldier's heft and a cunning cast in his eye. "There is every need," he says. "I can no longer live like this, huddled away, waiting for news. And you forget, I am indentured to my Lord Fauconberg. I promised to provide him with 15 archers, and if I cannot do that, then I must do what I can. Besides, this battle will be the greatest yet. It will end this once and for all. And I want to be there, Thomas. I want to see if I can find Riven myself before it is too late." Thomas almost laughs. "Sir John," he says, "these battles, they are not like that. You will not know if you do find him. You will just find yourself face to face with a man in harness who will try to kill you as quickly as he can. He will try to open your face with a hammer, something like that. Or his men will use their bills to pull you over, and one of them will stab you in the balls while you cry out for mercy." Now Sir John laughs. "So it hasn't changed so very much from my day," he says. "Come on, get your gear. We must make ourselves ready." "What of us?" Katherine asks. She is standing beside Thomas, and her pulse is hammering, and she feels faint. Sir John turns to her, as if he has only just noticed her. "Ah," he says, and she watches him glance back at Thomas. "I thought perhaps you would stay here with Richard to maintain the house. I have asked one of the women in the village to come, also called Margaret, though she is Meg. She will be here." Katherine feels like shouting at him, like grabbing his neck and wringing it. "No," she says. "You cannot leave us here alone. What if Giles Riven is not with the Queen's army? What if his son is not? What if that giant of his is still here? What then? It is just me and Richard and this Meg." Sir John is ashamed, but his shoulders are already in mid-shrug. "My lady," he says. "We are coming with you," she interrupts. "We will not stay here to be murdered." Sir John is stricken. He looks at Thomas. Thomas nods slightly. Sir John lets out his breath. "Very well, my lady," he says. "Very well. We shall leave at first light tomorrow." Part 7. To Towton Field, County of Yorkshire, March 1461. Chapter 34. It is a clear morning, and the sun comes up behind them, throwing their shadows long across the frosted mud of the road. Thomas is up front, then Sir John leading Richard by a rope, and then Katherine. Thomas has packed everything he owns because he does not think he will come back to Marton Hall, and just before he loses sight of it for the final time, he turns and tries to remember the happy times. Then he rides on. The land north of Marton has been spared, and it is only when they cross the Trent at Gainsborough that they encounter the waste left by the northerners again. Buildings pulled down for firewood, pens and sties emptied of livestock. There is that smell of something left to rot, and ungainly crows squabble in the lower branches. They ride on through the day towards Doncaster. The road improves, but a sheet of pale cloud obscures the sun, and later it begins sleeting again. Sometime in the early afternoon, they see a band of 8 men on horseback riding ahead. Thomas notches an arrow and waits. Then Katherine recognises Fauconberg's blue and white livery.
"Good eyes you've got, my lady,"
Sir John says, without looking at her. Soon the men reach them. They are a picket riding from Pontefract Castle in full harness.
"How many men has Fauconberg?"
Sir John asks their captain, a big man who keeps his eyes on Katherine.
6,000, the man guesses. "Archers in the main. King Edward and the Earl of Warwick are bringing more men at arms and what have you, and the Duke of Norfolk is expected to bring yet more from the east. We should number something like 20,000 in the field."
Sir John whistles admiringly.
"Such a host," he says. "Perhaps," the captain agrees, "but the Queen's power is greater yet. Almost all the lords are with her. Somerset, of course, Northumberland, Exeter, Dacre, Roos, Devon, Clifford."
He continues naming men of whom Thomas has never heard, but Sir John looks steadily more wintry. When the man finishes the list, Sir John does his best to sound confident.
"Have no fear, my boy," he says. "I've been in worse binds than this. So long as God is on our side, and he is, then we shall prevail. Besides, we are coming to join you, and look at us, an old man, a blind man, a woman, and a single archer. Though he is a good one, mind. What more could you need?"
Sir John laughs. No one else does. They ride up towards the crest of a hill together, and the captain asks Katherine what she is doing, riding to war. "I am with William Hastings' retinue," she tells him. "I am to attend to the wounded." The captain looks askance.
"You're some kind of barber surgeon?" he asks.
"Of course not," she tells him. "But after the battle by Mortimer's Cross this last Candlemas, I extracted arrowheads from many a man's body and stitched many a wound. I can staunch blood, apply salves, tie bandages as well as any man. Better, in fact." Sir John raises his eyebrows, but the captain is charmed.
"Well, you'll have your work cut out, mistress," he says. "Look."
They've crested the hill, and in the valley, following the old road north through the distant trees, is the long line of men and wagons. It stretches from one snow-filled horizon to the other. They rein in their horses and watch for a moment.
"What is it?"
This is from Richard. The captain turns and stares at him, then turns away again and crosses himself. "It is the new king's army," Katherine tells him. "They are riding north. So many of them as you would not believe. There are thousands. Thousands and thousands, with wagons and horses and God knows what else." "Any cannons?" Richard asks. "I can't see any. Perhaps they will come towards the rear of the train."
"Like young Kit," Sir John goes on, turning in his saddle. "Remember him, Richard? He could see for miles and miles, couldn't he? Saved us a scrape or two. That time we nearly attacked old Warwick's ship in the narrow sea. And didn't you say that time at Newnham?"
He tails off. A wind is getting up, shaking the older branches above them, hustling the sleet.
"Anyway," he says, pulling his cloak around his chin. "A good lad, and much missed."
Thomas watches Katherine as she tries to find the right expression to meet this remark. In other circumstances, he might almost laugh at her discomfort, but not today, not here, sitting on his horse, watching the column of Fauconberg's men winding through the bare crowns of the trees with the wind in his face. The captain of the picket leaves them with a salute and spurs his horse down the incline. His men follow.
"Come on," Sir John says, after they've watched them go. "Let's find old Hastings then, shall we?"
They set their horses after the picket and join the column on the road. Companies are walking behind their carts, moving with all the speed the carters can manage, but the oxen are no longer fresh, and the road is bad. Progress is trudging slow. By the time they reach Doncaster, they are told that Hastings has already moved on to Pontefract.
"In a hurry, isn't he?" Sir John asks himself. "Don't suppose they can spare a day feeding this lot."
All around them, men are pale-faced, pinched, hungry, anxious and cold. Winter is no time to fight a war.
"We must catch him at Pomfret, then," Sir John says.
"Can we make it by nightfall?" Katherine asks. The sky above is uncertain, but Sir John is adamant, and they set off riding alongside the column once more, leaving Doncaster behind, constantly having to step off the road where it is blocked, broken or flooded. Messengers pass them as best they can up and down the column's length, carrying missives from the front to the back, a full day's ride apart. After 2 hours, they raise Pontefract Castle. It towers over the surrounding countryside, the squared, crenellated towers drawing the eyes from distant miles, surrounded by outbuildings and pastures and paddocks, all crammed with tents, carts, flocks of sheep, lines of horses and oxen. The snow here has been churned to thick mud, and there are so many men milling about, looking for food, ale, anything to burn, that it is impossible to move within bowshot of the gatehouse. The gloom is banished and then made worse by 1,000 smoking fires, and any peace made impossible by men talking, shouting, singing, hammering on armour, sharpening weapons, playing drums, flutes and tabors. Dogs bark incessantly. They push their way through the throng, looking for badges they recognise, flags they know, asking for Hastings. Eventually they find men squatting by a fire under the sodden slough of Hastings' flag. Thomas recognises their captain, another Thomas, a Welshman, who looks tired and hungry, and his men know better. Worse, in fact. They are sitting on their helmets in the mud around meagre fires of smoking green wood. At least the Welshman has a hunk of bread. He brightens when he sees Thomas. "Thomas, there you are. Haven't got any food, have you? No? Any ale? No? Oof. Stupid question. Stupid time of year to be out in the field, this is. We should be at home, tucked up like. And we aren't allowed to take anything without paying for it, you know, are we? On pain of death. Drowning it is. And then when you do manage to scrape together the money they're asking for it, the bread," he holds up a piece of dark loaf as evidence, "the bread is bloody disgusting." He throws the lump in the fire where it sits for a moment until one of the archers hoiks it out with a broken arrow shaft and takes it for himself. Sir John steps into the firelight. "It's still Lent, man," he barks. "It's good to be away from daily temptations. Good to be on your mettle. Now, where can we find Hastings?" The captain stands. Sir John has that effect on some men. "You've just missed him, sir. He's gone up the river with Lord Fitzwalter." "Fitzwalter?" Sir John demands. "By God, I've not seen him since Rouen. What's he doing here? Is he with Warwick?" "Yes, sir. He's taken the bridge, after a bit of a scrap, I hear, and now he's got all our carpenters and coopers trying to repair it." "How far is this river?" Sir John asks. The Welshman shrugs. "Half a league, that way." He gestures northwards. Sir John wonders if they ought not to go up and find this Fitzwalter, but the Welshman is unsure. "No place for a lady," he says, nodding at Katherine, "nor a blind man, if you'll pardon me. You can stop here by the fire, such as it is, until William Hastings returns. If it is him you want to see, my lady." Just then the first wounded men limp back from the melee at the bridge, and behind them there is a cart carrying those who cannot walk. Men get up and clear them a space, but they stare stock still when they have done so, and there is silence now. Arrow wounds mostly, Thomas sees, but also some men clutching their faces with blood on their hands. He can smell it, and he feels that familiar fear again. He does not want to be here. "Had to clear a few of Somerset's men from the bridge," a blue-liveried vintner tells them, and they didn't want to go. The wounded men are unloaded from the cart and placed in the mud by the fire. Some need to be carried in their cloaks. "What do you want me to do with them?" the Welsh captain asks the vintner. "Haven't you got a surgeon?" he replied. "Heard you had." The Welshman scratches his new-grown beard. "We had a surgeon, all right," he says. "Lovely fellow he was, but we buried him outside Leicester." There is a pause. Both men look down at the wounded, and Thomas can see them thinking that the sooner they die, the better. But now Katherine is among them. "Are there many more to come?" she asks. "That's the lot for the moment," the vintner supposes. He stares at her with his mouth open, and Thomas sees the effect she has on men. She bends over each of the wounded and makes a quick decision on each. "Fetch the priest," she says, and "This one is already dead." But there are also some who she thinks will live. She turns to the Welshman. "Where are the barber surgeon's tools, his bags?" "I don't know," the Welshman admits. "He has a servant, though." "Find him, then, and get him to bring the bag." "Right," Sir John says, rubbing his hands and turning to Thomas. "Let's go and find Fitzwalter, shall we? He's usually got a pot going." Thomas turns to Katherine. She has heard what Sir John has said and is now standing still among the wounded men, staring back at Thomas. Her face is ashen. They stare at one another, and Thomas can feel prickles all over his skin and tears in his eyes, and he wants to run to her and take hold of her and tell her that, dear God, he loves her. But Sir John is there, and the Welshman, and so instead he stands with his hands by his sides, and he says nothing, but watches as her eyes mist and she wipes away a tear with a grubby hand. She sniffs, and she says finally, very quietly, "Go with God, Thomas." And he cannot stop the tears leaking from his own eyes, and nor can he speak for the lump in his throat, but he whispers, "You too, milady, you too." And then they have to go, and he turns and buries his head in some little task to do with his leg armour before helping Sir John into his saddle and climbing into his own. He looks at her from the saddle and raises his hand. Then he lets it drop, and he covers the noise of a sob by jabbing his horse to take a few steps. "We shall see you in the morning," Sir John says, and "Look after her, Richard." Thomas turns the horse and follows Sir John into the smoke and darkness. As he goes, he feels he is leaving something behind, something from within him, winding it out through a wound in his chest. His legs do not feel strong enough to control the horse, and he wonders if he will fall. By the time they reach the river's bank, the fighting is over, and the enemy dead have been looted and left in the snow. Thomas does not know their livery, a badge like a pilgrim's shell on rough, russet Hessian. Warwick's men are laid on their backs next to one another by the roadside, as if for inspection, and down by the bridge the air is thick and smells of chipped stone, fresh-cut wood and hot iron, where the carpenters, masons and coopers are working bent-backed, steaming in the cold. Fitzwalter's men, in their blue livery jackets, are across the bridge, on the river's far bank, burning a broken cart for warmth. The flames are beautiful in the gloom, flaring and leaping, and the column of smoke rises crow-black and silent against the late afternoon sky. "What river is this, anyone?" Sir John asks. No one has any idea. It is about 50 paces wide, strong flowing, fringed by snow-laden poplars and willows. The bridge across is stone-built, wide enough for a man in a cart, with low parapets supported by a succession of broad arches, and at the far end a chantry chapel. Halfway across, though, the enemy has levered the stones apart and broken 2 of the spans. "But why did they not hold the crossing?" Sir John asks again, nodding at the far bank. "Makes no sense. Unless they're drawing us further into a trap, but, Lord, aren't we already in one?" "And if they wanted to do that, why break the bridge in the first place?" Thomas asks. Sir John grunts and rests a foot on the low stone wall. A breeze is picking up. It is hard to tell if it will snow again tonight or in the morning, possibly both. The land beyond the river fades into the sombre distance, and just to look at it is to feel cold. "He's there," Sir John mutters. "I can feel it in my bones, you know? Him and his bastard stinking son, that goddamn giant. This time we'll find them, Thomas. This time we'll make them pay for what they've done." Thomas can only feel the cold and the bruise of having said goodbye to Katherine so badly. He shivers and stamps his boots. He is thinking he must find Hastings first, to tell him that he is there and to take up his responsibilities. But Sir John is adamant. "Hastings can wait until tomorrow. Come on, let's go and find young Fitzwalter, shall we? See if he's got anything to warm us." Thomas Fitzwalter is one of those big men, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, with an unfashionable black beard, and in the umber light of the flames he looks like a piece of seasoned hardwood. "Fitzwalter," Sir John booms when he sees him. Fitzwalter steps back.
"By all the saints, Fakenham, sir, what are you doing here?"
The two men clasp one another and kiss. Fitzwalter is half Sir John's age, but he was born old, with all the certainty and the knowledge of the right thing to say and when to say it, and the two of them square up as old friends.
"And look at you," Fitzwalter goes on. "God damn it, you're working properly. What happened to the old fistula?"
"Had it cut," Sir John announces, as proudly as if he'd done it himself. "By my surgeon, completely cured." He walks one way and then the other. He holds his hand up to take that of an imaginary dance partner. In Fitzwalter's company, Sir John is a changed man, as if relieved of the weight of recent sorrows.
"Dear God," Fitzwalter laughs. "Who is this miracle? Give me his name."
"I would," Sir John says, the mood changing for a moment, "but he has gone the way of all flesh." They call for a drink, and Lord Fitzwalter clears a place for Sir John by the fire under the shelter of a flap of canvas stretched from a tent behind. Thomas stands listening as the two swap meaningless gossip about their time together in France. They mention Rouen, and Thomas thinks of the ledger hanging from his saddle. Would Sir John's name be in it? Probably. They are joined by another veteran, whom Sir John calls Jenny, and to whom he offers commiserations on the death of his father. Who is his father? Thomas has no idea. Here is just another man who's lost a father and who is coming north to settle a score. Once they've exhausted the subjects of their mutual friends, Sir John brings up the bridge. "It was a stroke of fortune to find the crossing so poorly defended," he ventures.
"It was," Fitzwalter agrees. "A good old-fashioned military blunder, I expect. They only left a picket, and when they saw us, half of them ran for the hills. The other half stayed on, and, I have to say, inflicted more wounded on us than I'd hoped. A score of men killed too. We couldn't cross to get at them in any great numbers, see, the bridge being so narrow. We had to thin them out one by one with arrows. Took most of the afternoon."
Sir John nods. While they've been talking, a light dusting of snow has fallen to refresh the earlier fall, and all around the camp men are asleep by the fires, snow gathering in swags on the folds of their clothes, in peaks on their hats. "And you've left men on the other side now?" Sir John goes on.
20 archers and the same again of builds."
"Is that enough, do you think?"
Fitzwalter shrugs. "To tell you the truth, I can't send any more," he says, "or they'll start to fight amongst themselves. It's the old puzzle about the boatman trying to cross the river with a hen, you know, with a fox and a sack of grain." Sir John looks blank. "They fought over some dice on the way up," Fitzwalter explains. "Jenny's men and mine, and now if we leave them together for a moment, they take up cudgels and batter one another. I clipped the ear of one of them for breaking another man's arm in the original fight, but that didn't seem to work." He takes a drink. "We could always hang a couple," Jenny supposes. "There is that," Fitzwalter agrees. "Anyway, I've sent word to Warwick explaining the position, and tomorrow the whole host'll be here, so we'll not want for reinforcements then." Sir John looks doubtful, but Jenny yawns.
Nothing will happen until the morning anyway, he says, so we need not fret. It turns out Jenny is almost right. The first Thomas hears of it is running feet and a man crashing through the tent flap. It is still dark, well before cockcrow, and the watchfire is low. The man falls to his knees and spits blood on Fitzwalter's sheepskin. Fitzwalter levers himself up and for a moment does not know where he is. "Come," is all the wounded man will say, pointing over his shoulder. He grips Fitzwalter's leg and spits more blood through broken teeth. His fingers are a mass of blood too, and he is shaking dark drops of it on the yellow pelt. A guard comes running and catches the wounded man by the shoulder. "Sorry, sir," he tells Walter. "Too fast for me." "Come!" The wounded man splutters again and points towards the river. They hear more shouts, the scrape of weapons, and a distant bellow of rage or pain. The guard hesitates, looks to Fitzwalter. Thomas rolls to his knees. More shouts. "What is this?" Jenny barks from his blankets. Sir John is raised on his elbows, opening and closing his mouth, his cap gone, his white hair on end. "God damn it!" Fitzwalter roars. "If those bastards are at it again!" He surges to his feet and snatches the poleaxe from the guard and storms out of the tent. He does not even bother to put on his coat, let alone his jack or any plate. Jenny follows, likewise underdressed. The guard drags the wounded man away, promising to kill him. The tent returns to silence. The canvas canopy bows under the weight of snow, and an icicle hangs from its centre. "Any ale, is there, Tom?" Sir John asks. Someone has been evicted to provide for him, and he looks to have slept well, for his eyes are deep in their creases. Thomas smiles. "I'll find some," he says. "And a pot too, would you?" Sir John goes on. "I find I need to piss more often these days." In the clearing outside, a boy is helping a man scramble into armour. The mud has stiffened underfoot during the night. There is still more shouting from by the river, and the fighting continues. It sounds like more than a couple of companies hitting one another with sticks. An archer comes racing through with a bow and 2 bags of arrows bouncing on his back. "The bloody Northerners are back," he shouts. "Come on, get your things." Thomas ducks back into the tent. "God damn it," Sir John groans. "Come on, help me out, my lad, and let's get to it." Thomas helps Sir John into his armour. It is a snug fit. He has changed shape since the armour was made, and the straps pinch. "Hang on," Sir John says, stopping him from strapping on the gorget. He takes a last mouthful of stale ale. "Always get so bloody thirsty," he says. Thomas straps his own plates on, foot, then shin, then thigh, and then the same for the left leg. Next he gathers up his bow, arrow shafts, and helmet. He takes his new cloak, looks at it, knows he'll never be able to loose his bow while wearing it, and so leaves it with the rest of his things. He is just about to leave when he turns and slings the ledger over his shoulder. He unwinds a string from his wrist and knocks his bow. Wounded men are coming back from the river's edge by the time they are ready, some with blade wounds, one retching blood while another clutches his handless arm in the crook of his elbow, pressing it to his chest, his eyes rolling into his skull. The spilled blood still steams in the bitter morning chill. "It's the Flower of Craven," one says as he limps past. "The bloody bastard Flower of bloody Craven." "Who are they?" Thomas asks Sir John, who is looking grim. "Butcher Clifford's men," he says. "He's the one who cut down young Rutland after the battle outside Wakefield. His household men call themselves the Flower of Craven, though not everyone else is so kind. Saints, this is going to be a long day." On the riverbank, the bodies left overnight are invisible under a shroud of snow, but now there are new corpses under the trees, and the bridge is choked with the dead and wounded. Men in Fitzwalter's blue and Warwick's red liveries lie entwined together, studded with arrows. Those who have not been killed have been driven off the bridge, and they are now sheltering behind the trees and the spars and barrels left by the carpenters the night before. On the other side of the river, the northerners have piled up the carts and barrels and spars to make themselves a fortified wall. "Christ's cross," is all Sir John says, and "we'll never get across now." 5 or 6 billmen are wheeling a cart towards the bridge, cowering behind it as arrows boom through its timbers. "Not going to do them much good, that," Sir John says, as the cart's front right-hand wheel jams against a dead body in the road. A man behind the cart peers around to try to work out what to do next, and an arrow hammers into the frame by his ear. He leaps back and looks around for guidance. There is none on offer. "We have to shoot back," Thomas says. "We have to pick 'em off." Sir John looks at his sword. "No," he says. "Get enough of us together, men-at-arms at the front, archers and naked men at the rear, and then we'll unstick the bastards that way." "We can do both. Come on." Thomas runs forward and dodges behind one of the willow trees. An arrow shaft hums past, low and flat, missing him by an inch. Another goes skipping across the snow behind. One more cracks, quivering into the trunk by his head. That is good shooting, he thinks, and he peers around the tree. He can see only one man, in a painted helmet, peering through a gap in the wooden barricade. This is tricky. How to shoot around a tree? He takes a step back, stretches the string to his cheek, leans out and lets go. He hurls himself back in time to feel an answering shaft slice past his face. He doesn't even see where his own arrow goes. Another archer is lying with his back against the trunk of the next tree, about 10 paces away. He is in the livery of the Earl of Warwick and is clutching his bow across his chest. He is chanting a prayer, and his eyes are clenched tight, and Thomas thinks he's soiled himself. Behind them, 100 paces or so, everybody has pulled back beyond bowshot range of the northern bank, all of them spectators now, waiting for some action, up to their ankles in the slush of the fields. They have a fire going, and someone is selling ale. Sir John has a cup. He raises it at Thomas. Thomas curses his luck. Why did he run forward? Another shaft bangs into the bark above his ear. Men are working their way along the northern bank to prize him out. He slides down the tree as the other archer has done. What are they to do? He is stuck, completely stuck. Through the bent brown tips of the grasses, he can see the bridge. Bodies are piled on one another, 3, sometimes 4 deep, like reaped wheat stalks. Many have fallen with their backs to the enemy, trying to run. They would have taken arrowheads in the backside or in the backs of their legs, where archers aimed for the tendons. He can hear whimpering and a constant moan. Men are calling out for help, and there is a sudden cascade from the bridge as 3 or 4 bodies of men in plate slip over the walls and splash into the dark waters. They'll never be seen again, and their families will be left to guess what has happened to them. He peers forward. On the other side of the river, the defenders' wall is like that of a castle, and the only way to get to them is across the narrow span of bridge, now broken again. He sees the beauty of it. It hardly matters how many troops King Edward musters on this side of the bank, because it can only ever come down to a front no wider than 6 men abreast, and before this front can engage with the enemy, they will have to endure withering volleys of arrows from both left and right. Even the dead on the bridge have now become an obstacle. The only hope is that the enemy will run out of arrows. Some men-at-arms now start out towards the bridge, a small phalanx of them, heads down against the expected arrow storm. They move down the road, stepping over the bodies, huddling close. There are about 15, 20 of them, household men, Thomas supposes, wearing Warwick's livery but probably Fitzwalter's men. They shuffle their feet in small steps, each man's knee in the back of the man in front's knee. They pass the first cart, then another. No arrow fire. They are nearly at the line of trees now, almost on the bridge. Still no arrows. The formation negotiates the first hurdle of the dead men, and still no arrows. They open and close around a wounded man who is still crawling, trying to grab the legs and ankles of anyone near enough to help him. Still no arrows. Then they start up the stonework of the bridge, weaving their way through the course of barrels and timbers to the pile of dead and wounded men. Here their formation must loosen. Thomas hisses to the other archer, who is still clutching his bow. "Come on," he whispers. "Get ready." The archer ignores him. He is beyond anything now. Thomas slithers to his feet, nocks an arrow, and waits. There are still no arrows as the men near the central span, stepping up, stepping down, and now there are gaps in their armoured wall. Then, on the far bank, someone shouts an order, and there is a flurry of movement. Heads bob, arms rise, bows appear above the walls, and the arrows come. They flicker across the waters, so slight and lithe in flight, and yet so heavy. Thomas closes his ears to the sounds of the men on the bridge, for it is too terrible to hear. Arrowheads crack into them from close range, and from such a distance few stand a chance, no matter how well their armour is fluted or tempered. The first is knocked off his feet, the second is thrown clattering over the lip of the bridge, another crumples and trips those behind. A fifth and then sixth fall, and instantly those at the back are clumsily retreating. Men are staggering under the hammer blows of the arrows. Thomas ducks around the tree to loose his own arrow, sending it to vanish through a small space in the jumble of timbers. He imagines he can hear it thump into the glimpse of white livery wool. He knocks and looses again, a snatched shot that makes the string on his bow ring like a bell. His arrow finds a mark, a man standing, taking great care with his own aim. The arrow hits him in the throat, jerks him backwards, and he's gone. Thomas turns and draws again, loosing from the other side of the tree. He watches his shaft fade into the grey sky above the fortifications on the far bank, and is drawing again when an arrow buzzes past his nose. He slips behind the trunk and waits. After a long moment, it is all over. None of the men make it off the bridge, and by the time the last falls, the crowd has stopped cheering, and the only sound is a wounded man whimpering with pain, and the great sound of the bare branches of the willows as they float in the wind. There is a loud laugh from the far bank. Thomas slumps to the ground. He can smell cooking, his own sweat, the dankness of the river, the archer by the tree, and blood. Moments wear by. The sky lightens. The cold creeps into his bones through his sodden jacket. He dare hardly move now for attracting the attention of the enemy archers. His stomach aches with hunger and his mouth is gummy for want of ale. He needs to relieve himself. Behind him, he can see men organising themselves again. Someone has taken command. The archers have spread out in a line, 2 or 3 deep. Behind them, some haggling is going on. Plate is being swapped and passed up to those at the front. Threats and money are being exchanged. There is going to be another push across the bridge. Thomas feels for his arrow shafts. He has 5 left. The archer behind the next tree is asleep or dead. After a few moments, the men-at-arms set off again, the same formation as before, down the road, stepping over bodies, each with his hand on the shoulder of the man in front. Their heads are bowed, backs braced, hammers and axes held upright as if they might afford some protection. He does not think Sir John is among them. One man has a flag he does not recognise. Someone is shouting orders to the archers, and a bell starts ringing in the town across the fields. The men-at-arms are on the bridge before the arrows come from the far bank. As they do so, Fitzwalter's archers move up fast in a broad line on the southern bank, and they loose in return. Their arrows leap into the grey sky, clatter through the treetops, and crash down onto the men on the far bank. Arrows thump into the wood of the carts and beams, a rolling drumbeat that wavers like rain across the heads of the defenders. Thomas hauls his string, bobs around the tree trunk, and looses. There are plenty of targets, for they are brave men, standing to send their own arrows towards the men-at-arms on the bridge. Thomas watches an archer fall back with a silent cry. He has killed another man. Those on the bridge are nearly at the gap where it narrows to a few spars. One slips. The wood must be slimy with blood, treacherous in the snow. Thomas nocks another arrow, aims carefully into the gap in front of the advancing men-at-arms. A head appears behind the wall, axe raised. Bang! The arrow catches him, snaps his head back, drops him out of sight. Another man appears. Thomas bungles the shot and the arrow is wasted. It is a crossbowman. Thomas watches him level his bow and snap the quarrel into the face of the man at the head of the attack. The bolt throws him back, and he tumbles, already dead, through the gaps in the bridge, where he is caught in the spars, his legs trailing above the water. Another crossbowman appears. This one Thomas catches, on the shoulder, turning him. A good shot. The men-at-arms step up, and there is a moment when it looks as if they will succeed, but then the moment passes, and they have not, and it is suddenly obvious that they never will. Arrows throw them back, the balance tips, they turn and try to run, and soon the bridge is empty, swept of life, a peninsula of bloodied armour and dead men, creaking and sliding as wounded men try to move. A man cries short, juddering yelps. There is a long silence. Thomas sits and waits. What will happen? No one seems to know. Confidence leaks from them, and it is very cold. Then, behind, there is the sound of trumpets blown and drums beaten. Across the fields, the archers start moving aside. A party of heralds, then the banner of King Edward, and then the standards of Warwick and of Fauconberg riding up from the castle at Pomfret. Edward, lately the Earl of March and the Duke of York, now the King, is gigantic in his plate and long blue riding cloak with a ruff of some dense-looking fur. Next to him is Warwick, also in full harness, riding a brown horse. Thomas wonders what has happened to his famous black charger. Warwick's household men are buzzing about him, and men everywhere are looking to them for guidance. And there they sit in their saddles, studying the terrain, and the cost in men so far. Thomas can see Fauconberg and the king are arguing about something. Fauconberg gestures forcefully one way, to the west, while the king gestures another, down to the bridge, while the Earl of Warwick is setting his horse to pace in tight circles around them. A new attack is planned, the third of the day. Orders are shouted, trumpets sound, companies of men move up, companies move back. Men in plate arrive on horseback to talk to King Edward. Sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't. Fauconberg keeps gesturing. Eventually, King Edward says something and Fauconberg rides off with a few of his men. Companies of archers under their vintners are fanning across the fields in the footsteps of those who'd supported that second push across the bridge. Now and then arrows sail at them through the grey sky, lofted on a wind that hums through the trees from the north. Thomas watches while King Edward says a few words to the men gathered in the roadway. Some encouragement, he supposes. There is a ragged cheer, and off they go, down the road towards the bridge. This time there must be 100 of them, and they move as a woodlouse, left, right, in step, shouting messages to one another, keeping close. They must all be of one household, behind one lord, under one banner. Who are they? Thomas doesn't know. And anyway, after a moment, it doesn't matter. When they reach the bridge, the arrows thunder down on them, and soon there are none alive to return to their estates and their manors. They are all dead, watched as they depart this earth in blank-faced silence by King Edward and the Earl of Warwick, and 1,000 weary archers hunched over their bows and empty bags. They'd made it farther than the first two attacks, almost to the end of the bridge. One of them had clambered onto a crossbeam and even raised his axe, but he'd been pulled forward by one of the northern billmen, and it isn't hard to imagine what they would have done to him then. No one on the southern bank of the river moves. It is as if they are frozen. Arrows flit from north to south still, and after a moment a lightly armoured man struggles up from the river, water streaming from his creases, only to be sent bowling by an arrow from the opposite bank. As morning gives way to the afternoon, they try 2 more attempts. Each fares worse than the last. There are too many bodies on the bridge now, blocking the way. Each attack Thomas watches from his vantage point in silence. Farther back, Warwick keeps turning his horse around. His nerves are evident for all to see. Around him, men are standing as if resigned to failure. There is no food being passed around, no drink, and men's faces are dabs the colour of old linen. Starving, frozen, halted by a river crossing they cannot force, confronted by the sight of hundreds of their fellows lying dead in the snow, and with only the prospect of the long march home through an empty countryside, who could be blamed for wishing to be elsewhere? And now the wind is picking up, gathering weight. Pale clouds scud overhead. King Edward looks up, and all of a sudden he is young again, too young for this sort of thing. And Warwick, well, he's ridden from one battle, hasn't he, and lost another. Who can put their faith in him now? And he is still on horseback, isn't he, as if ready for the flight. Would he stay if the Northerners came over the bridge now, or would he fight with his heels again? A long moment follows. There is no plan for this, and Thomas is conscious that in this moment everything hangs in the balance. Men are stepping back from the fight. Some have even turned to look for their horses. More will go soon, and if one goes, then they all will. This is the moment when something must happen. And it does. Warwick pushes his horse forward into the clearing at the head of the road so that all can see him. He stands in his stirrups for a moment, holding up his sword. Now he has the attention of every man who can see him and the ears of those who cannot. He is looking about as if coming to some decision of his own. "My lords," he cries, "my lords, let those who wish to fly, fly, but let those who wish to tarry, tarry here with me." Saying this, he swings his leg over his horse and drops lightly to the ground. Taking hold of the bridle, he holds his sword to the horse's neck. Everyone is still. They watch. Warwick is looking at them all. The horse takes a step away, and another. Then Warwick pulls the sword towards him, slicing through the flesh, cutting the knotted veins that run alongside the horse's throat, setting a torrent of blood seething across his fine plaited sabatons. He steps back to let the horse fall in a loud, struggling curl on the ground. Except for the dying horse, there is silence. King Edward, who was Earl of March, stares at the Earl of Warwick. He does not seem to know what to do. He looks about, for Lord Fauconberg perhaps, but he is not there. Warwick's own men know what to do. They start cheering, and they push to the front of the crowd, and soon they are launching another attack down the road to the bridge. Chapter 35. William Hastings has assigned Katherine and the barber surgeon's assistant a rush-roofed barn among some elms, a league or so from the river crossing they call Ferry Bridge. The barber surgeon's assistant has found a moon-faced girl to show them where. "It's a wonder she's not been strangled as a witch," he mutters. "But she knows the way." His name is Mayhew, and he is nervous around horses and anyone in command. When they get there, they find the barn is occupied by men sheltering from the cold, and it smells of cow shit and mice. "But it's filthy," Katherine says. "What did you expect?" the girl replies. "It's a barn." She is about 12, Katherine supposes, with an accent she can hardly decipher. Grill arrives to evict the soldiers, and despite herself, Katherine is pleased to see him, though he is shocked to see her. "Are you quite well, milady? You look—" He tails off with a shrug. She has been crying and imagines her face smutted with smoke mixed with tears. "I'm fine," she says, and Grill leaves it at that. "I'm sorry it is so basic," he apologises. The hospital in the Friar is already full. She imagines this to be false, and that it is being kept as a billet for the better class of commanders. But the Friars are on their way, he goes on, brightening. And the surgeons from the other companies will be here by the by. They'll bring more supplies and so on, I suppose. He has no idea. She has no idea. No one has any idea. They are so keen on fighting one another they have forgotten to think what to do with the wounded. Is it always like this? She asks Mayhew when Grill has ridden off. Usually, Mayhew agrees, staring up at icicles hanging from the roof. Any lord of quality wants a physician, doesn't he? But only really to fix him up. They're expensive, you see. No one wants to waste his balms on a dying billman, does he? Be like ministering to a cow or a dog. Mind you, William Hastings is a good man, sees to his men where he can. Hence me. He points at his chest. He has jug ears and a red face, fully freckled like Red John, and his arms hang from narrow shoulders almost to his knees. Katherine cannot help smiling at him. Come on then, she says, and together they help Richard from the wagon and into the barn. Is there anything to eat? He asks. There's a hunk of hard rye bread and a half-full leather bottle of thin ale, but that is all, and when that is gone they'll have to think again. Together they help the walking wounded into the barn, and then 3 grey friars from the friary join them, bringing with them long strips of linen, a glass jar of leeches, a selection of balms in clay pots, some rose oil, a tubby barrel of wine, 6 dozen eggs, and a crucifix. You deal with them, Katherine tells Mayhew. At first they regard her with suspicion that only deepens when they see Richard sitting blank-eyed against the low stone course of the barn wall. But then the wounded are brought in and laid in a line along the barn's northern wall. Mayhew knocks out some of the crumbling infill in the southern wall to let in the day's dying light, but it also lets in the cold, with flurries of snow, so they start a fire in the middle of the barn, burning what they can find, and soon the smoke is thick in the air, and they are all red-eyed and coughing. They warm the wine and crack the eggs, and Mayhew collects as much urine as he can. Then they unpack the surgeon's instruments and start on the wounded, cutting away the clothing and washing the wounds with the urine and the hot wine. Katherine's first patient is a boy with an arrow in the meat of his thigh. He is pale with the fear of pain and looks up at her with large eyes, soot-black and oily in the orange firelight. She studies the leg and considers him both lucky and unlucky. The arrow has not hit the bone, that is lucky, nor has it hit the artery that carries all the blood, the one that, when it is cut, means a man will bleed to death. But the arrow is buried deep in the muscle, and the lips of the wound, now cleaned with a sponge, are pursed around the shaft of the arrow. A shadow appears at her shoulder, and she looks up. May I? It is Mayhew. He has put on a blacksmith's apron, and he crouches over the boy and feels along his leg, rolling the sliced hose down to his knee. He says. Will you pull it? She asks. She remembers cutting out Richard's arrow in France. More likely to pull the shaft from the head, he says. Seen that happen 1,000 times. He measures the arrow, or the amount of it that protrudes from the leg. Then he sits back on his heels and looks at the boy's thigh from another angle. He nods to himself. Only one thing for it, he says. He stands up. Ready? He asks the boy with a smile. The boy looks up at him with complete fear. His mouth opens and closes, but before he says anything, Mayhew crouches again, grasps the arrow with both hands and leans his shoulder on the notch, forcing it through the leg and out the other side with a rush of blood and splitting flesh. The boy screams. He bucks and levers himself up to punch Mayhew. Hold him! Mayhew cries. Katherine throws herself on the boy, trying to pin him down. One of the friars hurries over. Mayhew girds himself and breaks the arrow shaft just above the wound, while the boy gasps and thrashes on the ground. There is blood all over the place, mixing with the straw and the mud and whatever else. Mayhew runs his finger over the break in the arrow to remove any splinters, pours a little of the urine he has in the clay pot onto the wound, and then asks the friar to lift the boy's leg. The black bodkin arrowhead protrudes just below the boy's buttock, where the blood flows in a thick line. Mayhew takes it between his fingers, rolls it, and then eases it through the wound and out. A sudden rush of blood makes him frown. He nods at a wad of linen soaked with still warm urine. "Press it hard," he says. Katherine holds the pad to the wound. The archer has fainted. After a moment, the bleeding slows, and Mayhew nods with satisfaction. "Ah!" the friar exclaims. "Nicely done." Mayhew stands and inspects the tip of the arrow. There is a small cluster of woolen threads, viscous with blood. Again he nods with satisfaction and tosses the arrow on the fire. "More fun than couching for cataracts, hey?" he says. "And if we bind him now, I think he'll live to fight another day." The boy is very pale and sweat beads his forehead. Katherine washes the 2 wounds and binds them with linen strips. Every day, a lesson. More wounded are brought to the doors, a boy in blue with an arrowhead in his stomach, the broken shaft emerging from a rip in his jack. He is carried on a web of cloaks by his mates, 5 of them, and his face is also very pale, like alabaster or ivory, and his lips very red. Once again, Mayhew appears. He looks at the boy and shakes his head almost imperceptibly. Together they guide the men to a space on the ground near the fire, where they lay him with unexpected gentleness. "You'll be all right, son," one says, and Katherine sees from their likeness that he is indeed the father talking to the son. "Surgeon will soon have you fixed up and we can get back to Mam, eh? Good as new, with a fat purse apiece." Tears break from his eyelids, though, and he turns away with a final shake of the boy's hand. His mates take their cloaks, sliding them from under the boy's body, and they cluster around the older man, guiding him away, back to the field. There is a lull as the evening comes on. The friars have more bread and ale, and they sleep by the fire. She shares a blanket with Richard, and in the middle of the night he sits up, but does not move. It is as if he is staring at the moon. She says nothing. In the morning they come again. It is all arrow wounds, not a single blade injury. Katherine washes them and occasionally cuts an arrowhead free when she knows where she is cutting, usually deferring to Mayhew, who's only ever been an assistant but seems to have a rare gift for his craft. "Where are those other bloody surgeons?" he asks. He has a spray of blood over his freckles now, and his leather apron resembles that of a butcher. "Taking their leave until the knobs get involved, I dare say." He answers his own question. A priest has come from Pontefract and is moving quietly among the wounded, guided by one of the friars, and now more friars have come, and they begin taking the bodies of men out of the barn as well as bringing them in. The men are mostly archers, brought in by their friends, but now and again a few men-at-arms appear, brought on horses by their squires and servants, who linger to help remove the plate armour, and who try to get them preferential treatment. "My master is personal friend of Sir Humphrey Stafford," one will say, and always Katherine ignores them in favour of the most needy, thinking of Thomas, and who might bring him in if he were wounded. A little after noon a surgeon does appear, and within moments he has reorganised everything and everybody so that a large area is set aside for the quality, while those without the appearance of means are set outside in the bitter cold. He is not a surgeon, he says, but a physician. He wears a long coat and a pointed, oily fur hat that he never removes. He stands in the centre of the room next to the fire and sets Mayhew the task of bleeding those from whom they have spent all morning removing arrows. "It is a mercy the commons can't afford it," Mayhew mutters, nodding at the poor archers and footmen who are banished to the cold. The physician turns to Katherine, confused by her presence. "Who are you?" he asks. "I am Lady Margaret Cornford, daughter of the late Lord Cornford, personal friend of William Hastings," she says, looking him in the eye. I am here at the request of William Hastings, and I will not be party to the bleeding of any man, nor the cauterization of wounds, nor to the application of any of your sow gelders' creams. Hunger makes her hands tremble, but she means it. I will, however, wash wounds, she continues, where I can, with warm wine and fresh urine, and I will suture them afterwards with hemp or silk, and then I will dress the wound with clean, dry linen, no more, no less. He is taller than she by a head, with a long, rough-skinned nose, from which hair erupts in two damp explosions. He stares down at her, calculating her worth and so her power. After a moment he licks his thin lips. "Very well, my lady," he says. "But you keep your ministrations to the commons, I shall deal with the gentles. They'll not thank you, you know, for killing them." The physician looks bitter and turns and walks away, his long coat a soft half-turn behind. Mayhew chuckles, watching the physician leave the barn, but he carries on with his knife and ball, cutting into a man's hand between his fingers and holding him while he bleeds into a clay bowl. The boy with the arrow in his stomach dies in the early afternoon, and by then Katherine is bloodied up to her elbows and across her skirts, and she is nearly faint with hunger. She supposes she might have treated 100 wounds, and she is hopeful for them all, for when he is not bleeding the gentry, and when the physician is not there, Mayhew is everywhere, making instant judgments on whether a man will live or die, and assigning them accordingly, so she finds herself treating the lightly wounded, while the friars deal with those whose grasp on life looks unsustainable. At about 4 o'clock, as the daylight begins to leach away, there is a let-up in those thought likely to survive, and for the first time since waking she thinks of Richard. She finds him sitting where she left him that morning. The moon-faced simpleton is staring at him from a distance of only a few inches, and Katherine chases her away. "Did you know she was there?" she asks. He shakes his head. "I thought I sensed something," he says, "and I shouted out, but there has been so much coming and going, so many different sounds that I could not be sure. Your man Mayhew has just asked me to piss in a cup for him, which I do gladly. Is there any other way I can help? I'm frozen to the marrow out here." Before she can think of some soothing answer, there is a thunder of hooves. A great party of men is coming towards the barn. They ride under a saltire flag. "Dear God," she breathes. "The Earl of Warwick." "He is here?" Richard asks, struggling to his feet. "He comes now." "Is he wounded?" "It may be." "Don't let that bastard of a physician see him. Save him yourself. It will be the making of you." She glances at him. Whatever does he mean? Warwick's household men tear across the fields to the barn, and the first arrival leaps from his horse before it has stopped moving. "A surgeon!" he cries. "My Lord of Warwick is wounded." The physician is still absent. Mayhew appears. "Is it bad?" he asks. "An arrow in his thigh." "Is he bleeding?" he asks. The man looks at him. He has lost his helmet and has blood on his livery coat. "Of course he's fucking bleeding, begging your pardon, milady." "Is he bleeding a lot?" Mayhew emphasizes. The man-at-arms gestures with exasperation. "Here he comes, look for yourself." Warwick is on another man's horse, leaning back in the saddle, the broken stub of an arrow sticking from the inside of his right thigh. His proud face is screwed up in pain, and with every jounce of the horse he winces and mutters something ungodly. Mayhew is struck dumb by the sight. It is as if he is looking at a saint or a martyr, and not only does his touch desert him, but his voice too. Katherine intervenes. "Get him down," she says. The men-at-arms help their lord down off the horse, and he puts his arms around 2 of them and hobbles into the barn. "Where's my physician?" he shouts, his voice rising into a scream on the last syllable. "Get him!" "Lay him here," she says, kicking aside the bowls of blood. They lower him on his back in the space the physician has reserved for those able to afford bleeding. "Get his armour off," she orders. The man-at-arms bends and cuts through the leather laces and straps. He frees the plate and tosses it aside. The arrow has broken through the rings of the male skirt and lodged itself in the meat of Warwick's thigh, just below the groin. Don't just stand there, Warwick mutters. Do something! Warwick's hose is soaked with blood, but there is not too much. She cuts through the material and rolls it down to his knee. The arrow is in the soft part of his thigh, lodged in the muscles at the back of his leg. Great God, he is lucky. Have you the rest of the arrow? She asks. The man-at-arms looks at her as if she is a fool. Can we have someone here who's not a juggler or a clown? He says. This is my lord the Earl of Warwick, for the love of Jesu, not some nameless peasant. Get on and cure him. She returns to the wound. This is difficult. How far has the arrow gone in? She collects one of the silver-snouted needles, a long one, rinses it in a jar of warm wine, and then probes the wound beside the shaft, inserting the sliver of metal into the lips of the wound and letting it trace the path of the barb. Warwick grimaces. Wine, he demands. She shakes her head. We need it for other purposes. He is unused to being denied anything he requires, and he looks at her properly for the first time. The devil are you? He asks. Instead of answering, she presses the needle farther in. She wants to distract him with the pain, and it works. Her fingers are in the wound now. It means the arrow is deep, and it will be easier to push it through, just as she has seen Mayhew do earlier. She withdraws the needle and wishes Mayhew were not suddenly so shy. She will have to make a short shunt with the heel of her hand on the broken shaft and hope that she can force it out in one move. But what about the wound on the other side? She has an idea, looks up. A crowd has gathered, 9 or 10 men, including a herald in the quartered livery of the king. All are in plate armour, and the man-at-arms is on his knees. He is wearing thick leather gloves. Give him the wine, she orders the friar. The friar holds the jug of wine to the Earl's lips. Wait, Katherine says, and she leans forward and swirls the surgeon's knife in the jug. All right, she says, removing the blade. He can drink it now. They watch as Warwick drains the wine. He grimaces and spits something out. Roll him onto his left side, will you? The friar and the man-at-arms take him and move him, complaining, onto his left side. Hold him steady and fetch a candle. One of the friars brings an altar candle of good beeswax, casting a true light. In it she can see the Earl has large spots on the cheek of his backside, and she thinks of Sir John and his fistula. Is that how such things start? You, she says, addressing the man-at-arms, push on the arrow, slowly. He is horrified. Do it, Warwick says. The man shuffles forward. He looks around, seeking approval. Come on, Warwick says. Slowly, she adds. He bends and grasps the arrow. Warwick gasps. Sorry, my lord. Just do it. He pushes the arrow through the Earl's flesh. The Earl stiffens, clenches his teeth. The candle, she calls. The friar leans over her. She watches the growth swell on the back of Warwick's thigh, sharpening, turning pale. She snicks it with the blade. She feels a tick of the knife against the arrowhead. Warwick bucks and shouts with pain. Mayhew and the friar hold him tight, the man-at-arms taken by surprise. There is blood all over the ground, a great pool of it, expanding fast. Katherine feels a grab of panic. She's cut the artery. She panics, doesn't know what to do, where to turn. Then she calms herself. Sponge, she demands. Linen. She pulls the arrow free and tosses it aside. Then she presses the urine-soaked sponge into the wound and then the wine-soaked linen. She holds it until it is blood-soaked. More, she says. Mayhew passes her a new piece. She presses that down on the first, and when that second piece is sodden, she finds a third. By the fourth pressing, the blood is slowing, and by the sixth, it seems to have stopped. Katherine continues pressing, holding the pad down. Moments pass. The men around her grow bored. Finally, Mayhew nods. Katherine almost collapses. She has not cut the artery. Well, this is from the man-at-arms, and he speaks for everybody.
CD 14.
Chapter 36. When the bridge is finally taken, in the gloom of the early evening, after Fauconberg's mounted archers have forded the river upstream and come around behind the defenders, Thomas sits on the bank and opens his bag to see if he has any food. The ledger is in there. He opens it again and looks at all the embellishments he has added since he first acquired it. There is the window of St. Paul's, the name of Red John, the drawing of Katherine he made while she was ill in Brecon. She looks like the Virgin herself. He wishes he did not have to carry it with him, but now that he is separated from the wagons, there is nowhere to leave it. He slings it over his shoulder and goes in search of Hastings' men. There is no sign of Hastings' standard, but across the blood-slicked stones of the bridge, Thomas finds the Welsh captain, looking as pleased with himself as if he personally put the Northerners to flight. "Came through a ford up the way?" he laughs. "Unguarded it was. Old Fauconberg's a fox. He's riding up the North Road with his lances and hobilars now, chasing after the rest of those bastards." Ahead, the fields are grey with snow. The wind gusts in their faces. Thomas feels nothing but dread. He should not go any further. None of them should. Nothing good waits for them. Of that he is sure. "Well," the Welshman says, "we've got to get moving at any rate. A village called Saxton, up there somewhere. Hastings' orders." "How far is it?" Thomas asks. 3 or 4 leagues, the Welshman guesses. Thomas turns and studies the army filtering across the cinch of the bridge. "What about the wagons?" "They're to come through the ford." "So we didn't need to take this bridge at all," Thomas says. Across the river, through the trees, they can see men digging burial pits in the fields. "No," the Welshman says. They watch the men digging for a while, and the priest shivering by the graveside. "Got any sons?" the Welshman asks. Thomas shakes his head. The Welshman grunts. "Lucky," he says. "I've got 2 girls, Kate and Katherine, named after their mother. I used to want boys, you know. I used to imagine how that would be, doing this kind of thing together. But now, maybe it is better not to. They'd only end up like that." He gestures across the river, and Thomas nods, and they turn and join the road where the column is moving north through the slush. As they go, trumpets sound and drums are taken up, and all around them captains do their best to organise and encourage the men who move slowly, with cramped and weary expressions on dirty faces. They follow the road northwards to the village of Saxton and arrive in the dark. No wagons have caught them up, so they face a night without food or shelter, and while the captains cram themselves into the church and the surrounding houses, the men are left without. Before curfew, Thomas strides to the edge of the village to relieve himself. Men are gathered there, doing the same thing, staring northwards to where the sky is tinged orange with the light of 1,000 fires. "It'll be tomorrow, then," one of them says. "So say your prayers and get some sleep." Thomas lays his head on his ledger under the eaves of a nearby cottage and prays. He prays for Katherine and Sir John. He prays for himself. He prays he will find Riven and that he will not lack the courage to fight him or his giant. He prays that he will not lack the courage to kill both. After he has said his prayers, he lies awake, crouched with cold, listening to the soft sound of the men around him. The occasional snore, the whispers, the prayers, the little movements in the dark. This is when they are at their most honest, he supposes, when they are skinless, and when you learn what sorts of men they are, and they learn what sort of man you are. He must have fallen asleep, for he wakes shuddering before first light, his hair stiff with ice. Outside, the horizon is growing pale, the first birds are starting to sing, and the land is beginning to emerge indistinctly from the milk-grey morning light. Still, there is nothing to eat, and one of the sentries tells him that Fauconberg is supposed to be in a little village called Lead, away to the west. His lances and mounted archers caught the flower of Craven in the dark, in a little valley farther north, a dint in the dale, the messenger says, and killed every last one of them. They weren't looking for that, the messenger laughs. He'd been there, he says, and taken part in the ambush, and shows Thomas a little gold ring. Its design is that dragon with the curled tail. His face is grey with fatigue, and there is a ring of blood around his nostril where he's picked his nose with a bloody finger. Give it you for a loaf of bread? He asks. You'll be lucky. What about a coat? Thomas laughs. The bells of the church ring, and they both instinctively look up. Behind the church's tower, pale snow clouds move south. Palm Sunday, the messenger mutters, tucking the ring away. Easter next week. Probably never live to see it. Now, don't talk like that, the Welshman says, appearing at Thomas's side. Bad for morale, that is. You seen how many men old Henry of Lancaster's got? The messenger says. No? Well, I have. Went up to the ridge last night. Must be thousands and thousands of 'em. Northern bastards. And I tell you what, they've got all the quality, all the lords, the nobles, all the men who can fight. Not like us. Who have we got? The king. We've got him. The messenger looks at the Welshman for a long moment. Do we? He asks. Do we really? And God. Now the messenger spits. We've got Warwick, Thomas says. Warwick, the archer allows, though I hear he's wounded. They hear the slow squeal of cartwheels on the road to the south, and everyone gets to their feet, and they move to meet the carts. Arrows, 8 wagon loads of them. No bloody food? No bloody ale? How are we supposed to fight like this? Can't draw a bloody bowstring with no food in your belly. Kill the oxen, someone recommends. Cook 'em on their own carts. The first carter tries to protest, but his whip is quickly wrestled from his hands, and the other 7 are glad to leave him to it, and while they unload their carts on the road, one of the men swings his axe and kills the animal, and the noise reminds Thomas of the Dean's murder. Before they can butcher the ox or break up the carts to set them alight, there are more trumpets, the sound curiously thin in the cold grey air, as if it might break at any moment. It is one of Fauconberg's captains and a group of his household men, about 20 of them. There is no sign of Sir John. Thomas wonders where he can have got to. He hopes he is warm in any event. They pull up in front of the dead ox, their horses shying from the brassy smell of the blood, and begin shouting orders. Every eye is on the ox, its fat tongue lolling, but the men are driven away, shuffling, stiff and grey-faced, and it only gets worse as they leave the shelter of the village and begin the slog up through the furlongs, where the wind scours the land in urgent flurries. Every man walks with one eye on the flags that are stiff in the breeze, like pointers stretched southwards, telling each one to return whence they'd come. Thomas picks his way among the men William Hastings has assigned to his command, checking each has his bow, at least one spare string, and a bag of shafts apiece. Most wear tight-fitting helmets, pitted with rust now, and each man has some other weapon hanging from his belt, a maul, a dagger, something like that. They smell damp and fungal. They stop again, huddled in the road. The snow starts, tiny balls of it, like hail. Will there be many? One of his men asks. He is younger than Thomas, with a bow of yellow yew. He reminds Thomas of the boy Hugh who ran away before Canterbury. He has not thought about him since. A few, Thomas says. Enough, anyway. He tries to see himself through their eyes, as someone who's been in battle, who fought at Sandwich and at Northampton, the man who'd killed the Earl of Shrewsbury, then fought through the rout at Mortimer's Cross. They look at him as if he knows what he is about, as if he is supposed to lead them, when all he's done so far is ignore them and leave them to their own devices while he wallows in his own misery. "What's your name?" he asks. "John," the boy answers. "John Perez, of Kent." Thomas nods. Another John. "Well, John," he says, "you got good eyes." "All right. I can pick out a target, all right?" "No, I'm looking for a flag. 6 ravens. Like this." He marks out Riven's badge in the thin snow on the mud by his feet. "Black on white." Perez nods. "On our side?" "Theirs." A knot of men on horseback is gathered on the hillside, directing the companies to their positions. The wind whips the horses' manes and tails. It plucks at the hems of their clothing, dashes the snow in their faces. "You lot, over there!" one shouts. He gestures and they step off the road, following other companies across furlongs where the earth has been left in frozen furrows by the passing of autumn ploughs. Below them, down the slope, filtering in vast numbers through the village, come the men-at-arms, the billmen, the naked men. They make up the mass of the army, roughly organised in companies, gathering in the fields around the village, each one following 3 or 4 horsemen under their lord's flag. There must be 10,000, 15,000. It is impossible to guess. They are uncountable. Boys are leading strings of horses away, back to the rear, and all around them men are manoeuvring up the slope into position. They stop when they reach a company already in place. They are in the middle of the field. They turn and face up the slope to where a solitary tree crowns the ridge. Thomas spreads his men out, the usual harrow formation, as more companies filter into the line around them, and they stand 7 men deep across a broad front. "I can smell them," one man says. He is a bitter, bitten old man with grey whiskers. He fiddles with his strings, licking his lips, his gnarled hands shaking. No one says anything. "I can smell them," he goes on. "I can smell men who've slept under roofs by fires, men who've had their belly full of meat and ale." Still, no one says anything. "I can smell men with the wind at their backs," he adds. "Oh, shut up," the Welshman snaps. "For the love of the Virgin Mary, for the sake of her 7 bloody sorrows, will you just shut your bloody mouth?" There is silence for a long moment. The wind hums and buzzes, and the snow softens and starts to fall as fat flakes. The tree on the ridge top is lost to view. Behind them in the village there is a commotion of drums and trumpets. A party of horsemen comes slowly through the throng and up the road, heralds clearing their way, 3 or 4 of the long-tailed banners above their heads. "Must be King Edward," the Welshman mutters. Behind the king's party come the Earl of Warwick and his men in red, and then Fauconberg with his own retinue in blue and white. Thomas wonders again where Sir John might be, and whether Katherine is safe. "Heard old Warwick was wounded?" the Welshman asks. He is sauntering around the ranks of his archers, checking his men are sorted, his nerves seemingly made of ice. "In the thigh," Thomas confirms. "An arrow. It must have been a glancing thing, though I saw it and it seemed well stuck. Probably got the world's finest physician, hasn't he, the Earl of Warwick? An Italian gent, I bet, who's cured the Pope of dropsy." "Does the Pope have dropsy?" another man interrupts. "Not any more," the Welshman says, barks a laugh, and goes on his way. Thomas wishes he could be like that. There is more shouting from the vintners and the officers, tough men on good horses, and the men-at-arms begin spreading across the fields to find their places behind the row of archers. "Where are you from?" a captain of the men behind them shouts. He touches his visor with the plated knuckles of his hand. He is a boy, 16 perhaps, gangling in his antique plate. He carries a slim and useless-looking sword, but his men are armed with halberds, glaives and hammers, and they wear the same red and white livery. "All sorts," Thomas replied. "Yourselves?" "Huntingdon." Thomas has never heard of it. "North of London," the boy says. "We could have come up with the Duke of Norfolk, but we came this way instead. Thank God we did. Wouldn't have wanted to miss this." The boy gives him a smile that is closer to a grimace, and then peers back over his shoulder as if he is expecting someone. "Still, he should be here soon," he goes on, gabbling with nerves now, his touch flitting from his cheek to his neck to the pommel of his sword and back again. Even in the cold, he is sweating. He offers Thomas a drink from his flask. Thomas takes it gratefully. Wine. "Yeah, he should be here soon," the boy repeats. "My father is with him, with the Duke of Norfolk, coming up from the east, with 5,000 men, if not more." Thomas hands him back his flask. So they are 5,000 men fewer than was thought. "Well, God go with you, sir," he says, "and thanks for my drink." "You too. Perhaps we'll share another after the battle." "I'd like that." They stop and listen to something. It is a low roar, coming and going like the suck of waves on the beach below Sangat. "What's that?" the boy asks. "I think it must be them," Thomas says. The boy swallows and nods. Trumpets blow along the lines. Thomas returns to the front. He looks at his own hands. They are shaking again, and he clenches them around his bow. Christ, how he yearns for more wine, or ale. They all do. Thomas catches the Welshman's glance. The Welshman nods. Here we go, he thinks. Frokenberg's officers are riding up and down the line, shouting instructions to the sergeants and the vintners. Above them, their flags flap briskly. One of them stops before Thomas's company. It is Grill in his distinctive helmet, his armour still too big. Grill pretends not to recognise Thomas. "The top of the hill flattens out," he shouts, gesturing behind him. "Then there is a plateau, a stretch of flat land rising slightly. Lancaster's men are there at the far end." Thomas cannot imagine missing them, even in this snow. "There'll be 2 bow shots away," Grill goes on, "and they will be above us, on the rise." No one says a word, but Grill knows. They all know. "We cannot choose everything," he says. "We must fight the enemy where we find them." One of the archers behind Thomas spits noisily. "Are there many?" someone shouts. Grill is silent for a telling moment, and the sound of shouting comes again, washing over them from the north. If he had not been wearing a gorget, Thomas imagines he would have seen Grill swallow. "God is with us," Grill reminds them. "God is with us, not those usurping northern bastards." He nods, and then rides on to deliver his message down the line. Thomas lets his eye run along the ranks. The front stretches 400, 500 paces away from the road, the same again the other side. There must be thousands of archers alone, and twice that number of men-at-arms. And yet the enemy has more? It does not seem possible. The snow lightens, and a priest on a horse appears ahead, away near the road in the centre of the army. He is backed by 3 or 4 heralds and a handful of men in plate. Is it Capini? Has the legate ridden all this way with them? He is too far away for Thomas to be certain. The bishop, if it is him, dismounts, holding his headgear in place, and hands his horse to a squire. The herald's banners, unreadable at this distance, flap heavily in the wind, and the bishop holds up his hands and begins saying something. "Speak up, for the love of St. Ives," someone shouts, and, "What's he saying?" "A prayer," Thomas tells them. "A prayer? What sort of prayer?" "One that will help us win." "What? He's praying for the wind to back around and those northern bastards to come off their bloody hill?" "Something like that." The men laugh. Thomas warms to them, to joke about their own deaths. Now the priest has his arms out, and those around him kneel. The movement ripples along the army, spreading from the centre and the front ranks all the way to the flanks and the rear. Men get off their horses and go down with one knee in the snow. Still they can hear little or nothing, but they bend their heads, and each man makes his own prayers. Thomas prays again that he will not be killed, that he will not be wounded, that he will not be left to lie out there and bleed to death, stiffening in the cold, but that if he is, if it is God's will he should die, then that it will not be painful. He prays that he will find Riven, and that when he does, that he will be able to punish Riven for all the evil he has let loose in the world. He prays that Katherine will make her way safely in life, and that Sir John will survive to return to Martin Hall. He prays for Richard. He prays that he will come into whatever is best for him. In a moment of stillness, he hears the priest's voice. "And so we beseech your help, Lord, in ridding this your land of these vile traitors who would destroy our dread liege Edward and those whom he loves. And the wind snatches the voice away again, then returns it. "Into your hands, O Lord, we commend our souls in the certainty that what we do is right." But there is something else now. Thomas feels it at his back, a stirring, a restlessness that spreads through the archers, the questioning hum of conversation as men look up from their prayers and turn their cheeks to feel the wind. They begin looking to the skies, peering up at the pale snow clouds, checking the flags on their poles. "Look at that," the Welshman says, pointing. Thomas has seen it. Above the priest's hat, the herald's fish-tailed battle banner has fallen slack. It hangs there on its beam as if broken. Others join it, settling down. The ribbons on the bishop's hat settle. He removes his hand and it remains in place. The wind has died. Thomas can feel the archers holding their breath, not daring to move, not daring to speak, not daring to do anything lest it break the spell. No one moves. Even the priest has stopped his tongue and is looking up, waiting. The snow still falls from the grey sky, each flake as large as a penny, exquisite and delicate, but they float, they drift, they no longer pitch in Thomas's eyes. The archer, who has doubted the efficacy of the bishop's prayer, stands up. "Fuck me," he says. Then the rest of the line, all of them, stand as one, staring, mouths open as the real miracle occurs. The banner above the priest flaps once, twice, and then it twists on its lance and, unbelievably, it slowly swings on its hoops, turning from the south to the west, and then all the way around to the north, where the wind picks it up again, and it becomes a finger, pointing northwards, pointing towards the enemy, showing them which way to go. And the flags all along the battle slowly turn on their lances to join it. The wind has turned. "It's a miracle!" the Welshman shouts. He seizes Thomas and shakes him. "A bloody miracle!" And now the priest is on his feet, shouting and gesturing to the flags. No one can hear him for the din of men in armour and the roar of voices. Instantly Grill is there, thundering up from the flank to take new orders. There is a surge of energy in the ranks. Men seem to forget their hunger, their thirst, the filthy snow. All they can think about now is how the wind will carry their arrows further than the enemy's. "This won't be so bloody bad," the Welshman says. "We can fucking win this." But how long will the wind last? "Come on," Thomas finds himself muttering. "Come on, advance, damn you, while the wind is with us." Drums ripple into life. Pipes pipe up. Trumpets signal. More messengers canter to and fro across the front. The archers are impatient, trying to press forward. "Come on," someone shouts. "Come on!" But the wind only seems to freshen on their backs, and the snow only seems to thicken, and Grill is back, stopped in front of them and turning his horse so that all they can see is its powerful rump and dressed tail. He raises a hand and checks along the line where more officers in Fauconberg's livery are stationed, about 100 paces apart from one another. They drop their hands as one, and as one, the men start up the slope. Chapter 37. As they breach the ridge, they are able to see across the plateau for the first time, and the line comes to a rippling stop. A man pushes into Thomas's back. "Piss and vinegar," someone murmurs. There must be 20,000 of them, standing in deep ranks, divided into 3 battles. They are standing on the higher ground, under their banners and flags, and they are shouting and crashing their weapons together. Thomas feels his bowels liquefy. "Dear God," he breathes. Then he tries to imagine what Walter would say. "Steady," he whispers, then more loudly, "Steady!" One man turns to run. It is the boy, Perez. Thomas flings an arm out, catches him, spins him round. Walter would have punched him, so Thomas does so too, across the face, a backhand to make his knuckles sting. Perez slumps in a twist of limbs. "Up!" Thomas bends and hauls him to his feet. "Come on," he says. "The wind is with us. God is with us. Didn't you hear the priest? If we can just get our shots off, we'll live to tell our grandchildren of this day." Perez stares at him. Blood and snot leak from his nostril. There is a long moment before Perez nods and smears his lip. Thomas nods too, then picks up the lad's new bow and passes it to him. His own hands have stopped trembling. Grill has turned his horse. Facing them, he has to shield his eyes from the snow. "We'll carry on to within a bow shot," he shouts, "then loose a ranging shot." The archers understand. They are touching their weapons, their helmets, what armour they have. They tighten the points on their jacks, buckle belts, finger rosaries. They begin settling themselves, taking deep breaths. Those with the sense or experience to have kept something back to drink do so now, tipping their heads quickly. Thomas settles the ledger in the small of his back. It is a comforting weight, but still an unwanted burden. Then they begin forward again. They start stretching their shoulders, rolling their arms over. Thomas knocks an arrow and keeps walking. 20 paces, 30, 40. All the while he hunches and relaxes his shoulders, gently easing the string back, flexing the big-bellied bow, trying to get some life into the frozen wood. He makes 100 unconscious calculations as to the wind's strength, its direction, the way it gusts. He thinks about the snow, the flurries. He thinks about the field. He looks for advantage, for disadvantage, for anything that might influence the course of the day to come. The plateau is not flat, but tilted slightly, from the east down to the west, and from the north down to the south. He can see what looks like a stand of trees away across to his left, and there seems to be nothing beyond, as if the ground drops away, down into a river valley, perhaps. Thomas sees how well the northerners have chosen their spot. The valley protects their flank, and there will be no chance of Fauconberg's riders turning them as they have done at the bridge the day before. He wonders if there are any bridges over the river, or if the northerners have broken them down as a precaution. And there, ahead, arranged in deep ranks across the high ground, is the mass of the enemy archers, scarcely visible in the snow. What must they be thinking? This morning they'd been in the perfect position, almost unassailable, with the wind at their backs and a falling slope at their feet. They'd have been wondering how they could lose. But now... "Here!" Grill calls. They are now within a long bowshot of the enemy. Each man finds himself the space he needs. They shout to one another to spread that way and this way, forwards and back. They loosen the strings on their arrow bags and shake out the shafts. Thomas knocks his own bow, puts a few shafts in his belt. He can hardly see the enemy. The wind is not strong, but the sky is full of snow. Each man stoops to take a piece of the frozen earth in his mouth, just as his grandfather might have done at Agincourt, and to make his sign of the cross on the sod where he'll stand, and possibly die. And for a moment there is silence. Thomas fiddles a nugget of frozen black soil and places it in his mouth. It is tannic and gritty as it melts on his tongue. He holds it aside in his cheek. Grill signals, and all along the line the captains and the vintners call out, "Knock!" There is a swathe of movement. Thomas knocks a shaft. "Draw!" "Loose!" There. It is done. The first arrows shoot away with a drumming of strings and grunts of 6,000 men. The sky flickers and darkens. He stops and watches, peering through the snow. Will they land on the enemy? There is a distant drum roll. Misty figures twitch in the enemy lines. They are within bowshot. "Knock!" he cries. "Draw!" The fletch of his second shaft tickles his cheek. "Loose!" Walter once said you could tell who was going to win a fight after the first 3 or 4 salvos. Whoever got the most in the first would win. They knock, draw, and loose 3 times, more than 15,000 arrows. And in return, there is a ripple of something thickening in the snow ahead. The Northerners' arrows land with a sudden spitting patter. They are like bristles in the ground, like a strange crop that no one will ever want to eat. They are 50 paces short. The men laugh. They are delighted. "Move up!" the Vintners bellow. "Move up!" And already the men are charging forward. They stop shy of the ground where the enemy's arrows are burying themselves with low puffs of soil and ice. Knock, draw, loose! They repeat the process until they are out of arrows. Thomas's back is burning. His fingers are skinless and raw. All around him, men are grunting with the effort. The rate of firing is fast, 10 a minute, but slowing. Men become clumsy as they tire. Soon they are done and are left scarlet-faced, heaving for breath, hands on knees, one vomiting with the effort. Sweat stings his eyes, and the fog from their bodies blurs his vision. "Arrows! Arrows! More shafts! Quickly now!" And how is it with the enemy? Over the field he can see and hear the impact of the arrows. He can see their line buckle, thin and bunch, but it seems the poorly armoured enemy archers are paying dearly. "They'll not take much more of this," Thomas shouts. "They must come at us." No commander can stand to watch his men take such punishment. Already there is a low wall of the dead at the Northerners' feet, and everywhere wounded men disrupt the living. The Northerners will have to break one way or another, he thinks, forwards or backwards, and it would be better for them if they broke forwards. Around him, men are still crying out for more arrows. They begin reusing the Northerners' shafts, plucking them from the ground and sending them back the way they've come. The damaged arrows thrum and throb in the air. The broken fletches buzz like wasps, each one with a dying fall as it speeds out of earshot. But now the boys are running forward, each weighed down with 5 or 6 damp linen bags full of arrows. They duck through the ranks and drop them at the archers' feet. The archers rip them open and get to work. "Knock, draw, loose!" They do not need to be told. And yet the Northerners still hold their line. They continue loosing their arrows, and all the while their arrows fall short. "They cannot see," Thomas guesses. "They cannot see, their arrows are not reaching us." Every man is loosing just as he can now, scrabbling for arrows from the ground and from the boys as they pass. Thomas has no breath to order the salvos, only enough to knock, draw, and loose. On it goes, on and on. How can they stand it? Then the boys slip away, some sixth sense warning them to go, and across the fields the trumpets blare and the flags move forwards and the colours of the enemy line change. The line solidifies. Gone are the muted buffs and russets of the archers' jacks, and now men in heavy armour and bright livery coats begin moving through. They come forward in companies under their flags, but first they must negotiate the corpses of their archers, strewn thick as autumn leaves on the blood-slicked ground. The snow is in their eyes as they tramp forward, down from their hill, away from their advantage, and Thomas shouts at his men to use every last arrow they have. "Back!" he shouts, gesturing. The enemy front is 100 paces away. "Come on, leave 'em be!" They turn and run, Thomas with them, bunching up and streaming back across the field towards the gaps left between the battles of Edward's men-at-arms. He is spent, weak as a kitten, his arms and back afire. For a moment, he can hear nothing above Edward's men roaring and bellowing and banging their weapons as they advance against the oncoming Northerners. Trumpets shriek and drums thunder. and everywhere men are shouting their cries for Warwick or Fauconberg, but the mass of them are shouting out for King Edward. And above all other flags and banners, it is the King's standard that draws the eye. Under it is the huge figure of Edward himself, wielding a poleaxe as if it were a toy, a mere stick, and all around him his men are hurrying forward to meet the enemy. Soon Thomas is in among the men-at-arms, and then he is through the lines, where the archers are wild, savage with glee of having survived. They are roaring with laughter, suddenly very physical, hugging one another, kissing one another, thumping one another, congratulating themselves on a thing done well. Every man is steaming, as if on fire, but they've suffered not one casualty. Not one. The archery duel is over, and there is no question which side has carried it. But the laughter stops, and each man is silent as back up the slope the two lines meet. The din is a savage, rippling crash, the shriek of steel sliding against steel, and the drumming thunder of 1,000 hammers falling on their fellows. Now the ale has arrived, dragged up the slope from the village on the beds of 3 wagons pulled by teams of 6 long-horned oxen, and there are fires being lit. Ale and bread and soup, chilled and viscous, better than anything Thomas has ever tasted, drunk from his helmet. Men are letting ale pour down their chins and into their clothes, laughing again. One ale woman has fists bigger than Thomas's, and in one of them she carries a stout club with which to keep order. She opens the spigots on the barrels, but keeps her gaze fixed on the hillside behind them, ever alive to the sway of the fighting, knowing that she'll never see another dawn if it goes badly. Thomas gulps his ale and tears at his hard black bread. Christ, it is good. John Perez appears at his side, looking crafty, pleased with himself. He has to raise his voice above the noise of the fighting and the shouting men, the constant wall of noise that rolls back from the front like a physical force. "Saw that flag of yours?" he shouts. Thomas lurches, pours away his ale, puts aside the bread, takes Perez's elbow. "You did?" "Think so. Not sure, with the snow and that." "Where?" "That way, up the slope." He points eastwards, with that bow of his, which Thomas notices is not so fine as he'd first thought, but weighted wrong, top-heavy, rushed from the bowyer's bench, perhaps. Perez points it towards the tree on their right flank, where the ground rises. "You sure?" "No, I said. Hey, where are you going?" Thomas is up and running, up the slope towards the King's right flank, across the fields towards where Fauconberg's blue and white fish-tailed banner is held aloft at the back. Before he has gone far, his way is barred by more men moving up the slope in a block, and behind them, coming up from the village, many more in blue and white livery. The reserve, held in blocks, is waiting for the order that means it is their turn. And already the wounded are starting to emerge from the battles, dragged clear by their fellows, making their unsteady ways back down towards the village. What are they hoping for? Is there a hospital there? Thomas has no idea. A party of men carry their wounded commander sitting on a chair made of polearms. He is gasping and rolling his eyes with the pain of some unseen wound, and all the while he thumps one of his bearer's shoulder as if this helps. More bloodied men keep coming, with dented plate, their faces sordid with blood, one with his arm pinned stiff to his chest, another with no helmet, his eyes startlingly white in a face dark with blood from his opened scalp. Another staggering in loops as if drunk, unable to get his balance until at length he crashes headlong to the ground and no one moves to help. Above them, arrows whicker through the air, so light in the sky, so heavy on impact. They fall everywhere, anywhere, all the time, any time. Men who one moment are doing one thing are suddenly doing another as they stagger and bellow. Others are knocked flat. Some are instantly still. Others flail at their wounds and scream for their mothers, their wives, for the help of the saints. Survivors step over them. Thomas hurries on. Archers in Fauconberg's livery are gathered on the slope behind his men-at-arms, and they've started returning speculative volleys over their own men's heads, trying to drop their arrows through the slanting sleet into the northerners' faces. They'll be aiming for the flags and the banners, hoping to hit the commanders. His own men must refresh themselves and then begin to join Fauconberg's, drawing and loosing, drawing and loosing. Thomas takes a new bag of arrows and drifts up the slope towards the front. He peers ahead, to his right, looking for Riven's flag, but can see nothing above the shoving ranks in the sleety snow. He knocks an arrow and looses it, guessing where Perez might have seen Riven's flag, then another and another. He imagines each one striking Riven or the giant, and he takes pleasure in every loosing. When he is out of arrows, a centinel is there with a boy carrying another bag full of shafts. Thomas takes it and ducks around behind the rearmost archer, and is gone. Here is a man in good plate, lying stretched on the ground with his eyes unblinking as snow, and ash flakes fall on his waxen face. He has been left there by his people, and already another man, one of the naked men, vicious as a stoat, stands over him, going through his things, taking what he wants, discarding what he does not. He tosses aside a glove almost at Thomas's feet as he passes. Thomas stoops for it and slips it on. It is still warm, the leather wet with the man's sweat, the steel-plated knuckles blood-stained. After a moment's hesitation, he takes up the second glove where it has been cast aside. And here a bill, lying abandoned in the grass, a rough-made thing with a chipped blade on a bent staff. Thomas picks that up too, and then, with a moment of regret, he sets aside his bow. And so now he is a billman in bloodied gloves, with an unreliable glaive and an archer's helmet. He starts again, moving eastwards, up towards the right flank, but across the field, down to his right, the trumpets are blasting with real urgency and men are bellowing at one another. And down in the village, companies of footmen are surging into life, hurrying up the slope to reinforce the left flank. Something is happening, the next development of the day. The army's left wing, Warwick's battle, has canted around, taken a step back. The dead and wounded are thicker on the ground down there, and they are streaming back from the line in numbers. The boys are running too, and the prickers are moving up fast, circling like sheepdogs, using sticks and staffs to herd the men back into the fight. You can see the flags of the enemy. They are close to breaking through. This is the crisis point. The day hangs on the next few moments. Bugles and trumpets sound, and messengers ride hard across the back of the battles. Thomas turns and finds himself in the path of a company of Fauconberg's reserve billmen, being harried down the field to join the fight, to prop up Warwick's battle on the left. He tries to step aside, but the sergeant catches him by the arm and swings him round. "On! On!" Thomas pulls away. He opens his mouth to say something, but the sergeant raises a hammer. "Get the fuck in!" Thomas has no choice. He turns and joins them, the sergeant pushing him on. They retrace his steps, past the man from whom he'd looted his gloves, past his own company loosing shafts over the heads of the men in the centre battle, past Perez and the Welshman, and then down through the ditches and across the road. Footmen in Warwick's livery hurry up from the village, their sergeants howling at them, purple-faced with fury and urgency. Warwick's banner is a long red tongue. Beyond it, the line thins and sergeants are flailing at their men, driving them forward, forcing them to fill the gaps. A man in Warwick's livery shoves Thomas to where men are fighting over a great berm of fallen bodies, 3 or 4 men deep. It is a long slug of bristling steel that divides the armies. Men are climbing on the wounded and scrambling over corpses to get at one another. Toe to toe they grapple, punch and elbow one another. They butt and gouge. There is no space to swing a sword. It is all about pointed weapons, thrusts and short-arm blows, daggers, hammers, axes. He would give anything for that poleaxe now. Thomas is pushed forward by the press of men. He thrusts and jabs with his glaive, aiming for faces, for eye slits, for fingers on weapon shafts. He is barely defending himself. The noise is deafening. Rough steel and iron blades are everywhere. He can smell terror and blood and men who've soiled themselves. The man before him has a helmet that encases his face and a sword he holds with both mailed gloves. He is straddling a body, standing on the chest of another dead man. Over his shoulder, more men thrust glaives at Thomas's face, and from below, men are crouching and stretching to hook his legs away. He tries to push back, to get away, but the sergeants are there behind him, pushing men into the moor. Thomas's glaive is caught by the big man in the helmet. He wrenches it free. It is caught again, pushed down. He is defenceless. Using his sword Keorn as a mace, the big man raises it to bring it down to kill Thomas, but the man next to Thomas surges forward and drives the blade of his bill under the big man's armpit. He kills him with a roar. Then an axe or a maul swings through the air from the other side and catches Thomas's saviour in the teeth, snapping his head back. Thomas is blinded with blood, and there are broken teeth and fragments of bone from the wreck of the billman's chin. Neither of the dead men falls. They are held upright by the press of bodies. They are pushed forward, chest plate to chest plate. Thomas seizes his glaive and wrenches it free, but another man throws himself forward and crashes something onto his helmet. "Dear God!" The blow rips down the side of his head, glancing off his shoulder. He is paralysed by the pain. He can hear himself lowing like a bull. He wants to die. He stares down the length of a bill's shaft. A whiskered old man is coming at him. He has a long spike and his eyes are red with fury. Then Thomas's glaive comes free. He endures the pain, thrusts his own blade into the man's face, feels it bite, nag at something, rip free. He stabs again, grinding the blade into the old man's face. He can feel the blade in the hole behind his nose. He jerks at it, turning the old man. Blood is everywhere, like rainwater. It mixes with the snow. It rises as steam from the ground. How many men does Thomas strike? How many does he kill? He cannot say. There are always, always more. His fingers are ringing with pain, and at last he can stand it no more. His strength ebbs so suddenly that one moment he is slashing at a man in a green and white livery, and the next he can hardly raise his newfound hammer to break a clumsy blow from a farmer's bill. Then he finds himself being plucked from behind, roughly shouldered out of the way and thrust backwards. All he can do is obey, follow where he is sent. He lurches away, every ounce of will drained. One of the sergeants is there, standing among the bodies of dying men, the same one who'd thrust him into the line. "Get some ale," he shouts, grabbing another man and forcing him up to the front. "And get back here!" Away from the fighting, his body rings. He is deafened by the noise. His arms vibrate from the tip of his numb fingers to his shoulders. His back burns, and the blood of other men is mixed with sweat to sting his eyes. His legs are shaking, and when he drops the hammer, his fingers remain curled, and the alewoman has to press the greasy leather beaker into his hand. He drinks. Ale courses down his cheeks and his neck. It runs down his chest, under his jack. He doesn't care. He wants to drown in it, to let it fill his mouth and throat. He holds the cup out again, and the alewoman splashes in more watery ale. He drinks. Then the alewoman takes the cup and passes it to another man, pressing it into his hands also. The man remains blank-eyed, his gaze fixed on the distance. Blood trickles from his helmet. He drinks just as Thomas has done. Thomas turns and stares back at the line where Warwick's banner still flies. Though the line has given, though it has taken a pace back, it has not broken. They have held it, saved the flank. Men still hurry from the rear to stiffen it, but the job is done for the moment. The crisis has passed. And just as he thinks this, there is a further great shout of dismay and a shrinking of the line, as if peeling back, and Thomas feels the thunder of 1,000 hooves through the soles of his boots. From the stand of trees to the west, half hidden in the mist and swirling snow, hundreds of horsemen are thundering up the slope towards Warwick's position. For a moment, Thomas can only think they are on King Edward's side, but no, it is an ambush, such as they tried that day at Newnham. The horsemen are a bowshot away from where Thomas stands. They ride with their 15-foot lances and their hammers, 200 perhaps, more even, and in their path Warwick's men can do nothing other than break. Seeing this, the alewoman throws down her jug and runs for the seat of the wagon. Her man throws aside the turnip he is eating and jumps to his feet. He begins thrashing the oxen with stinging lashes of his whip. The wheels of the cart pull free of the mud with a jerk, and the cart rolls down the hill. And suddenly the prickers and the sergeants are back among them, shouting and screaming and forcing men back in the line. Trumpets blare and messengers set off. "You, in, now, go on! On! The horsemen come in a wedge. They crash into the fleeing remnants of Warwick's left flank, scattering them, using their spears, riding men down, killing them with hammer blows. The shock of the ambush travels down the line, and just when they are most needed, there are no archers to hand, no one to knock the riders from their horses, no one to kill their horses under them. A sergeant is there, a big man with a red face. He thumps Thomas with a staff, screaming at him, pushing him back up the field. Thomas has no weapon, but it hardly matters. The line is breaking. They need numbers. New companies come running from the village. "A Warwick! A Warwick!" Thomas finds himself pinched between those falling back and those coming up. The men running back are wild-eyed and slack-mouthed, and there is no way to hold them. They've cast away their weapons and torn off their armour. Thomas can do nothing other than join the rest moving up to brace the line. He snatches up a bill with a blood-stained shaft. The horsemen are slowed only by the number of dead on the ground. The Northerners' footmen have taken fresh wind from the spears too, and they're pushing through the wall of bodies and clambering over it to press Warwick's men everywhere, and Warwick's men step back down the slope up which they came. Where are the archers? Everywhere the Northerners are gaining the upper hand, and what had seemed like the crisis point earlier that morning now reveals itself to have been the first in a succession. Everywhere they are knocking Warwick's men back, stabbing them as they fall, hooking them forward and killing them with hammer blows. Men on horseback are forcing their mounts forward, battering men from above. Thomas is drawn back into the fray, and all he can do is try to defend himself, breaking their spear thrusts and turning aside their blades with now a bill. But for every point he beats aside, another swings across, jabbing, always jabbing. A blade flashes at his eyes. He ducks. It strikes his helmet. He seizes the shaft and pulls. Another point wavers across his vision, a sharp side-to-side chopping motion. He lets go of the first shaft and sways back, battering the second point away with the back of his arm. Then another point, straight into his jack. He edges sideways, but his linen is laid open to the skin, his hips scorched by the passing blade. He lashes out, catches someone with his bill. He takes a step back, and then another. They are losing the fight, and soon they will not be able to hold the line. And then, suddenly, the air is thickened with arrow shafts. A horseman lurches in his saddle and throws himself back, while another horse screams and claws the air with an arrow deep in his mouth. More horses go down. The riders turn their horses, some dismount, others are knocked to the ground. A cry goes up to suggest King Edward is coming. "Hold fast! The king! The king!" "Thanks be to sweet St. John," a man yells. "The king!" And now it is the Northerners' turn to waver. For there is the king's standard, and under it perhaps 20 men in best plate armour, almost impenetrable to sword thrust or hammer blow, swinging their poleaxes and driving the Northerners back. But where the king goes, so does the fiercest fight. Everyone wants to be the man to kill him, and soon, ranged on the other side of the new wall of corpses, are the enemy's noblest lords, men with plumes on their helmets, fighting with their own household men under their own banners. These are the proper soldiers. These are the men who trained to fight all their lives, and there is none of the clumsiness of the billman. Instead, there is a rippling fluency of precisely delivered and shockingly powerful blows. Hammer flukes crash down and blades are thrown up. For every attack there is a defence, and for every defence an attack, and the noise is one long percussive roll, like the beating of a drum, and to watch it, it is even elegant in its way, like a dance, save the men are so monstrous in their armour, and the price of missing a step is a dagger point in the eye, or the groin, or the armpit. And in the middle of it all, under his banner, King Edward is supreme. None can match him. His height and range are immense, and he scatters all before him, throws them back, clears them out. He wades into the crowd and swings his axe, crushing hands, helmets, heads and faces, knocking weapons aside and driving on. He kills a horse with a single blow and dispatches its rider with the return swing of his axe. Beside him, his men are a blur of calculated speed, defending his flanks, darting forward to finish off anyone on the ground so that he will not be stabbed from below. Thomas watches as a man in plate falls under the king's hammer and lies stunned for a moment too long. His visor is ripped off and a dagger is punched into his face. And that is that. But no man can fight like that all day, and soon even King Edward is forced to retire. Exhausted by his efforts and the heat trapped within his armour, his space is taken up first by his household men, and then a succession of lesser knights, until suddenly Thomas is back in the line again, fighting for his life once more, swinging and thrusting at the pale faces of other men. His arms are burning, his ears are ringing, and his hip throbs, but on it goes, the endless, furious flurry of steel, until his strength flees again. Thomas turns and forces his way through the throng. Blood is running freely from a wound on his scalp as he limps back towards the ale wagon by the road. At the sight of the crowd of men gathered there waiting for ale, he almost weeps. But eventually he gets some, poured into his stained and dented helmet. He doesn't care about the taste, only the fact of it. It is wonderfully strong. He sits in the snow by the side of the road and drinks it down, and then rests his head in his arms, and tears fill his eyes, and he cannot suppress a sob, though he does not know for what or whom. He pulls off his gloves, holds out his hands, each palm stained with blood, some his own, some belonging to others, and the snowflakes melt on them, thinning the blood. His greaves are splashed royal purple where blood has hardened in a glaze, and there are shreds of something else caught in the web of his sabatons. One boot is filled with warm liquid, and his toes swim in it, though whether this is blood or water he cannot say. At length he stands, picks up his glove, and finds a hammer lying bloodied in the snow. "You all right, mate?" someone asks. Thomas ignores him. He wonders what time of day it is, and how long they have been fighting. He wonders that there are still more men left to kill, and still more men willing to kill them. But here they are, more of them, and still more of them, moving up from the village, fresh men yet to fight, though it seems that this is all he has been doing all day. That is all everybody has been doing all day. But now the din of it seems to have faded, and as Thomas stumbles eastwards, he sees events as if through a pane of thick glass. Men are blurred and then sharp, their sounds are muffled and then loud, and even the sleet takes on a curious sort of beauty. He is warm, for the first time since he can remember, and as he walks, gradually everything is suffused with a golden aura, as if leaking sunlight. He stopped shivering, he realizes, and he walks on, no weapons to burden him. Even his greaves and sabatons turned so light and easy to walk in. And his jack, too, which has been stiff with damp and dirt for a month or more, now seems like a linen chemise floating lightly on his shoulders. It occurs to him that perhaps he is dying. A priest passes him and starts murmuring something, but Thomas laughs and makes the sign of the cross in the air as if he were blessing a congregation, and he feels light enough to dance away from the priest, and a little farther on he notices blood is dripping from his fingers and that he cannot really move them, and then he thinks that this does not matter anyway. All he can recall is that he has to move to the king's right flank, for that is where he is wanted, or that is where something awaits him. He knows he must get there, and that when he does, everything will reveal itself. He is moving up across the back of the king's army, through the mess of wounded men. People step aside for him, stare at him as he passes. A pile of corpses is laid to one side, and there are dead horses, and there are women with more ale and water, and a man is stumbling from the fighting, groaning like a bullock until he falls on his knees, and then to his face, and lies twitching in the snow until he is dead, and no one even watches. Thomas walks on until he finds himself stopped by a roadside and ditch brimming with a slurry of feces, and beyond is a snow-filled marsh where black boggy lakes are skimmed with grey ice. There are strands of sedge grass and crouching alder trees misshapen by the wind, and he realises he has walked the width of the field and that he is now on the king's right flank, behind Fauconberg's men. A memory stirs in him again. He turns and looks down the field, watching the thousands of men fighting and dying under the broad, snow-filled expanse of the sky, and then he sees it. The flag. 6 ravens. Riven's standard.
CD 15.
Chapter 38. The sense of well-being is gone in a snap, but Thomas feels a surge of power within him, and suddenly he knows what to do. He is running. He is jamming his helmet over his blood-soaked cap. Then he is forcing on the steel-knuckled gloves. He finds a rondel dagger lying on the ground, a foot-long tapering point of rust-flecked steel, and he snatches up a bill, a nicely made thing, with good weight and balance, and he is pushing forward, shunting men aside, and his eyes are fixed on Riven's flag. He is not afraid of being killed. He is too fast, too strong. He has a good weapon, he has a helmet, he has gloves. His blood is thrumming in his ears, and he can hear himself roaring again. He is shoving between the gaps in Fauconberg's lines until he is before Riven's flag. Alongside him are 3 or 4 of Fauconberg's junior knights in modest harness. They are fighting with poleaxes and bastard swords. Their give and take of blows is swift and practised. This is no place for a poorly armoured archer, yet Thomas forces himself forward. Riven is unmistakable now. In fine plate, he is fighting with a long-handled hammer. He turns to trap a bill under his arm and slash its poorly protected owner across the face. Then he spins to take a blow on the languette of his hammer, and he switches hands and drives the helve into a man's face. In a single moment, he has killed 2 men. It has cost him almost no effort, no thought, and he is preparing to do it again. But now Thomas is before him, and for a brief moment Thomas imagines Riven recognises him and hesitates. But if he does not hesitate for long. He launches himself at Thomas, and Thomas moves to parry the blow, but of course it is a feint, and Riven is on him from below. Thomas throws himself inside the blow, flinching as the hammer fluke slides across his chest, and he crashes his bill into Riven's steel elbow. Riven is beaten back, but comes again. He goes high but hits low, catching Thomas on the knee, sending a barely manageable jolt of pain up his spine. He cracks a short-armed blow in Thomas's face, but Thomas ducks, and then the hammer glances off his helmet. It rattles his teeth and he tastes blood, but he is not dead. Riven seems surprised. Thomas goes at him. He feints, lunges, draws him left, then right, and thrusts for his armpit, but he trips, staggers, is down. The bill is gone. Riven rears over him, raises his hammer in both hands. Thomas is down among the dead, nearly one of them. He rolls. The bodies around him trap him, hold him fast, but before Riven can bring down the hammer, one of Fauconberg's men intervenes with a jab. He catches Riven and turns him, distracting him long enough for Thomas to hurl himself forward with the rondel dagger in his fist. He can drive it up under Riven's steel skirt, but Riven grips him and hauls him upright. They are face to face. Thomas presses his cheek to Riven's visor to stop him butting him. He forces his right arm free and slides the dagger up his ribs. He will stab him in the armpit. Then the giant arrives. He has the poleaxe he reclaimed from Walter. He swings at Thomas's spine and connects it with a force that rips Thomas from Riven's embrace and casts him across the heaving layer of steel-clad bodies that cover the ground. He twists with the pain and falls on his back. He lies there, unable to move for the agony. He stares up at the crisscross of weapons above him, watching the giant batter away at two of Fauconberg's men, watching Riven kill the billman who'd earlier saved his life. He feels the man sprawl across his legs, and then he feels nothing. It is as if he is floating in warm water, his head swaddled, his hearing muffled. He wonders again if he is dying. He thinks of Katherine. He wants thoughts of her to be his last. He wants to tell her that he is sorry for dying here, sorry for leaving her. Above him the fight continues. Men fall by his side. There is blood in the air, scraps of metal and shards of splintered wood, a tooth, something gory. Thomas watches the swings and blows, back and forth. He watches the snowflakes fall, and he wonders if this is what death is. No triumphant entry through heaven's gate or agonized descent into hell, only this, detachment, an eternity spent on the field where you died, an eternity spent rueing all your sins of commission and all your sins of omission. But now he finds he can move. His fingers are coming to life. Can it be that he is not dead? He moves his head. He lurches, rolls over. There is a brief lull in the fight. Men are pulling back, taking stock. Exhausted men are retiring. New men are coming up. Thomas is on his hands and knees. He has only one thought in his mind, to get away. He begins crawling, one hand after the other, slithering through the blood, back across the armoured corpses that are covered in gore and shit. Dead men stare up at him with noses smashed and mouths and chins slashed open. Some are still alive, spitting blood, bleeding through their ears. He gasps for breath, and the pain is a burning band around his chest. He can hear himself moaning like a beast in agony as he crawls through the line of Fauconberg's men and slumps against a corpse. He rests his cheek against the dead man's breastplate and closes his eyes. He saw the giant. He knows that poleaxe. He should have a broken spine. He should have a fluke buried a handspan in his back. And yet, here he is, alive. He raises himself and crawls on. The blood is pooled between the bodies, deep enough to drown a man. Everything is sodden with it. Everything is red. He finds a bill in the crook of a dead man's elbow and hauls it out. He stabs it in the bloody slush and levers himself up onto one knee. The pain is terrible, yet not as bad as it should be. He inches his arm around behind his back to press against the wound. Then he wheezes a laugh. So that is it. The ledger. The giant hit the ledger. Thomas swings the bag around to see where the fluke has punched a hole through the leather, and he puts his fingers in the wound up to his bloody knuckle. It is the pardoner's final, life-saving gift. And now sound returns, and Thomas can hear the crash of steel and the shouting of men as the fighting continues. Fauconberg's line is giving once more, bowing towards him. Riven and his men are forcing their way through, and if Fauconberg's line is thinned any further, then the Northerners will break it. They will have won, and the battle will be over. Once this flank is turned, then the whole army will be wrapped up, pushed down the hill, and murdered at will. Some of them may try to run, he supposes, but then he remembers the bridge. That is as far as anyone will get. That's where the remainder will die. Perhaps that is why the Northerners broke the bridge in the first place, not to stop them coming, but to stop them leaving. There are no trumpets calling for men to bolster the line, for the trumpeters have fled, or they've been forced to throw down their instruments and join the line. And anyway, even if they were there to blow the signal, there are no men to obey it. There is no reserve left. This is it. He whom they call Edward Plantagenet, formerly the Earl of March, then the Duke of York, had wanted God's judgment on his right to be king, and God has delivered it. He has no right, and so now all his men must pay the price of that gamble. Riven's flag is carried high as he comes between the ranks. Thomas can see him, hacking through, and there is the giant just behind him, crashing men aside with that poleaxe. Thomas wonders whether his one-eyed son is there too, his wound hidden under his visor. He thinks back to the moment he first saw Riven, when he first saw Katherine. He thinks of their time in Calais, and then the summer at Marton Hall. He thinks of the hills in Wales and that week in the inn in Brecon. He thinks of Walter, and of Dafydd and Geoffrey, and all the Johns. He thinks of the Dean, of Margaret. And now it is over. He will never avenge any of them now. He swings the ledger back over his shoulder and unplugs the bill from the sloppy earth. He stands. He will at least die on his feet. And then, from behind him, comes the sound of trumpets, faint, distant, thin. He turns. Along the road is a mass of men coming through the snow, grey and indistinguishable at this distance. There is a lull, infinitesimal, a let-up in the constant clash of steel as men turn to face the new arrivals. "It's the White Lion!" a man shouts. "It's the Duke of bloody Norfolk, blessed be God!" It is the men that boy had been waiting for, his father among them. There is a surging cheer along the ranks of King Edward's men as the news spreads, and Fauconberg's men are heartened, and they rejoin the line with renewed vigour. Men in blue and white run past him, hurrying to wade back into the fight, hurrying to hold the line. "On! On! A Fauconberg! A Norfolk!" The new contingent in red livery is fast. They join King Edward's line at its eastern end, up by the marshes, and they crash into the Northerners' line. And for the first time that day, the Northerners are forced to take a step back. They step back over the bodies of the men they've killed, and over those who've died to buy them their advance. Their left flank, previously grounded on the boggy marshland beyond the road, is now overwhelmed by Norfolk's men, fresh to the fight, and soon the battle lines are canted around, so that they run from north to south, and it is the Northerners' turn to call on their reserves to shore up their wavering wing. Thomas is breathing more easily, and he gathers himself. He feels redeemed, released. He must return to find Riven. But now he cannot get to the front for the press of these new men. He can no longer see Riven's flag above their helmeted heads and the forest of their bills and spears, and the fighting is slowly moving away. He follows it, stumbling in its wake, where between the corpses the ground is an ankle-deep soup of blood and snow, and every man is coated in it so that liveries are not easily distinguishable. The line is slowly advancing. Those who fight for Henry of Lancaster are being beaten back by those who fight for Edward of York. Thomas follows, through tumuli of bodies creaking where wounded struggle to escape. And then, through the swirling snow, he glimpses Riven's flag again. He is sure of it. It is farther back, and he pushes forward. He tries to get between the broad backs of Norfolk's men, but their number is too great, and the resistance of the Northerners too fierce. They fight on, and the quality of light in the sky changes, and it is now nearer the eve than the morning. For the first time in the day, it seems the king's men might have the numbers, and the balance of battle is weighing in their favour. And now there is a great cry, a roar that surges around Thomas. "A Warwick! A Warwick!" Men are fighting with desperate intensity, knowing that to yield an inch now will be to yield the whole day. For a few brief moments, Thomas is forced to the front again and is hacking and chopping at men in bloodied livery. They are exhausted, and Thomas is aware, also for the first time, he is attacking them and they are defending. One turns and runs, the next likewise, and the man Thomas is trying to kill is struck down by a fat-bladed bill and goes down, and behind him there is no one, only the backs of men, fleeing the fight. Just like that, the Northerners have broken, and their line is disintegrating along its entire length. It is as sudden as that. The battle is won. And now the trumpets sound behind King Edward's lines again. They are blowing a shrill call, and boys hurry forward with strings of horses from the park, and the king's spears and lances are suddenly there, mounted men coming up from the rear, and they are joined by the prickers who've reclaimed their mounts, and every man with access to a horse is forcing his way through the press to get at the fleeing northerners and to cut them down. Thomas stands numb and watches the northerners throw aside that which might slow them, their weapons, their armour, everything, as they begin a pell-mell rush northwards, pushing one another aside, stamping on their fellows to get away. But it is no good. King Edward's horsemen are everywhere, riding them down, running men through with spears, breaking skulls with hammers, slashing at them with swords. And so now the killing really begins. What was a contest becomes a slaughter, butchery, closer to commerce than to sport or battle. Archers are there with mauls and daggers, hacking at the backs of the fleeing men. Those with arrows loose them at men as they run, knocking them over, hobbling them so they can be killed and robbed at leisure. Some northerners don't run, but try to sell their lives dearly, and they huddle together in groups and turn their weapons outwards, but they do not last long. Surrounded, they go down in a hail of blows, and they are set upon as soon as they've bowed their heads, knives jammed into eye-slits, visors ripped open and the contents gouged out, swords stabbed into groins and armour stripped off. Even the dead are mutilated. Some try to flee back across the field towards the woods, but Warwick's lances cut them off and herd them towards the valley beyond, where the rest of the king's men crowd forward to kill them. Where is King Edward to demand mercy for the commons? There is no sign of him. He has ridden northwards after the fleeing men. Where is Riven? Thomas is running now, tripping on dying men, stumbling clumsily through the corpses heaped like islands in a sea of blood. Here and there, some of the king's men have already broken off to loot the dead, and Thomas starts searching the bodies himself, seeking that livery badge. But everywhere they are the Duke of Somerset's men with their portcullis, or the Duke of Exeter's, entangled with those of Warwick or Fauconberg, or the king's men with their white rose. The points of bloodied weapons make it a dangerous exercise. "You don't look too clever," a voice says. It is Perez, alive, looking well even, carrying his bow unknocked and a single arrow in his belt. He is studying Thomas as if trying to work out why he lives when he should be dead. "So, did you find that bloke with the flag?" he asks. Thomas shakes his head. Perez sniffs. "He'll be down there then," he says, "if he's still alive." He gestures across the field to where King Edward's men are gathered on the lip of the plateau to the west. There are thousands of them, and the noise of fighting persists, a constant grinding. "Take a look if you like," Perez offers. Thomas nods, and Perez shows him how he's been using the bodies as stepping stones. "Don't tread on them in armour," he says, "too slippery. Just tread on them in jacks. And for fuck's sake, mind out for those caltrops. You stand on one of them, you'll know about it all right." The caltrops are scattered where the northerners' right flank had started, and Thomas follows Perez across the field, stepping from body to body, wary of the spiked iron balls that lie under the snow. At the lip of the plateau, the king's men are ranged in a crowd, 3 or 4 deep. Beyond them, Thomas can hear bellowing and screaming, and there is the dense rattle of hammers and blades beating on well-fixed armour. When he reaches the fringe, men turn to look at him, and he sees they are furtive and guilty, as if they have been caught out at something. He pushes his way through. In the valley below are the northerners, Somerset's men, the Queen's men, Henry of Lancaster's men, thousands of men in colours Thomas does not know, and ranged along the crest of the valley around him are the King Edward's men, and Warwick's men, and Norfolk's men, and they are beating down on the heads of those below, killing those they can reach, and driving those they cannot down the slope into a swift-running river that has burst its banks, and laps the trunks of alders on the far side. It is a trap as tight as a barrel. There must be thousands down there. Not one will live through the next hours unless King Edward returns to grant mercy for the commons. The press of Warwick's men is impassable. They all want their moment at the front. They all want vengeance, and they push forward to get their chance to kill a man. They are wide-eyed, as at bear baiting, and Thomas knows he will never forget the sight or sound of this moment. He turns and pushes his way back through the throng. John Perez follows. Bit bloody strong, that, ain't it? If Riven is in the valley, he will die. Of that Thomas is sure. Someone will kill him, or he will be drowned. But what if he is not? He leads Perez northwards. They pick their way through the corpses that clot the field. Looters are bent-backed everywhere, using hatchets to remove rings from men's fingers, stuffing their bags with weapons, purses, the silver livery badges that men wear, jewelled collars. Cruelty is everywhere. Mercy has fled. Below, to the left, the ground gives way sharply down to the river. It is too steep for men to climb up, and from their vantage point, Thomas and Perez can look back and see the horror of the thing. While those higher up the slope are trying to escape the blades of King Edward's men, those at the bottom are being forced chest deep into the icy waters of the beck. They have cast off their armour where they can and are clinging to their companions. Some trust themselves to the flood, and perhaps one or two make it. Most do not. Their linen-wadded jacks are blood and water-soaked, heavier than armour, and they disappear under the waters with a final, despairing wave to life. Thomas cannot see Riven among their number, but that does not mean he is not there. Still he walks on. Something guides him, and farther downstream some of the northerners have managed to get across the river. Men are struggling to cross a ford, waist-deep, shoulder-deep, slipping on the treacherous stones under the surface. All order has broken down, and they are fighting one another to get across, turning their weapons on their friends, forcing one another down into the waters. And in the gloom, it takes Thomas a moment to understand what he is looking at. It is not a ford, but a dam of bodies. So many of them have been drowned or killed and thrown into the waters that they are now piled the one on the other. They have risen above the river's waters in a pile, and now men are fighting to get across it, cutting and slashing at one another, trampling on the fallen, forcing them into the water, the better to keep themselves dry. Even Perez is aghast. "Dear Christ," he breathes. "Dear Christ." There is something about this concentration of cruelty that makes Thomas sure this is where Riven will be. And that is when he sees him. Not Riven, the giant. He is forcing his way onto the dam, knocking down those before him with that poleaxe, and then treading on them, battering them down into the waters, building up the bridge for himself. Thomas remembers the giant's fear of the water. Behind him is another man. For a moment, Thomas cannot be sure. In the gathering gloom, it might be anyone, but then, after a moment, he is certain of it. Riven. He has removed his harness and now wears only blood-stained linen and hose, and he is using a short-bladed sword to stab any who impede him. They are getting away. Thomas has to stop them, but between them stand 1,000 desperate northerners, too tightly packed to move their arms, let alone let him pass. He turns to Perez. "Your bow," he says. "Let me have your bow." Perez shakes his head. "Worth more than my own wife it is," he says. "Give it to me, now." It has come to this last moment. If Thomas does not do this now, he will never see Riven again. Thomas stares at Perez. Perez hands the bow over. He is very reluctant. "A string! Quick, a string!" Perez unwinds the string from his wrist. "You'll be careful with it." "For Christ's sake, the arrows!" But Perez only has one. The giant is on the far bank now. He is stretching back to help Riven. Thomas notches the arrow. He holds the bow down, looks at Riven, looks at the giant. He draws the bow, feeling that top heaviness. It is an ugly bow, he thinks, unloved, rough. Perhaps that is perfect for this last thing he has to do. He raises it, holds the string to his cheek, his arms fluttering with the effort, and just as Riven scrambles past the giant up the far bank, he looses. He misses. But the giant pauses. He takes 2 staggering steps to his right, arches his back and drops the poleaxe. "God in heaven," Perez murmurs. "That was some shot." The giant tries to scramble at something caught between his shoulder blades. He can't reach it. He falls to his knees, then onto all fours. Riven turns back. Perhaps the giant has shouted something. "Get an arrow," Thomas yells at Perez. His eyes are fixed on Riven, who hesitates by the fallen giant, and for a moment Thomas thinks he might help him, but then Riven snatches up the poleaxe, turns and runs. The giant collapses in the snow. "Find an arrow!" Thomas screams. He looks about too, but keeps one eye on Riven, who is moving northwards along the far bank, scrabbling through the bare branched undergrowth, slipping in the snow, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. He is getting away. He is escaping. Thomas casts aside his helmet and runs along the valley top, shadowing Riven. The ground is too steep to descend. Perez follows. "My bow," he says. Thomas ignores him. There is a great pile of corpses blocking his way, and there are caltrops scattered on the ground. He scrambles over them, still watching the shrinking figure of Riven, still looking for another arrow. He finds one, but the head is bent and curled back on itself. It will never fly true. He throws it aside, runs on. It is dusk now. He will soon lose Riven in the dark. He begins a prayer. Pater noster, qui est in caelis. Then he gives it up. Prayers are for later. On the far bank, Riven's run is clumsy with fatigue as he stumbles through the trees, scrambles along the banks, and wades through the river's broken water where the valley walls press too steeply. At last, Thomas finds an arrow sticking out of the ground in a rare patch of sodden earth. He pulls it out and runs to a spot between 2 low trees on the lip of the plateau. Riven will pass below on the opposite bank any moment. He notches the arrow and takes his stance. The wind here is fitful, uncertain, blustering around the valley, gusting up the rise. He will have to be careful. He has but 1 shot, and then it will all be over. For a moment he thinks he has lost Riven, but then he comes, a dark shape against the snow, moving like a spider. He climbs over a fallen bough among the trees on the edge of the copse. He seems exhausted, as if he will fall at any moment. Thomas draws the string with the last ounces of his strength, getting his back into the bow, and he holds the stance for a long moment, and he waits for the perfect moment, concentrating on nothing but Riven, who moves into line. And then the bow explodes. The arrow flits into the gloom, and a chunk of the bow's belly lashes against Thomas's temple. Darkness swallows him whole. Chapter 39. They moved up to the village of Lead in the morning and took over the little church, surrounded by fish ponds, and they have had nothing to eat or drink all day, and so when 2 of Hastings' men bring in Sir John at dusk, Katherine is exhausted and so hungry that she does not at first recognise him. His face and beard are crusted in blood, he cannot talk, and no one can tell what is wrong with him. Hastings' men have removed his harness to lighten their load, they say, and they'd found it dented, but there seems to be no wound. "Face down he was," one of them goes on, "almost drowning in the soup." She recognises him when she peels off his linen cap. He does not appear wounded, yet he lies there with waxy skin, and anyone looking at him would have given him up for dead. "Let us find him somewhere more comfortable to lie," she says. One of the friars looks up from the other side of the chapel. "A space here," he calls, and he stoops to close the eyes of a dead boy. Mayhew summons the other friars to take the body away, and they carry Sir John across the blood-smutted straw. In the light of a rush, they stare while Mayhew runs his fingers over the body. What is wrong with him? She cannot say. There is no obvious wound, yet his breath is quick and shallow, and when they remove his arming jacket, they find his chest is sunk. "I've seen something like this once before," Mayhew says, though he does not look happy with the thought. He rinses water through Sir John's white hair, washing the blood away, and then runs his fingers over the skull. "Here," he says, "feel." He stands beside her and guides her fingers. She can feel nothing at first. Then there is a slight depression. She wonders if she can feel the slightest sensation of grating bone when she applies pressure. "A blow," Mayhew says. "He came in without his helmet, but he must have been wearing it when he was hit." "It saved his life," she says. Mayhew looks doubtful. "Perhaps," he says. "So what can we do?" "There will be a sanguineous swelling within the orb of the skull, I have no doubt," he says. "It is usually, always, fatal. It is something to do with the brain. It cannot work with the swelling." She cannot bear it. "No," she says, "not Sir John." Then she thinks and asks, "How do you treat sanguineous swellings elsewhere on the body?" "A leech, sometimes," Mayhew says, "or we cut it open and dispose of the blood." "Why?" she asks. "Why? Because we do." "If we cut open the swelling now?" "It is behind the skull," Mayhew says. "We cannot get to it to cut it." "The bones are broken, I am sure of it." Mayhew frowns. He looks down at Sir John. "You will have to cut open the scalp," he says, "which is easy enough, of course, but then you would have to crack the skull if it is not cracked already." "I think it is." "But the swelling might not be where the break is. It might be on the other side of the brain, and no, you do not want to touch a man's brains." "It is worth a try, surely." Sir John looks closer to death than life. "It cannot hurt," Mayhew says, "but let us call a priest first." While Mayhew fetches more wine, Katherine finds Richard. He is sitting on a step, talking to a wounded captain and tearing linen into strips. She touches his shoulder. "Richard," she says, "your father is here. He will die unless we cut him, but it is not easy, and of course the cutting may kill him." Richard stands up. "Take me to him," he says. Katherine does so and leaves the two together while another man is brought in with a wound in his chest that makes a noise, and within a few moments he is dead. She glances over at Richard and Sir John when she is holding the dying man's hand, and Richard is gently feeling his father's face, cupping his bearded chin, letting his fingertips play over the nose and eyes and forehead. "Will you do it, my lady?" he asks when the priest is called and she is standing next to him. He is offering her a courtesy since she knows Sir John. "Thank you," she says. Mayhew nods and takes a step back. Richard holds Sir John's hand and the old man mews in his sleep. She has a blade taken from the barber-surgeon's bag, which is sharper than anything she has ever seen. She holds it up to the candle that the murmuring friar is holding. "Should I shave his head?" she asks. "It will help with the stitching afterwards." Mayhew raises his eyebrows. "Good idea," he says. She turns the knife and slices through the white locks. Underneath there is a silver furze, nicked here and there by tiny scars. She had imagined that people have round heads, but of course they don't. Sir John's is long and fluted with angles, slightly asymmetric, with a ridge here and a point there. She clears away the sodden hair and wipes the bristle with some linen soaked in wine. Now that the hair has gone, it is easy to see the indentation, and there is even a greenish tinge to the skin. Again she presses her fingers to the skin, and she can feel the grating of the bones. "There is nothing for it," Mayhew says. She nods and cuts, holding her nerve even while blood pours from the wound. "Scalps always bleed mightily," Mayhew says. The skin wrinkles around the cut, pulling back. There is a thin veil of pale pink flesh that she needs to slice through. Then there is the bone, the colour of old teeth. "Linen," she says, and she retracts the blade. Mayhew wipes the wound with wine, and for a moment they see thin cracks in the depression, such as on an egg. He nods. With the tip of the knife, she touches one of the pieces of bone. Sir John gurgles and moves his tongue. "Hold him," Mayhew calls, and he grabs Sir John's head to keep it still. Katherine touches the bone again, this time letting the tip of the knife slip to the edge of the fragment. She probes further. Her hands are steady, though her heart is fluttering. Then she attempts to lift the fragment away, to prise it from the skull. It comes, but with it comes a splurge of blood, thick and dark, that wells from the wound and pours down into Sir John's ears. "Good," Mayhew says. "That might be the sanguineous swelling." Sir John makes another noise, deep in his throat, more like a dog than a man, and she fears the worst, but Mayhew has placed the clay pot of wine on the old man's chest, and concentric rings appear in its surface to let them know he lives and breathes. After that, there seems nothing else to do but stitch Sir John's scalp back together. She uses her own hair and makes the smallest stitches she can, taking her time while Mayhew sees to the rest of the wounded as they come limping in. When she has finished, she wipes Sir John's wound with more wine and egg whites, and then his face with the last of the rose water. His eyes flutter, and he opens them, and for a moment he is terrified. "All is well, Sir John," she says. "All is well, only don't move." She takes his hand, and they are like that for a moment, still and silent. And then his eyes focus on her, and he smiles. "Kid," he whispers through dry lips. "Kid, praised be you are here." She feels a jolt, and the blood runs to her face. She cannot help herself glancing at Richard, who is sitting there, his face expressionless. Has he heard? She supposes not. She bends over the old man. "I am Margaret, Sir John," she whispers. "Margaret Cornford. Do you not remember?" Sir John opens his mouth in close little gasps. "I know what I know," he whispers. "By my truth, I know what I know." "And where's Thomas? Where is he?" "You should be with him." "Hush now, Sir John, hush now, and all will be well." He shuts his eyes and drifts away again. She stands abruptly and walks away. Her plan! Dear God, in all this she has forgotten her resolve, and now there is no time for it. But Sir John's words have stirred her again, thickened the brew, decided her. She looks down at her bloody dress and knows she cannot be Margaret Cornford. She cannot be like this. All at once it has become a stupid pretense, as crude as it is dishonest. But has she left it too late? And what of Thomas? She has seen so many dead men this day. How can she believe there are any still living? Yet somehow she is certain that he is. With the dusk, the steady stream of wounded that has lasted all day begins to dwindle, but later a man comes in on his own, limping badly. Though he has lost his bow, she can tell he is an archer, and he wears the blue and white livery of Falkenberg. "Trodden a caltrop," he tells her, "just as I was coming off the field. Went through all that, fighting all day, and I slip at the last moment. It hurts, oh Christ, it hurts." He holds up the sole of his boot for inspection. It is filthy, with the manure of every animal she can name, dyed up to the ankle in human blood. "There is nothing I can do for you," she tells him. "I can pay," he says. "It is not that," she begins. But he has a leather bag slung behind him, and when he tugs it around and opens it, she feels a flutter in her chest as sharp as a stab. "Look," he says, pulling out the pardoner's ledger. "Got an hole in it and that, but still, must be worth a penny or two." Her ears are roaring, and her hands come up to snatch it from him, but she collects herself. He holds it upside down and back to front, so that she can see that the hole does not go all the way through. "Reckon it must have saved his life," the archer says, exploring the hole with his finger. Katherine can say nothing for a moment. "Come on," the archer says. "You can have it if you fix me up. Stop it hurting. Make sure it doesn't go bad." "Sit by the fire," she says. She hurries to get Richard, who is sitting over his father. "There is an archer by the fire," she whispers, "who has Thomas's ledger." "Have you asked him where he got it?" "No, he can only have stolen it." Richard nods. "Take me to him," he says, "and get Mayhew." Katherine waves Mayhew over, and together they lead Richard to the archer's side. The archer glances up as Richard sits next to him. "What's this?" he asks. "I'm blind," Richard says, "but I have a good sense of smell." "Really?" The archer goes back to staring at the fire. He is clutching his foot. "Yes," Richard goes on, "and I can smell a thief." Now the archer looks up. He has been in situations like this before, that much is clear. "A thief, is it, blind man?" Suddenly there is a knife in his hand, but Mayhew kicks his wrist and the knife flies across the stone floor of the nave. And now Mayhew has his own knife out, and he threatens the archer with it, though he looks confused. Then Katherine steps on the archer's wounded foot. He cries out, "What is this? What are you doing?" "What's your name?" John Perez, County of Kent." "Where did you get that book?" Katherine asks. Perez looks mutinous. Katherine applies some pressure. "On the field," he says. "All right, I took it from a bloke." "Which bloke?" "Just some bloke." "Is he dead or alive?" "I don't know. Dead, for God's sake. Probably everybody is up there." "Take me to him." "What? No, don't be so stupid. I'm not going back up there." "If you do not get treatment for that wound, you'll die. Death will take you, bit by bit, starting with the foot, which a surgeon will have to cut off with a saw, but that will not stop the putrefaction. The surgeon will have to take more off your leg, piece by piece, and each time the saw bites, it will feel as if you are being roasted by the fires of hell." Perez is pale with all he's been through, and now the pain is great, and here is this woman, a blind man and physician's assistant, trying to force him back up to the field. He moves to leave. He'll find another surgeon, easy with all the money he's picked up. Richard moves like a ferret, and his hands are suddenly on the archer's neck. The archer tries to scream and lash out, but Richard's thumb digs into his throat. "Take us now," he says. Perez waves his arm to suggest that he will. "Bloody hellfire," he says, rubbing his throat after Richard has let go. He is too terrified to look at him. "Give me the book," Katherine says. He hands it over. "It's a long way," he says. "Can't we wait until morning?" "He is still alive," Katherine says. "I am sure of it." She cannot stand to think of him out there, just one more man, dead or lost. She does not want to number him among men like Daffyd or Walter or any of the Johns, whom she has known and now are gone. "Look," the archer goes on, "I'm sure he's dead. One night isn't going to hurt him any more than he is already, is it?" "I will cure you if we go now. Tomorrow may be too late, for both of you." Mayhew will come with her, carrying a torch, and Richard too. What difference will the dark make to me? They follow the hobbling archer up the road and onto the dale. The wind has died and the snow has settled and the stars are out, and it is cold enough so that touching metal strips the skin from fingertips. All across the field men have lit fires, burning old arrows and bows and anything they can find to give them light with which to see, and everywhere shadows flit as they go about their business. Even now there is still the noise of men hitting other men. "It was over there," the archer says. "Mind out for the bloody caltrops." The field stinks like a shambles, and underfoot it is soggy and still warm with the spilled blood. Katherine walks with her hand over her mouth and nose. When she becomes aware the banks she thought were earthworks are jumbles of corpses ready to be interred in pits, she is glad Richard cannot see. After a moment, Mayhew lowers the burning torch so that none of them can. "Dear God," she says, "how will we ever forgive ourselves for this?" "Are there many?" Richard asks. "I can't tell you. Thousands. Many thousands." They carry on up towards the fires on the plateau. I never did fight in battle, Richard says quietly. All that training, all those hours in the tilting yard and at the butts, was all I ever dreamed of. Why? Katherine asks. She wonders why she has not asked before. I don't know, he says. It is what you do. Here we are, the archer says. About here. They stop by the side of the road, near a broad barrow of corpses. Blank faces stare at them from the pile, and men are twisted among one another like the frayed edges of a carpet. He was sitting there, the archer says, gesturing in the dark. His head was bleeding. You were lying. She just knows. No, as God is my witness. Remember your foot. There is a long moment. The dead seem to be letting slip some kind of miasma, thick, like breath, but cold. All right, he says, a little bit along. She gathers her cloak around her and they make their way along a pathway that has been made between the corpses. Mayhew is reduced to silence. Her shoes are letting in liquid. She does not want to think what. Richard stumbles and someone cries out in the darkness. Hurry, she says. All right, my foot is hurting. It will only get worse. Christ. They go on. At one point, Katherine trips and steadies herself by clutching a man's face. It is cold and gelid. She wipes her hand on a man's tunic, but it comes away even darker with gritty blood. Where is he? They have moved beyond some trees, where the land slopes sharply, and over the lip of the dale. Dead bodies are piled in acres 3 or 4 deep, and in among them, walking above them, are parties of looters, crouching over the corpses, each one lit by a boy holding a flaming torch as they burrow among the dead. She watches a man twisting at something and chopping at it with a hatchet, and she feels a great sorrow. May God forgive us, Mayhew whispers. Beyond is a river emitting mist, and there is a weir down there over which the water flares and seethes. Bodies choke the valley. It is unbelievable. They stare so long that they do not notice the archer slip away. When she does so, she can think of nothing good to say. They will never find him now, Richard laments. No, she says. He is here. He is not dead, I know it. There is a long silence. All they can hear are the furtive rustlings of the looters and the sighing of the dead, the rush of the beck below, and the wind luffing across the dale. He is here, she says, but her voice is no more than a whisper. Come, Richard says. Come. No, my lady, Richard says. He fumbles for her arm. She tries to resist, but he is firm. He must be gone, my lady, Mayhew says. No man would willingly stay out here if he could leave. I know he is here. Then he must be dead, Mayhew says. She cannot believe it. She cannot believe that this is what the Lord had in mind for Thomas when he survived all that came his way before. Come, Mayhew says. We cannot stay here. The miasma. He is not dead, she says. She pulls free, grabs the torch from Mayhew and holds it high above her. She illuminates only more corpses. Thomas, she calls. Thomas Everingham! There is nothing, only the wind and a flurry of blows in the distance, short and sharp, where the looters are finishing off yet one more. Thomas! She cries again. Thomas! Thomas Everingham! But still nothing. Where is he? She demands. There is another long silence. I know what he was to you, Richard continues. I know. She does not wonder what he means. She thinks only of Thomas, of how they left one another. He was... She is going to say everything. She bites back a sob. Tears are pouring down her cheeks. She feels she could catch them and fill her palms. Perhaps it is right that we don't find him, do you think? Richard goes on. That he is buried with the men who died with him. A sort of fellowship.
Katherine nods in the dark, but she snivels. She remembers burying Red John, and she knows how that felt. Then,
"No," she says. "No, he is here! Thomas!" she shouts. "Thomas!"
"My lady," Richard begins. She wipes her eyes, her cheeks, her nose, her chin. Tears are everywhere. Again, "Thomas!" and her shout is racked by a sob. "Oh, God, Thomas!" And this time, nearby, there is a movement on the edge of the pile of corpses. A man holds up a bloodied hand. He is hidden, half buried by another man's body, and they cannot see his face.
"Katherine,"
the man whispers. At first, she does not hear it.
"Katherine,"
he says again, louder, calling. And this time she hears him, and she turns. Acknowledgements. This novel has taken a shamefully long time to finish, and in that time I have been shown so much kindness by so many people that it would almost be quicker to list the people who haven't helped me. You know who you are. But I particularly want to thank some of you, and mention you by name, for putting up with me, encouraging me, lending me money and an ear, for buying me lunch when we all knew it was my turn. I'd like to thank you, Kazi, first and foremost, for continuing to bear with me through uncertain times, remaining cheery and lovely while doing so. Marth, for being a very weird but very perfect early reader. Mum, for absolutely everything. Dad, for you know what, the checks in the post. And Nick and Lil, for all your amazing kindness and support over the years. I'd also like to thank Tom and Max, too, for being so special in every way. You have all been marvels of patience and generosity. I could not have managed it without you. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to each of Rooster Clements, Nick Clements, Justin Thompson Glover, Kate Summerscale, Sinclair McKay, David Allison, Jake Worksman, Alex Sargenson, Wayne Holloway, Johnny Villeneuve, and Tessa Dunlop too, for your tolerance, guidance, generosity and support in so many varying guises, the less said about which, perhaps, the better. You have been top friends in this matter, and I can't thank you enough. In addition, I'm also very keen to thank Timothy Bayard-Jones for reading the manuscript and for picking me up on my many 15th century-based mistakes, Graham Derbyshire of the Towton Battlefield Society for walking me around and for sharing his knowledge all those years ago, and the expert and enthusiastic bowyer Les Wigg for his advice on bows and arrows and the mysterious craft of loosing them. All are founts of knowledge, and each has tried his best to teach me what I didn't know. If any mistakes have crept in, they are mine, and mine alone. I'd like to thank Toby Mundy too, perhaps oddly, for letting me dance on his dollar for a time, and HMRC as well, who have shown inexplicable but blessed patience in the matter of my return for the tax year 2010 to 11, not to mention 2011 to 12. David Miller for all his help, and Laura Palmer for her early guidance in the story of Thomas and Katherine. I'd like to thank my terrific agent, Charlotte Robertson, who helped me finish the book and then got it on the desk of my terrific editor, Selina Walker. Thank you, Selina. And I'd like to thank Richenda Todd for her almost unbelievable detail and plot-juggling skills. This is a much better book for their input, for which I am very grateful indeed. Eternally so. Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of Kingmaker, Winter Pilgrims, written by Toby Clements and read by Jack Hawkins. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travellers, families and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it.
If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.